Okay. Oh, yeah, I'm a little late. I apologize, okay? I try to be on time. Why this is just a court? Okay. Uh I try to go live 6 p.m. sharp every day, but I had a little bit of a thing I had to do and it ran a little late. So here we are, a little bit later than I'd like. Mantis, did someone say slurs? Smirky face? That's the main topic of today. My guests to discuss them won't be with us, unfortunately, until about, let's see, probably 7:15. So that is what it is. I had a little bit of a misunderstanding on scheduling with one of my guests, but that's okay. That's okay. We're still gonna make it happen, and it's still gonna be a great discussion. But for those of you who are joining us now, we got some things to talk about and go over, if you will. Um, I hesitate to ask this. Please don't type it out. Please don't say it. But in your head, silently, right? Just think of the worst slurs you know, okay? Just think of the words, the slurs and stuff that people use normally, or not even normally, but that just make everyone you gasp, right? Like, oh my god, right? Rabid Wombat, first. Yes, you were first on Twitch. Okay, that's not a slur, by the way, but uh it's hard because while there are some universally accepted words that are slurs, I know you all know them, right? There are a lot of words that some people consider slurs in some regards, but others don't at all. And that's where things get tricky. And that's where I think a lot of interesting discussion lies. Let's take one of my favorite words. Many, in fact, consider it a slur. You ready? Okay, I'm going to use a hard R on this one. You ready? Got your clips ready? Retard. Retard. Republican. Rabid Wombat's like Republican. Oh, that's close. For some, Republican is a slur. To be clear with you, right? Like, you say that in a joking manner, but the whole thing about slurs, and this is what makes this discussion very nebulous in a lot of ways. The thing about slurs is almost any word can be turned into a slur depending on how you are using it and who is using it. It's something that that varies, right, from community to community. In some communities, retard is just a word people say, right? Gay, retarded, all that. It's not a big deal. Um, in other communities, it's really seen as a problem. Mantis says, true. I've heard woman be used as a slur many a time. That is also correct. Woman, femoid, right? Um, bitch. Bitch is understood by some to be a slur. I don't consider it a slur, but some do. I guess let me ask you, my dear audience, my dear Wickers, what words do you consider slurs that aren't normally considered a slur, right? So it's not toss. I'm not talking about toss words. Please don't type or say those, right? But I'm talking about words that a lot of people wouldn't consider a slur, but you know people or you yourself never use because you just find it too derogatory to use. Bitch, cunt. I'm trying to think of a few others. Those retarded. I've already mentioned that one though. These are the ones that seem to be whore. Whore is a good one. Twat. Yeah, twats. Twat's one of them, right? There's quite a bit. The real blunt blower 508 says slurs aren't tricky. It's not hard to avoid. Be a kind-hearted person and genuine to all people. Those words are all big deals. Audacity says bunch of pizzas outside. Kramer says to Jerry during the Italian festival. Yeah, I mean, look, and this is a problem with trying to police slurs as well. If you make it bannable to use a certain term or a word, people will figure out another way to say what they want to say, right? People will figure out another word to use that means the same thing to them, that is just as hateful to them, right? And they will continue to use it. It's an arms race that no one wins. Pig, yeah, that's a slur for police. Boy, if used towards a black man, even black people can call each other that. That's a I've never heard that considered a slur. That's new to me. I understand it though, it makes sense. But I don't know if I've ever heard anyone say that if you use the word boy to a black man, you'd consider it a slur. Isn't Lethe supposed to be on today? Yes, but he couldn't make it till 7:30. So we had to we'll get him on, right? That's when the meat and potatoes of the discussion is going to happen, right? We got a lot to talk about between now and then, right? But I want to get you guys' minds racing. I want to get your juices flowing, if you will, before the main event. Rabid Wombat says, try calling Prime boy the next time you're on a panel with him. Nope, I'm not going to do that. But yeah, a lot of people do consider it a slur. No Cow Mike says, cisgender is a slur according to Elon Musk. That's true. Cis is considered by some to be a slur. And some people use it as a slur, to be clear, right? $10 from Draven, 1895, to say slurs are bad, except if I use them, then fully justified and forced even. Well, that's the thing about free speech, right? Everyone's a free speech absolutist when it comes to themselves. But when it comes to other people's speech, it gets a little more tricky, right? The real blunt blower says if someone calls someone boy to a POC is indeed a slur. Mantis says, Mantis gets YouTube censored a lot. Do you get YouTube censored a lot? I don't really get censored that much. I've been censored before, but I don't usually get censored too much. Twitch's censor bot or whatever, the auto mod thing that we have, it's very tricky, right, with words that it auto mods, and I have to either allow or deny. It can be very finicky, and I'm always having to allow stuff that I don't think is a big deal, right? I'm trying to think of an example off the top of my head, but if someone was like, oh, that person's pissy, that would probably be flagged by the auto mod if I don't allow it, I should say. The real blunt blower says cis is an identifier. Yes, and any identifier can be used as a slur if you want to, right? Like if you try hard enough, man, you can use white as a slur. If I have heard people call other people white, and my God, the way that they were using the term, absolutely it gets into slur territory. Absolutely. I'm like, oh my God, they said white with the hard R. What is going on? No Cow Mike says Trump slurs a lot, but it's probably Adderall related. Fair enough. I guess my question though, and raise your hand. Can I get a ones in chat? Can I get ones in chat if you've ever, and I'm not talking, okay, let's do this. Ones in chat if you've ever used the N-word. If you've ever used the N-word, I'm not talking call someone it, right? Just use that word. If you've ever spoken it aloud, whether be singing to your favorite song or just reading To Kill a Mockingbird or anything like that. Ones in chat, please. Okay, I see you guys. I see you. Brothers and sisters in arms. Twitch is very scared to press ones, but YouTube's going crazy with the ones here. Okay. Portland is burning says, I'm from the goddamn Counter-Strike OG lobby days. I won't be answering this question. Fair enough. Purity is pressing all the ones. $10 from Lawson Harrison's. Would you like to hear my ninja story? I would like to hear your ninja story, as long as you don't say the word out loud in my my call-ins. But jump backstage, because I too have a N-word story. I said it at the end of last night's show, but some of you weren't there for it, right? And I wanted to kind of talk about it today, and so I'm going to tell you all my N-word story. Are you discussing why you think slurs are funny? Sometimes slurs are funny. Yes. Sometimes they can be funny. Is that inappropriate to say? Maybe. Why do we think slurs matter so much to people? What makes a difference between a slur and simply an insult? Like if I wanted to call someone an idiot, almost Noah would say idiot is a slur, right? Idiot is used widely. I don't think of any app or anything that censors it. Yet it's a pretty bad insult, right? Why is that not a slur? And why is the N-word a slur, right? Why is idiot not a slur? It's an insult, and the N-word is a slur. Do you guys know? Testicle Johnson says he knows. But let's bring on Lawson Harrison, and let's bring on Testicle Johnson, and we can talk about it. Hey, what's up, my homies?
Hey, what up, my snow N-word?
What up?
Don't. Okay,
sorry.
no actual slurs on my. I like my monetization. And we are on Twitch today, so we're not going to be using the slurs in this. At least I'm not, right? And no one without a cam is going to use those slurs as well. But I want to hear your story, okay, Lawson Harrison. First of all, you said you have a ninja story. Tell us your story, please.
So, yeah, I won't say that. Can you hear me all right, by the way? I'm at work.
You're cutting out a little.
Okay. So I was getting, the one time I called a black person the hard R to their face.
What?
Was,
okay.
what, well, what? This is the story.
Tell your story. I'm curious, but I didn't think it was that story, but go ahead.
The one time I did that was to a guy who was robbing me at gunpoint a long time ago. Now, to be fair, I was engaged in seedy activity in my youth, so I mean, kind of came with the territory. But yeah, I did it because I was angry and drunk and stupid, and I didn't think he was actually gonna shoot me. So I did that just to aggravate him.
So he had a gun on you.
Yeah. And I said, shoot me, ninja. That's what I said. So
Man,
anyway,
you're still alive,
obviously
I guess.
Well, yeah, because obviously he didn't shoot me. You know, he didn't even end up robbing me technically, because yeah. But later, like that night, I went to meet up with friends and tell them what happened. And you know, I have I'm gonna say the meme. I have black friends, and I told them what happened. I was like, man, I feel kind of bad because I called him the hard R, and one of my black friends said, well, it sounds like he was acting like it. And I thought that was hilarious. So yeah, I don't know. They weren't mad at me for it because, yeah. What are your thoughts?
So first of all, look, guy has a gun on you. That takes some balls, okay, to call him a slur. I get it, right?
Don't confuse bravery with stupidity. Continue.
Yeah, no, it was the most retarded thing you probably could have done in that situation. But it's just so audacious in the fact that you weren't hurt afterwards. Me, they could be like, okay, damn, right? Testicle Johnson, what do you think? If someone if someone was holding a gun on you, is it ever okay to call someone a slur? Let me ask you that, Testy.
Sure. If I just want to say before because I was just chilling backstage, I was like, oh, he'll pull us in one by one, and then you pull me in for that story, and I'm like, I can't follow that, and also it's insane that you would tell that story in public, because it's just so outlandish. But to answer your question, Wick, yeah, I think it's totally acceptable to use slurs. I'm, like everybody says, copy the Destiny take type thing, but like, because slur discourse is like cyclical. It's like everything else. But I do believe that it's fine in private. I think slurs become a problem when you're directed them at somebody, like at their intended target. I think if it's amongst friends or it's not being used in a malicious way, I find humor in it most of the time. So yeah, I don't have a problem with it. But yeah, it's also not like language for civilized society. Like I don't think you should be saying them in public, even casually, even if it's amongst friends. It's
What if
probably
it?
just
What if someone's done something terrible, right? Like
yeah,
mugged you, held you at gunpoint. Do you think
Well,
it's
yeah,
yeah,
like
okay?
I was just gonna say this. I absolutely was trying to be malicious, but
Yeah.
not racist. I just was looking for the easiest, jab I could make at this guy to piss him off, and that's obviously the go-to.
yeah. My line for this is basically if somebody if you're at a point where you have no respect for somebody and you've completely disregarded them or like dehumanized them to that point where you don't care about them, you don't care about their opinion, you don't care about their life, blah blah blah. Then yeah, words are words, and if you're intending to hurt somebody, then I do kind of feel like everything is on the table. Whatever you know about him or anything that as Lawson kind of said, he was trying to get the screws in, and he went to the go-to of what he thought would make the guy mad, and yeah, if you're at that point with somebody, I do think that it's not
Yeah, I don't.
like we should
That was
fight our baser instincts. I
that
don't
was the
think it's
stupidest thing because they like look, regardless of whether or not like you should have said it right morally or whatever. Making someone who has a gun drawn on you mad is a bad idea.
Yeah.
yeah, I
Acknowledge
can.
that.
That's an easy bullet for me to bite, no pun intended.
Like, no matter what you would have done, like, if they have a gun drawn on you and they're pointing at you, you try not to make them angry unless you know they're going to shoot anyway and you're trying to get them to miss and, like, get so angry that they just mess up, right? But even that's a fucking Hail Mary. That's a long shot, right? And, yeah.
Yeah,
Oof.
I didn't really address your story specifically to like put it for clarity from my own perspective. Yeah, I think that's probably like the dumbest thing I've ever heard someone do. It's
Thank you.
absolutely insane. Yeah.
Hmm. Now here's a question. Is it is it morally acceptable, right? Regardless of the wisdom of it, right? Is it morally acceptable? Let's look at Lawson's situation here, okay? Gun was drawn on him. Say that he just shot his friend, okay? Shot him dead, right? Lawson's friend's just been shot dead, right? And
Black friend or white friend?
either one
I'm
doesn't
just
matter.
kidding.
Okay,
Continue.
it doesn't matter for the purposes of the hypothetical. Okay. Um, they're gonna shoot you. You know they're gonna shoot you. Is it morally acceptable to call them the N-word?
I mean, if we're getting to the point of life or death, yeah, I feel like say whatever the fuck you want. If
What can be
that's where we're
neutral
at.
also?
Sure. What if
I
what if it's not a life and death? What if after he shot his friend, the police came and got him, right? Is it okay to call him that as he's being driven away in the cop car or whatever?
uh y- yeah,
Just killed your friend.
my general thing on this is that like there are like we've all I'm sure 99% of us have said things in anger that we don't necessarily that there are things you'll say in anger, sometimes things you can't take back, which is why it's best not to speak in anger. But if your friend was literally just killed, I'm sure you would at least be a little bit annoyed by that. So yeah, I don't think something said in like a fit of rage because again, I don't necessarily like. It's kind of what I think Lawson alluded to. It's like, you're not doing it in like a racist way, or in like that's not the intention of the word in that moment. The intention is just because you're angry and you're expressing your displeasure. You're not having all this baggage that's normally attached to this stuff when people are using these words and like in the back rooms and stuff. Like I feel like there's a different implication.
Sure.
So that's my like
So
overly complicated answer.
for you,
Yeah.
Testicle Johnson, it's okay to use slurs if it's not in a racist way.
Yeah, essentially. I mean, that's kind of what we were talking about
Okay.
earlier, where it's like if you're joking amongst friends,
Or
or if it's
singing
like,
along to your favorite song or whatever, right?
yeah, yeah, I have no problem. I mean, again, I'm not black, so like I honestly don't give a fuck about the whole like gatekeeping of the stuff either. But yeah, I'm not gonna admonish somebody for like saying the N word in a rap, like singing along to a rap song. Like I won't blink. It doesn't phase me. But it probably also depends on your social setting. Like certain people have friends where these words might get tossed around a little bit more often.
Sure.
Other people just may never hear these words in conversation. Like it's just not in their wheelhouse. So yeah, I think it's like it's a cop out maybe, but it's like everything. It's context dependent, right?
I getcha. Man, my N-word story pales in comparison.
Yeah,
It's
I
just
was
not
told
as
like
good.
like, I
It's
can't
just
follow
not as
that.
good. But like, so some of you who've watched me a while probably have heard this story, but I'll tell the story anyway. You guys can tell me what you think.
Well, I
Okay?
gotta get back. I gotta get back
Oh
to
yeah,
work, bud.
Lawson.
So I appreciate
Thank
it.
you for
But
the story.
also, my other question is it morally okay that he robbed me just because I robbed him the day before? But think about that. I'll catch you later. I'm just kidding. Bye.
I don't know if he's just kidding.
Yeah, I don't know what part of that was the joke. Which part is he joking about?
That's another conundrum. No. I'm going to go my gut says not okay unless you're trying to get your stuff back. It really depends. I don't what? Oh, okay. Back to the train of thought that I was on before that derailed me at the station.
He
here.
got you. He got you at the end
He
there.
did
Yeah.
get me at the end. Good job on you, Lawson Harrison. You got me at the end. You took me out. Um if okay. Here's my story. I'll tell you my story. And you guys can tell me if you judge me for this, okay? I was in 5th grade. So I was like, what? 10? I forget how old I was in 5th grade, right? But young. I was a young guy. I was in English class. I think it was English, may have been social studies. And we were learning about racism, okay? And it was like kind of like a racism day, right? Where we learn about the history of racism or whatever. The teacher was white. I remember that. She was younger. And she asked us, the class, right? She asked us this question. Okay, what are some racist words that you know? Okay, what are some racist words that you know? Well, ladies and gentlemen, I knew some racist words. And so I said them. I said all the racist words that I knew. And within that was the hard R N word. I just said it. She got very angry at me. And she sent me to the principal's office, and I got in trouble. I think I had to spend a day in detention. I am still kind of salty about that. I'm still kind of mad.
Yeah,
Because
that's entrapment.
I felt trapped. I felt tricked
100%,
into
yeah.
it. Like, you asked a question, I answered your question.
This
What
was
do you
also
want?
your first lesson about women in general.
True.
Yeah, there's
Tricky,
you know,
tricky, sneaky,
yeah, you don't.
sneaky.
Yeah, they get it out of you, but they find the curving road to get there, right? Huh.
Yeah, look, if she had been something like don't say it, but just give me just raise your hand if you know, that'd be different, but she didn't. I remember her she asked what were the racist words that we knew, and I just told her. And I just answered the question. And I think that kind of ties into the discussion in and of itself, right? because later on when Lethy Waterkai and Edo Quinn get here, we're going to listen to Richard Lowry. Do you know who he is?
I don't believe so. No. Who is he?
So he's a pretty right wing guy. Okay. Rich Lowry. I don't know if it's actually Richard or not or what, but he was in a discussion recently, right, on TV, and do you guys want to hear it real quick?
Yeah, I can. I can also dip out of here if you like. If or,
No, you can.
I'm just
It's
keeping
up
you
to
company.
you. You can
Yeah,
stay.
yeah, yeah. I'll keep you company till you whatever gets going.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I want you to listen to what he said. Okay. And I want you to
Okay.
tell me, right? Because he's in hot water over this. And so
Oh,
give
if
me
it's.
a second.
Oh, I might know the clip. Okay. Let's see where this is going.
Okay. Here we go. We're gonna listen.
Complain about Haitian migrants taking geese. Complain about Haitian migrants.
What do we think, gang? Was that a oopsie slip of the tongue? Or did he say the word?
I mean, so because I have seen this. I think it's clearly a Freudian slip. Like, obviously, in that moment, he didn't intend to say that word. Having said that, you know, like usually with Freudian slips, like the words in your vocabulary for it to slip out. That's all I'm saying. So, yeah, to me that sounds, 90%, 95% of the way there. I don't know about other people.
Should he be getting in trouble for it? He clearly didn't intend to say it, right? It wasn't something that he meant to say. Clearly, right?
Yeah, and he didn't use it maliciously in that moment. I mean, I don't know, but you say he's kind of right wing. I'm guessing he was
Yeah, he's
shitting on
pretty right
Haitians or
wing.
something.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like, I'm of two minds about that. Like, this is kind of, I'm also the perpetual fence sitter, so take it with a grain of salt. But like, yeah, for all the reasons you mentioned, it is a mistake. But at the same time, it's like we sort of like you're. Like, I'm guessing this guy, to some degree, he's on the news. He's in some degree a public figure, and so if you're a public figure, you're conducting yourself in a certain way day to day, like even just basic media training. I don't know. I feel like I can't really give you a pass for fucking up this bad.
So this is his defense, okay? This is
Okay.
what he says. He says, so Andy McCarthy, which is, I guess, his buddy, right? During this controversy, he said this: ridiculous. Rich Lowry, obviously got crossed up between immigrants and migrants. Started mispronouncing migrants with short I. Instantly corrected himself with no embarrassment because it was patently a mispronunciation. Jeez. He himself quote tweeted that and says this: yes, this is exactly what happened. I began to mispronounce the word migrants and caught myself halfway through. Do we buy this?
Migrants and immigrants. Those are the two
Like,
words he's saying he mixed up?
Yes, and
Okay.
the short I versus the long I.
Short
I hesitate. I'm not going to attempt to recreate the mispronunciation, right? But we can all imagine in our heads, right? Maybe
That's exactly
if you're
what
at home
I'm trying to
alone, do it to
Yeah.
yourself. See if you can replicate it, right? But
That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to do that in my head right now, and I still cannot connect those dots of like that type of like. Okay,
like
you're saying that
immigrants
he both
without
mispronounced
the
the
M.
word and he said the wrong
Immigrants
word.
without
Is what
the
he's
M,
saying.
right?
Yeah, yeah.
Could kind of sound like that. If I'm being the best faith possible, if I'm
yeah.
giving all the charity I can, this is
The only
at
thing.
least.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, this at least makes a sort of sense, right?
Yeah, the only thing I would give in that favor, because we are being hyper, like critic. I was gonna say a different word, but since we're analyzing this, this 2 seconds of this guy's life. I would say that him not being embarrassed, like there was no shock on his face, and he did kind of just continue on with what he was saying. Like it didn't seem. I mean, we can look at it again. Maybe it didn't seem like there was an awareness of like, oh, I fucked up and I said this word. So I mean, that lends a little bit of credence that if he just, because if it was just a slip of like, oh, I mispronounced that, you would just think, oh, I tripped up. I gotta keep going and then recover. You wouldn't be thinking like, oh shit, I just said a slur. So yeah, I
Well,
don't
let's
know.
watch again.
Plot thickens. Yeah, let's do it.
Let's watch his reaction, okay? And it's not the longest clip, right? But we can see what he, right? Pay attention to his facial features and stuff.
complain about Haitian migrants taking geese.
Doesn't seem to have phased him much. Maybe he's just unexpressive, though. I don't know if this is enough.
Yeah, maybe like half a smirk, but I don't even. Yeah, he didn't seem like regretful in that moment. And even if you're like an uber racist, if you said like if you're like representing the cause and you're whatever, like you got these ulterior motives, like you would probably still have some sort of more traumatic reaction if you're on live TV and you're like painfully aware that this is going out to like millions of people. So yeah, you know what? I don't want to just give him a pass because I have no idea who this guy is. Like, I don't know what his history is. Like, maybe maybe this is just par for the course. But I'm willing to say, you know what? Everybody gets one. All right.
Everyone
Wick, you
gets
get one.
one. You get
You
one.
get one. Just
Okay.
choose it wisely.
Fair
And
enough. I'm
just bank
saving
it.
mine. Okay.
Yeah.
You know for when.
Yeah, I
Sonsel,
can't give an
what
N-word
are
pass.
you
Rabbit
linking
brings
to
up
me
a good
here?
point. Don't take my word for this.
Sonsel, what is this link? A moment. Oh, is my no
This is insane. I saw this earlier.
state of the
Is this
race.
real?
Mark Robinson prawn chat leaks. I'm a black Nazi, but I censored Nazi.
Yeah.
That's what he said. Mark Robinson, right? That's another topic, though, right?
But I mean, that he did use a slur, though. I mean, there were
there were slurs in
say slurs.
his
Yeah.
the various breeds, but yeah, that's
Was that actually your title?
yes, that was the title.
I don't know how I just found that out today, dude. That's so funny.
It was on yesterday's. What is that wrong? Like, should I not do that?
No, it's just clearly with the stars. Like nobody thinks that word is Nazi.
So this is
Like,
important, right? This is important because this actually goes into the topic of today. Given that I'm telling you, it wasn't a slur. Nazi, I guess. I don't think Nazi's a slur. Do we consider Nazi a slur? I don't think.
no, I don't.
Okay,
I don't
Nazi,
think so.
right? And I aspirated, right, which means I put the stars after the N. Okay, so if you're just glancing by, a racial slur might be implied. Might. Is that condemnable? Simply not saying it, not having it be a thing, but that someone might think of it if they see what I write, even though I only write one letter and then aspirated symbols afterwards. Is that enough to get me in trouble? It's enough for Sonsel to have questions. I think he's trolling, right? But there are people I know who would say, that's beyond the pale. How dare you? Right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't give a shit. I mean, you have the defense of saying, hey, you used the correct amount of stars, right? So you're like, well, how, what other word could it be? So, you have the plausible deniability, but it's not obvious, because yes, you're right. When I first saw that, I was laughing my ass off, because I was like, there's no way. But, and even just the quote itself is if he did say that would just be such a crazy thing.
He did.
But,
I mean,
yeah, I don't think people should get in trouble for like the implication of racism. It's almost
but
like
in that case,
yeah.
right? What's the difference between that and someone, let's say he did mispronounce a word and almost say the N-word on accident, right? Should he get in trouble?
So trouble, like from I don't know if
like,
he's employed by
face
somebody or
repercussions in his because well
like
let me just
social
ask you
repercussions
this.
or
Say
like
he
yeah,
just
okay.
said it. He was
Right.
unapologetic. He went on the news and he dropped the
And he just
hard
threw it out there?
R. He just said it and he's like, yeah, I said it. Who in my audience presses ones if you think he should face repercussions in his career for that? Hit 1 in the chat if you think he should. Hit 2 if not, right? One's in chat if you think, assuming he just comes out and he hard R's it, unapologetic. Yeah, I said it. What are you going to do about it, bitch? Right? One's if he should be held accountable, whether that be fired, fined, put on leave of absence. I don't know, right? or 2, if nothing should happen. Once in my Twitch chat and a mix in my YouTube
YouTube.
chat.
Interesting.
Interesting.
I can split the hair really quickly because I think that when we say should there be like consequences or repercussions or any of these other types of or any of these other adjectives like these some sort of negative outcome or something. Um, I think that's kind of beyond your control. Like there's the whole you can
No,
was it
if you
it's
were his boss, okay, you were
if
his
yeah,
boss.
okay, so let's say he
Would
works for a
you
media
do
company
anything?
and
Would you
like
fire him or put him on a leave of absence or dock his pay, whatever, right?
I if it was me personally, like if I'm making the call, I
Yeah.
don't think so. However, I can this is a bit of a wormy answer, so I'll just cop to that straight up. I understand from like a business's perspective if they it's the rule by mob, right? It's like you're giving in to the mob. And so if you're getting tons of tweets or you run a business and you're getting tons of like negative attention from that because of one person, I think it's a smart business decision to distance yourself from that. And so I don't feel it as like, oh, they should stand by him or all these things. Like, whatever. Context is king. But at the same time, I don't, I wouldn't like shed a tear for that. I would feel it's inappropriate if it was truly an accident. So like, as the situation stands as it is right now, where there is, I would agree, some level of ambiguity of like, I don't know. I wouldn't feel comfortable if he like lost his job because of this. I don't think that would be okay. Uh, but again, the rule by
And
mob, like people are.
even if he said the like hard R, he was
Oh,
just going
sorry.
around
In your
saying it.
example, I totally forgot we were
Yeah.
talking the
He's just
hypothetical.
going
No,
around calling
if
people the N-word,
no,
like those
I'm
Haitian
sorry. I
N-words,
answered the wrong
right? And
question.
he's just saying it.
Yeah,
You
no,
would feel
then
uncomfortable if you lost his job because of that?
yeah, no, then I would be fine with it. Then I'd be like, you did this to yourself. Like, what did you expect would happen? Like all these
Okay.
types of things. It's like you brought this on yourself. You're if you're employed, you're not just representing yourself, right? You're representing other people, like who yeah. So I'd be like, yeah, throw them under the bus. Like if they made their bed, they can lie in it.
To the
I would be
wolves,
fine
right?
with that. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, to an extent, because it's like yeah, it's not just you that you have to think about in that moment. It's not just about your freedom of speech and you're this and that. It's like no, you're shitting on a lot of people that work to get you in that position to be able to do it. So it's like you're kind
Fair
of
enough.
spitting in their faces.
But your answer changes if it's the situation we have now, where it isn't clear he said it. It's look, it sounds like it. It really does.
It really
But
does. But
his explanation isn't entirely without merit.
yeah, and just because of the way that the internet works, this guy is probably having his whole past like dissected. Like people are trying to find other evidence of racism
Sure.
or other bigoted things that he may have said. They're trying to build the case against him, right? If this is literally like a one-off of like maybe he holds like a lot of staunch nationalist ideas or these certain things, but like and again, I don't know who this person is. I don't know what their personal life, their media,
Sure.
all this, their views, all these other things. So I could be talking out my ass. But yeah, if it's like a one-off and it's not like this is a repeated thing or this isn't something that he's known for, all these other things, like I think all of that should be taken into account. But I think a lot of people just the reaction feels good, right? You're just like, this person did a bad thing. We're allowed to shit on them now. I think that's the default for most people. They probably saw this 4-second clip. I think
Majin, hold
it's how
on.
long it is.
Majin, get backstage. Jump in. You're welcome. We're just waiting for
Yeah,
my actual guests.
I don't even know how I ended up here, to be honest. I was originally coming on to just define like what is a slur. Like we
Yeah.
should drill that down first. But then
And Doobie, I
it
see
took
you in
a
chat
turn.
too. So if you want to jump in for a little bit and talk about it, you're more than welcome.
Yeah,
Doobie
I'm
says
the.
this, and I
Go ahead.
find this kind of this is an interesting stance. Doobie says if they punish him, they're admitting he fucked up. Given that this was clearly just him mixing up some words, it's not worth punishing, to be honest. Now, again, I don't know if it's clearly that he's mixing up some words, but there is a level of you were admitting culpability in a sense, right?
You're giving into the mob. Yeah.
If you're not siding with your employee, but you're siding with those who are going against him, right? And I
Yeah.
don't know if you should as a company, right? Like if you're I'm just thinking if I was this guy's boss, okay? I'd have a talking to him about elucidating, right, what he says in further conversations, right? I'd probably talk with him, right, about this and say this can't happen again. You can't have this kind of mess up again. But I would take him at his word, right? I would take him at his word, and again, assuming there wasn't any other incidences this in his past, I think that would probably be the appropriate way to go, right?
Yeah, I think that's like the measured approach. And if we're talking from a business perspective, then yeah, I feel like you'd sit them down. We're You're going to release a statement. We're going to release a statement. We're going to be on the same page, and this is what you're going to do. This is how we're going to move forward. Like have that conversation. But I know that feels like a very soulless process, but that's just the way companies work, right? Like,
Rabid
yeah,
Wombat says his boss has already said, I don't want no N words on my network before, but in a different context.
you know, Rabbit. Wait, his boss said that, so he didn't say that. Interesting. So are we doing guilt by
I think
association?
Rabbit
Is
is
that?
making a joke.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I think this is a joke. No Cow Mike says, important question, how many black friends does Rich Lowry have? I don't know. I really don't. Maybe Rich Lowry thought immigrant was a worse slur than the N-word?
I mean, I'm looking up his Wikipedia. It's pretty thin. Like this is probably going to be his the thing that he's known for, unfortunately. But yeah, I don't know. He seems like a conservative. I don't see anything. I don't see any immediate red flags, but
Yeah, but you kind of
um
have to fire him if you're going to punish him. Doobie's right again, I think, on this, right? Because if you admit he said the N-word live on air, right, by giving him punishment for it, and it's anything short of firing it, now you're the company that employs the racist guy.
yeah, and in certain contexts, in certain circles, probably people wouldn't give a shit. You know what I mean? Like, I just speaking honestly, like depending on, I don't know if you're part of OAN or maybe a certain subset of Fox or something. If you said something like that, people would probably be infinitely charitable, and they'd be like, you know what, we all make mistakes, but we're gonna stand by. Like, there's ways of twisting this into a narrative of a branding thing.
Yeah, and now
So
we're now
yeah,
now remember we're talking about, and at least I'm talking about the world that is, right? Not how I want it to be, not how I think it should be, but the world as it is. And if I'm a business owner, the world as it is, I think the move is either stick with your man, accept his explanation, move forward, or fire the guy and don't accept his explanation. And that's for the company to decide. Boring bonging stuff. Thank you for
aren't those the
the
only two options?
2-month subscription. I think those are the two
Well,
options
what
I
what
would
would
have.
you do, Wick? Because you asked me what I would do. I kind
Sure.
of
Yeah, well,
but
I
what?
would. Like I told you, I would probably accept him as at his word, right?
Okay,
Assuming there's
there's no
nothing else
history
in
of
his
it. And,
past
yeah, yeah.
that, right?
Okay.
If this is a first offense, I'm not firing the guy. I'm going to be like, nope. My guy said he mixed up his words. He mixed up his words. I'm loyal like that to my employees. Okay, I will
Yeah,
stand
there's a
by
way
you
you
if
could
you need
spin
it.
it to like even look good. Well, not maybe good's the wrong word, but yeah. And as you know, I memed about it, but yeah, it's kind of like yeah, everybody gets one, all right. Like who hasn't said some dumb stuff? I don't think I've ever, I don't think I've ever had that Freudian
Not
slip.
even with a
But
gun pulled on you? Gang, for those of you who missed Lawson's story earlier,
I can't get
when he
over that.
came on to tell us about how the time he was held at gunpoint by a black person and then called them the hard R, that was one of the most amazing stories that I've ever heard. So,
I was
um,
not ready for that. Yeah.
it was one of the most amazing stories I've ever heard. Why would you ever do that? That's the stupidest thing. I'm surprised he's still alive, honestly, right? It probably shocked the guy so much. They're like, did this white boy just call me the N-word hard R when I was holding him at gunpoint? I mean, like, there's some shock value to that, I guess. But, wow. Wow.
So what's the plan for today, Wick? You said
Well,
you had some people
yeah,
coming on
7
in a bit.
o'clock, we're going to have Edo Quinn. So in about 10 minutes, we're going to have Edo Quinn coming on. Then about 30 minutes after that, Letty Waterkai will come on. And they're going to talk
Nice,
to me about
lovely.
their feelings on slurs and things like that. Majin wants to come in too, so we'll probably let him in. Majin. Hello. buddy, pal.
There.
What you got for us, brother? We can't hear you if you're talking. You got push to talk or something?
He's got to be having mic issues. I've never heard.
He says he's
Majin
still
not
connecting. Yeah.
All right.
Oh,
Yeah.
here he is. Here he is.
There he
Okay.
Discord was wildin'.
What are your thoughts, man? Did you hear
Yeah.
the guy
Did.
mispronounce the word? What do you think?
Yeah,
Did he say it?
yo, he said that. He absolutely. How do you get the N word out of migrant?
You got a camera for us today?
Yeah, I'll turn it.
Okay, sweet.
Actually, I'll let you. I know you have everything going on soon. I'll quietly slip out the back here.
Testing,
but,
always a pleasure.
Yeah. Good seeing you, Majin. Yeah. Cheers.
What's up, Testy?
So
should've-
yeah, what do you think should happen to the guy? Do you think they should fire him? What are your thoughts here?
Yeah, absolutely. Even I guess he got right before that saying that like they were eating dogs or something.
Yeah, he was doing they were
briefly-
talking about the Haitian stuff, right? In the Springfield, Ohio, right? That whole rumor that was going around.
Yo, bro, it's not that hard. We live in it's 2024. I think we all have this in the front of our heads, but like even me navigating on the internet in certain places and yada yada,
You just gotta
hesitate saying that soft day.
It's just in your head, ready to go.
No, like I said, I'll be places and I'll say the soft day and then I have to pause. You know what I'm saying? But like, oh, maybe I shouldn't. You know, so yeah, I think it's quite easy not to say that word. So he had to be feeling a certain type of way. He must have had one Haitian person, the guy, in his head when he said that word. An image popped up, and he was talking about that individual right there. He'd been wanting to call that dude the N word with the hard R for weeks, and he got it out.
Ice Beans, welcome to the chat. We're talking about slurs today. What's your favorite slur, Ice Beans? Don't type it, please, in chat. But if you want to come on for a few minutes, Slur Beans Raid, thank you for the raid. 15 lovely new. Dare I say it? Yeah, am I gonna say it? Am I gonna say it? You don't know.
Bray, listen, I don't even want to say it for you. That's crazy.
Wickas.
Oh,
I'll use the soft A.
man.
Wickas. Okay, new Wickas.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
There we go.
Right.
Yeah, that works.
That's what we got. Okay. Yeah. Here, look. I get it. That sometimes you're mispronouncing words. So, did you hear? This was something I saw a while ago, years ago, actually. There was a young Chinese boy. Okay. Now, if you know Chinese, Mandarin at least, they have like a different word for I'm not gonna say it, but it sounds just like the N word. It does. Soft A.
You know,
But it sounds just like that. It's two words. It's ni, and then there's the end.
yeah,
of
knee,
that,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
And so there's this video of this. They're in KFC or Subway or something like that, and this kid can't be more than 6 years old, okay? And his mom speaking Mandarin to him, trying to get what he wants, right? And there's this black lady right in front of him, okay, in line, okay? And this kid just keeps saying the Chinese equivalent of over and over again. And the black lady's just eyeballing this guy, this 6-year-old boy, just
like, what is your kid
like,
doing?
what are you doing, right? Like, just eyeballing him hard. And it's just this thing where, like,
I would be in there. I would be at the like, what the fuck did he just say?
even the and this is my problem here, and I do have a problem with this. Even almost saying it, right? Even not even quite saying it. Even if you just might have said it, you get in so much. There's so much of a social cost and sometimes a professional cost to this, right?
It's kind of a exposing yourself, right? Because if it's so easy to come off like as a mistake, right? It means you're saying it more often than you should. You know what I'm
I
saying?
don't.
Like,
I think in some cases, yes. In some cases, yes. But I can imagine, even if this context isn't one of them, right? I can imagine contexts in which it would be okay to say the N-word, even hard R.
hey
I
man,
think
I'm
if
on the
you're
Donald
reading,
Glover train that everybody should be able to say it at some point in time. We might lose some of you white folks in the process, but you know, it's for our overall better good.
like if, for
So we got
example, would you give someone an issue if they are in a movie about the slavery era, right? And
Mhm.
it's in the script. They're the slave owner. This is what they call their slaves. So, as
Listen,
an actor
I'm a,
in the year 2024, they're just dropping that hard R, right? During
uh,
the movie. Is that racist?
no.
No.
Actor in a movie
Yeah.
saying it? No, fuck no.
Okay. So it's fine.
I mean, he might be able to be portraying somebody that
Yeah.
may be a racist, but that's
But
fine.
he shouldn't
And
face
hell,
any
me
social
personally,
consequence for that or anything,
if
right?
me and you were in a conversation, right, and
Mhm.
we were debating the N word, right, and you say it in a like we're conversating about it, like, well, you know, as an example,
So,
wouldn't
like
be mad
now,
about
you saying I can say it right now just because we're talking about it?
it. I'm not getting clipped, given with the N word.
But we're talking about it, right? You just said that, right? That if we're discussing it, it's okay to say it.
Not on stream.
Well, yeah, because this is Twitch, and I'm not gonna lose my channel,
True.
right? But that
True.
there have been
But
people,
yeah,
right, who have gotten in trouble and even gotten fired because they just referenced the word. They said it as a reference to something that had
Joe
happened.
Rogan was able to get away with it.
True.
Mm,
Sometimes you
you know,
can,
oh,
but Joe
and he was
Rogan's a
having a
powerful
conversation
man.
about it.
Okay.
True.
Joe Rogan's a powerful man with a lot of followers, right? But the average everyday person, right? I don't think they can get away with it. Destiny can
Let's
get away
see.
with it. Yeah, he can.
He got away with it. He sure the fuck did. I don't think he should be one of the people that get away with it, but he got away with it. Hmm. Yeah, yeah. In most places, like unless you got a hella charisma, like you accept it. I think Eminem could get away with saying the N word.
You
You know
think
what
he
I'm
can?
saying?
What about you, Audacity?
I'm beholden to the Gillis rule.
What's the Gillis rule?
You know, being racist is a lot like being hungry, you know, but a cheeseburger could cut you off in traffic. And then you might want to say a few things. You've never seen the Gillis bit where he's talking about being racist is like being hungry?
No.
You weren't hungry all day.
And
Oh my
then just
god.
see how you gonna have to send a link or something, man.
Oh my god. Yeah, I do. Hold on. Jesus. How have you not seen that? He's your boy. He's
my
from your
boy.
town.
What do you? I don't. What? Quinn, how are you, sir?
Hello.
Quinn.
Hey, what's up, brother?
Oh, you
Man,
know,
every-
the huge.
You know, we went live a little early because I was bored, right? And we're getting
Happens.
everyone's minds ready for what we're about to drop. Okay, we're getting everyone's.
We're gonna drop the word. Are we gonna say it? Are we gonna say it?
Not without your cam on.
There. You're such a-
Okay, we got to make sure. I'm
I got
trying
you.
to. I'm trying to figure
I am
out.
melanated. Melanated, confirmed.
Oh, that's why Wick wanted me to turn on my camera because
Yes.
he knows I use that shit with impunity.
Yes.
Listen, I don't actually. That's one of the things I want to talk about because that's a bullshit double standard, man. That is racist. That's a racist double standard. I don't like it.
Do you
Sent
think
it to
that I
you,
should be
Wick.
able to say it?
Yeah.
I'm getting the
Oh.
power.
Like I'll put it to you like this. I'll put it to you like this. Either nobody says it, or everybody says it, and I think that is just common sense. Like that's just like true egalitarian equality. These weird double standards around a number of things kind of defame all of us. And like, there's also just this the genie is out of the bottle kind of thing. I often say the N word is not like the K word. No one says the K word. And if you say the K word,
Took me a
we can
minute to
pattern
even
match.
know what the K word was. I got it now, but it took me a
Ketamine?
minute.
Yeah, yeah. It rhymes with anyway. But no. So the
Hike?
K word. Yeah. Take a hike. Um,
Yeah.
Ride a bike.
It's not a
so.
word I like.
yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
uh.
Same. Not a fan.
Bars,
Big
bro.
not a fan.
Rollins is gonna be mad
My
that we
family
stealing
back
all of his
east
rapping.
my family back east who are of the tribe are also not fans. But that's the thing, if you do the crude pattern matching of like, if you say this word, you're a bad person, like that actually works with the K word. It doesn't work with the N word. It doesn't work even with the R word. It doesn't even work with the F slur. This is the thing. It's like, oh, if you said this word, you're a bad person. Really? Really? Context does not matter. It's in rap songs. We say it all
I
the fucking
think
time.
to kind of give you some pushback on it, eventually I would love to live in a world that we can all say the N word, but I think when we get to that, it's more of a thing we should use that to show that we're all one people and we're unified. But in 2024,
We are.
fuck no. Like in 2024, I only have certain people that I'm cool with that have no malice that I know like Wick. I mean, I'm not giving never. Wick, stop it! I'm not getting clipped on giving this man.
look at him chew. He's
I
winding
don't give
up.
out-
He's getting ready.
I
I
He's
don't
got
give
know.
out
his jaw ready.
I don't give out passes. Just to be clear, I don't give out passes. I think that concept is kind of cringe. But I talked to a multi ethnic German guy who said it like best, in my opinion. He said, "I give myself the pass. I'm not racist. I, was not involved in the transatlantic slave trade. Now, of course, don't ask somebody from Germany what happened with the Brandenburg in the 1700s. Don't ask them about that. But leave that aside. Like, he gives himself the pass. And I think that's the way we should do it. It's like, if you want to say the word, just say the word. And you obviously deal with the consequences to some extent. But, like, I'm going to say, like, I don't think in context using the word makes you a bad person. When Dick
No.
Cavett said the word on his show in context, I understood it. So I was back in the 70s, but yeah.
For all we know,
I
Rich
had
could have been
a-
just reading Huck Finn or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
We're doing this now.
I had a,
let's talk about Big Rich.
I had a show of about a year ago at this point. I had two white people, Doobie and Zonia. Okay, those of you who watch me for a while or are familiar with this space probably know who those people are. Right? In that discussion, it was about the N-word specifically, right? And during that discussion, we didn't stream this on Twitch for obvious reasons.
It was on Kick.
Yeah, it was on Kick. To discuss this, they both said the word multiple times. Hard R, soft A, all that, right? In discussing it, and this is to you, Majin, do you think that they did anything wrong?
No.
No. Okay.
Matter of fact, Doobie, God, I know. So, oh, God. I'm going to hear about this on ABE or some shit like this multiple times. And I'm sorry, Doobie. Like, me and Doobie have had conversations on it where he said it, and I'm cool with that. But that also goes back to I know Doobie ain't got no malice in his heart or anything like that towards black people. So
Interesting.
now, let's see here. If who would I mean, that's what got me into that conversation with Destiny, right? Somebody did call me the N-word with the hard R, and I did have a reaction towards that.
But
It
why
really
is that different, right? Why is it, or I guess I should just start by asking both of you, right? Audacity, I'm sorry, I'm not going to ask you this one, right? This
That's
doesn't
fine.
apply to you.
I get it.
Do you feel differently if someone comes up to you and starts just insulting you, like your family, you are a piece of shit, you're a thug, you're everything but the word, right? They're just going at you, right? Does that hit differently if they just say the N-word, just call you hard R, you're a N-word? And why, I guess? Explain to me, a white man, right? Why one will make you feel a certain kind of way, while the other, you might just let it slide. Whoever wants to go first. You're muted,
I'll
buddy.
let you go, Quinn. Yeah.
All right, sorry. I mean, I said that's not for me. I said my position. Like,
Yeah. Okay.
All right,
well,
I guess
then,
I'll take
then
it.
to you, Majin.
It's the red hot button, right? If somebody's trying to figure out like how to piss me off, right? You going after my kid, you're talking about stuff like that, and I'm just trying to avoid it, and I already kind of got it there. Like I get it. You're trying to get me to get mad, to get in my feelings, to maybe assault you and stuff like that, right? And most of the time, especially, I'm a bouncer, right? I do get called the N-word, right? It's really depending on the day. Like, is this dude just that much of an asshole to where like now you press that button, this is not the button to press. You could call me anything. You know what I'm saying? You could throw my name through the mud. You could talk about my kid, talk about my grandma, stuff like that. But you knew not to say this one thing, and you're doing this just because somewhere in your head you assume I'm a black guy, which he's right. I am half black, right? But you're just trying at this point, and I might just reward you for your efforts. You know what I'm saying? Or most of the time, I'll just be like, oh, okay. I see you're just kind of weak. You're weak at talking shit. You know what I'm saying? And you just jump to that word first, and then I'll just insult them back. But
Interesting.
I don't know.
So it just pretty much depends on your mood.
Yeah, it depends on the person, I guess.
Mood. and
Maybe if he
person.
was like a Uber Chad, some prep kid, and
Yeah.
then he said it, and then I'm like, you know what? Fuck you. You need a lesson to be taught to you.
Ice Beans asked a question, and this is for all involved. Can someone explain if I'm missing a context in which the N-word, hard R, can be used in a non-derogatory way? She's not referring to like rapping along with a song or reading something, right? But if in a conversation you can drop the hard R, or someone can drop the hard R, and
hard
it
R is
not be
impossible.
seen as derogatory.
I don't think
in
there's any way.
context.
So
In
you don't think
context,
there's
so I
any
can-
way, but you say context. Give us an example of context, Quinn. where it
Sure.
would
I
be
mean, I
okay.
could be quoting something. I could be, hey, let's talk about my one of my favorite pieces of literature by Mark Twain. Let's talk about
Yeah.
good old N-word Jim, and that was not a soft A on his name. That was a
Yeah.
hard R on that name, and that's literally just you're quoting the text, right? So
Sure, but we're
like,
not talking about
but
like
it's still-
quotes. We're not talking about references. I guess and I'm curious too, if anyone can use it in a way that's just not meant to be racist.
a lot of young new generation like black kids like actively will say the hard R on like playing games, and that shit makes my skin crawl. I don't even like our people saying the hard R. You know what I'm saying? It's just something wrong with that word. Soft A, yeah, everybody should eventually be able to say it, but that hard R, that's a doozy, bruh. That's
I think potentially there's an element of semantics here. I can understand the difference, but I think that for me, what I look at is just like the OGs, and this is the other thing I'll say. I didn't say this earlier. The OGs, some people don't like that phrase. Oh, you're calling me a gangster? I'm not a gangster. How dare you? But the old heads, the people who were born before like proper full, Civil Rights Act or enfranchisement or affirmative action and integration and busing, etc., which is not of us, maybe Wick, but like most of us,
Man, I ain't
most
that
of
old,
us,
but I am 40. I am 40.
yeah,
So.
no, yeah, and I'm 34, about to be 35, but most of us were born basically after a point at which these things don't have that context. So for them, that word does have that context where it's full of hate and they just don't like it and they don't want anybody to say it. OGs will say to me, like, I'm not going around saying game words all the time, just to be clear, but they'll say to me, like, you shouldn't say it, he shouldn't say it, she shouldn't say it, nobody's to say it. People of our generation will do this weird thing where we'll say, like, oh, well, certain people can say it, based off of melanin content. So based on the melanin content, there are people who would say, only one person on camera can say that word. Just for sake of argument right now. Like, and I think it's a weird kind of double standard thing that I don't abide by. But again, I would not
There's
say the
double
word
standards
with impunity.
everywhere, though. Like I said,
Sure,
we
and
can't
they're
say
all
the F
bad.
word. Like
Every
you know
single
what I'm saying? We can't
F slur.
and that
I say
went
the F
from
slur. Not for fun, not all the time, but I've said it before, and I will say it again.
I mean, I said it back in the
Everybody-
90s and early 2000s.
Just to be clear, not on my show right now, but fair enough.
Oh yeah, no.
I mean,
I respect you, Wick. It's all good, but like that's what I mean, right? That's a rule. That's a TOS rule. That's a Wick rule. Fair enough.
Right.
I don't need to say hateful slurs, right? I don't need to say slurs in general. I need to say gamer words. But
context
this thing of like,
is evolving.
yeah, context is evolving. But like this thing of like, well, who gets to say it is based off of identity is a stupid standard. It's a dumb standard. It's an R-worded standard, and I don't agree with it.
You can't say
Oh,
retard.
no, there's a lot
I'm
of those
okay with
standards. Yeah, there's a lot of standards that are based off of people's looks. You know, because you come from
They're
a certain
retarded.
region and stuff like
That's
that.
a
But
retarded standard.
that's just the human way. You know what I'm saying? We could go to every country and find an example of this. All right, this is not just some stupid American thing or a stupid black people are stupid for doing
Could,
this shit. It's
Could
everywhere.
Kamala Harris say the word?
No,
Of course.
So,
What the
you know,
fuck?
yes.
Said no.
that's a
Said no.
joke.
You give
I'm
Kamala the
joking.
pass. Majin.
Oh, are you actually struggling with this, Majin?
I guess she could say it. I think Kamala Harris hates black people, so you know it's one of them things. That
Why he
truancy,
thinks
that
he hates
truancy,
black people.
that truancy bill was a nasty and that only affected
Oh,
poor
okay.
and disenfranchised. You
Oh,
know what I'm
okay,
saying?
okay.
But there's a few things out there. I'm like, all right, Kamala, who you really trying to help here? You know, are you just dancing for your good old boys? Are you
Oh,
really?
jeez.
You
Oh,
know,
jeez.
come on now, come
Good
on
old
now.
boys. Good old boys. Good old boys in the Democratic Party. I mean, listen. Admittedly, it is the party
Liberal
of the Klan.
racism,
but-
liberal
No,
racism
yeah,
is
yeah.
alive and in full effect, baby.
Well, it's ironically, it's the bigotry. It's the bigotry of low expectations. But sure, I mean, let's put it to you like this: George Bush doesn't care about black people. Joe Biden doesn't care about black people. Kamala Harris doesn't care about black people.
You don't think Joe Biden, after Joe Biden said with his whole chest that you are not black if you don't vote for me, we can't say that about Joe Biden now? We can't say that?
I'm agreeing with you, right? Let me finish.
Yeah.
And Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani does not care about black people. That's the president of Qatar. Some people will get that reference. The Qatari government.
get it.
I have an
Yeah.
ongoing issue with the Qatari government. They're actually like really bad people. But anyway,
True. But go
I-
ahead.
we could
That's
talk about how
that's
politicians-
another topic, though. We're not going to go
I
into
know,
foreign
I know.
policy.
We're fine.
too
We're fine.
much, right?
We're fine. Don't worry about it. You can hit me up later. Anybody can hit me up later. But like my point just being like, there's a lot of people who don't care about black people because they're they have other issues on their mind. That's not what determines who can say the word. She is black. She's literally Jamaican. She can say the word, obviously. But again, I would say that most people should be able to say the word within their own standard and framework, within context, and then deal with the consequences. So if you say a rap lyric, if you rap along to a song, I would say
Deal
people who
with
would
the
say like you should lose. Hold on. Oh, well, no. People who would say if you rap along to a song lyric in your car, you're going to lose your scholarship. That's again retarded and like in my mind, frankly, disingenuous. Oh, this guy who rapped along with a song lyric has hate in his heart because he said the word. Get the fuck out of here.
Song lyrics don't really bother me. Like if somebody's singing a song and they're like, unless it's like YG, mine. Actually, I don't want to say it on Wix server or this show, even though
But you know what
I
I'm talking
can.
about, right? That happened.
I can
Guy
sing
lost
Bobby
his
Shmurda by
scholarship.
heart.
Guy lost his scholarship, played college football because he was caught singing along to a song lyric that had the N-word in it. Cringe. It's cringe.
That's the weaponization that we're going through, though. That's pure weaponization of disregarding context to achieve whatever the goal is, which is to hold people who probably don't even need to be held accountable to account
Precisely.
for something. And that's that's in context is evolving. Should a white person go into a room full of black people and just start using it liberally? No, like know your audience and shit. Like you have to understand.
Wait, why not?
When and
what
where?
if they're okay with it, right? What if they're all your friends?
Do you know that they're okay with it yet?
They're your friends.
Is it a literature club?
Oh,
No,
you
it could
changed
just
the
be
context.
it could be a book club. It
Yeah.
could be a book club. There was a mix up and you signing up for it. It's an all black book club. And today we're discussing Huck Finn. Are they going to be cool with you
I'm
reading
reading
that
it.
chapter?
Look, if we were reading Huck Finn, if I had a room full of black people in it, and that's the
And
book
it's a
we're
book
reading.
club.
I will read what the words that are on the
Yeah.
page. I will do it.
You're gonna say it?
Not
In
on,
that
not on
context-
Twitch because I
In that
can't.
concept, in
Not on
that
Twitch
context,
because I can't. But
in that
Okay.
context, it might be
In
acceptable.
the, in
Yes.
the book club, off camera.
and if someone got
Off
mad at
camera.
me for that, that would be the most retarded thing I've ever heard because that's
Yeah.
what the words of the book said. That's the book we're reading. What did they expect to happen?
Jim is my N-word.
What? Say that again.
Jim.
Dim?
Jim.
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 Nigger Jim. In Huck Finn. That's his
Yeah,
name. Jim is
I
my.
thought you were
never read
saying
Huck Finn?
dim. No, I thought
No,
you were
Jim.
saying dim. I was like,
Yeah.
No,
who
yeah.
the fuck
It
is
was
N-word
out
dim?
Jim.
there.
Jim is
But
my
yeah.
Dim sum?
That's my N-word. Jim.
It's about to be like, you hungry?
So and
I already ate. No.
there was an incident. I don't know if it was last year or the year before. There was a college held a symposium on free speech. Okay.
Boy.
And the speaker that they invited, right, a pretty, a lot of academic honors. He'd written some books. He read the title of one of his books, which had the hard R in it. I forget the name of the book exactly, but it contained the N-word with the hard R. He said, in recounting this story, that many of the students got up and left in a protest for him using this word. And
That's
that
stupid.
saddens me, because if you were at a symposium for free speech, and the whole point is to showcase how people should be able to speak, right, without being held accountable, right? Like, this is what I wanted to talk to you about, Ed O'Quinn, right? Because you keep saying they have to deal with the consequences. Like, they could say it, they'll just have to deal with the
I
consequences.
keep saying. I said it once, but yeah.
A couple times, but whatever, right? That's kind of like it feels sly to me, and let me explain. It feels like a way to say, well, they should be held accountable to some extent for saying it, but I don't want to say how, and I don't want to get into how, right? Because if you're facing consequences for saying a word, it means that people don't like the word you said, right? So you're facing consequences for it.
You want me to answer for my terrible?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
So it's actually not like this is very much like not a thing I do. I don't hide the ball on my beliefs. And I don't do this like bullshit obscurantist thing of like, well, I'm not saying, but no, I'm just saying kind of similar to Majin. There's sort of a realpolitik, it's sort of like a fact of the ground thing. Like I said earlier, like I don't give out passes. I don't give out passes because I'm not gonna like sell someone that they can say the N-word with my say so. I'm not the arbiter. On the flip side, if someone else gives themselves the pass, I think that's pretty based. Again, in context. If someone else gives themselves the pass to just like be slurring it up like Nick Fuentes. Technically, Nick Fuentes does not actually say slurs, right? He's an example because he's obviously a verified anti-Semite and racist. If someone is like slurring it up just for fun, that's gross. But if someone is saying the word in context in the Huck Finn book club or part of a rap song or a drag club or whatever, fine. Like within context, the F slur.
Oh, the F
I'm
slur,
just
the
saying.
drag club. Okay,
Yeah,
I was gonna say, why would
Just
they
saying,
say
like
the
with
N-word?
slurs
Okay,
in
but
general,
anyway,
right?
carry on.
Slurs that are in the popular context, the Q, the F, the N, etc. Like these are words that just exist, but obviously there is context and there are consequences that can come with their usage. I'm not going to deny the reality of that. I would say that someone should determine what is the right choice for them, and I don't think that anyone should necessarily like lose their job for saying it in a defensible context, saying it in the context again of like, I'm doing a rap lyric, I'm quoting a piece of whatever literature, I'm just having a conversation and trying to discuss ideas where the topic of the tonight is slurs. If someone, even someone who's not melanated, were to say the word on camera, I don't think they should get canceled for it just because of this bullshit double standard we have in the society, because it's relevant to the topic. Whereas in another context where like maybe you were talking about migrants, you accidentally said something that sounded like the word, that's a little weird.
No, he said that word. I watched Donkey of the Day with Charlemagne. That man got all the way to the E and then realized that, oh snap, I'm fucking up, and then said migrant, bruh. He was at NIGGE, and
I
then he was
don't
like, oh,
look. It really does sound like he said it. It really does. But the explanation he gave, right? And I'll remind you of the explanation, gang. I'll read it out. He says that he began to mispronounce the word migrants as immigrants. Like he mixed up the word immigrant and migrant. Okay. So because immigrant has a short I and migrant has a long I. So he wanted to say, say immigrant
Migrant.
without the M, right? Immigrant
That's-
without the M.
Yes.
That doesn't
Okay,
float,
yeah.
man. That
Yes.
but that
Well, it's a
brings up
stumble.
that brings up a concept I'm bringing in mind when as Etiquette was talking. Like people that say it accidentally, when they say it accidentally, now have their backs up against the wall when they say it accidentally. Did he actually mean to say it? Probably. He's a Republican. He probably hates the Haitian migrants. He probably had that word floating around in there somewhere in his in his house. But now he's on this excuse apology tour. Not even an apology tour. He's just on the excuse tour. Like, I was doing it, but I was drinking some really thick coffee earlier. I had a bug in my throat, and it just came out.
I'm going. I'm not going to defend Rich Lowry here, but I'm just going to read this quote from one of his articles that he was talking about this particular instance. He said, "So I said what you might call the M word. You can try to look up the M word, but you will fail because it doesn't exist. It's not a racial slur.
Moist.
It happens to rhyme with a racial slur, but that doesn't make it one." So he was trying to say, let's see, immigrant. So migrant, but that's not a word because the word is migrant. And so he would plausibly say is that he said me and then he went to immigrant. But I don't know, or I don't listen. I am open. I've said this before. I said this on Twitter. I'm open to the possibility that he did not say the N-word. I have also said it sounds weird when you listen to the audio. It sounds weird. I think it's entirely possible that he also
a couple of times. He said that word.
Yeah, if you're listening on the radio.
If you're listening on the radio, yeah, exactly. If you're listening on the radio, so the Making Kelly show. It's also possible he had a gamer moment. I said that before. It's also possible he had a gamer moment, right? It's possible. So I'm open to both possibilities. I am an N-word agnostic here. But yeah, it was weird. And so that's the case. Like consequences, right? It's the worst thing in the world that he gets disinvited from Indiana State University because he might have said the N-word. I'm not gonna say it's the worst thing in the world. It's kind of whatever. But yeah.
I slip up and say the N-word too, but I say it a lot, like in my day-to-day life. I'm just saying, I've never in my life seen Wick say the N-word, slip to say the N-word.
I told you guys the story though, right? Of when I did say it. I told you that, right?
But I'm just sure you said it deliberately.
Yeah.
There's a difference.
You
didn't slip up and say. You didn't slip up and say it. So
my teacher asked when I was in 5th grade. My teacher asked what racial slurs we knew. I told her, and then I got in trouble.
See,
but
and that's the thing.
Shit, motherfucker, piss.
Yeah,
that's a miscarriage of justice, man.
And that's what I'm saying. If it's something that you don't normally use, I don't see you slipping up. You know what I'm saying? But if that's around, like me, I go somewhere where they be like, "Hey, you can't say the N-word here." I might get a little excited. I might be like, "Yo, this nigga here." You know what I'm saying?
People don't like that I call my audience
Cat the N-word.
The Wickers.
Yeah. The Wickers.
Well, then go
like
ahead and
it.
not like it.
They don't like that I call them the Wickers because they say it sounds too much like that word.
Wigger?
Well,
that word and the other word
then
too.
they suck.
Right?
They suck and they're lame. Fuck them.
But
there we go. I give Wick the pass to say Wickers. All right, there we go.
There you go. As somebody who weaves, as somebody who weaves very fine lawn chairs and everything, you are allowed to say Wicker. There you go.
Well, thank you. But and I also got a lot of people.
That reference I was saying earlier was a reference to
because I
H.P. Lovecraft.
I defended the use of the word niggles, okay, when
Oh,
you have a
what?
little niggling in the back of your
Yep.
head, right?
It's a
And
word.
people said that I couldn't use that word either because it was too close to the N word, right? It wasn't the N word. It was
I almost thought you was
it
being.
was its
you know
own
what?
word, but
That
they
must
say
be
I
one of those
couldn't use
Midwest
it
words.
because it was
I'm gonna
too
say that, Wick.
close.
I'm gonna say
Wait, I
that.
thought you were.
They're being.
I thought you were about to admit you were a heretic, because that sounds like Nurgle to me. Like,
No,
if
Nurgle
you
is
can
something
say,
else.
Oh, yeah, no, it's like the Murducks, the Murlocs from the fucking
Murlocs, yeah.
Murloc.
Warcraft. Yeah.
No. I was gonna say,
all
know
of
what
us
that
are
is?
WoW players. It sounds like.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm in the community, but like, you know what that is, Wick? They're being too niggardly with language. That's what that is. They're just being far too niggardly with their language, in my opinion.
I can't see, and this is the thing. You can't, like, I could not even say that word. I dare not, even though it's a different word.
No.
It's a different word.
With the
But
D?
I can't
Come
even.
on, man. You gotta have the D. The D
You
makes it
can't-
all good.
Yeah,
Everybody
you
loves the
can't
D.
Get
No, I don't think
close.
Wick's getting away with that one. I don't. I don't think he's getting away with that one, Chief.
Yeah, But isn't that wild? Isn't that a little crazy that we treat this word with such it's approaching reverence, right?
Magic.
Yeah,
Magic word.
It's like
Magic
this a
word.
spell, right?
Mhm.
And does that not just give it much more power?
Absolutely. That's what
Yeah.
I'm saying.
You know, this is the thing, right? And I've been milling on this thought a little bit, right? It's kind of I use the same argument for gun control, right? We constantly hear from everybody that you're only as strong as your weakest link, right? So if there's a bunch of Americans out there that can't be responsible with guns, right? Well, that's our weak link, you know what I'm saying? And we should probably adjust the laws for our weak links out there, right? Same thing with the N-word. There's still a majority of people out there that aren't I should say, like, on board. I was gonna say enlightened, and that sounds horrible, right? But
Mature.
they mature, yeah. And
Enlightenment
they
to the
can't
power of the N word. I'm not saying.
well, they can't separate the emotion from the word, right? They're going to immediately get mad when they hear that word, right? So
Oh no, I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
we
But
should
go on.
we should adjust our things to our weakest links, right? Which are going to be the
Mhm.
people that are mad, and be like, all right, man, well, let's just hold it off until
Why that
these
word
What
people are
happened
more
at the
specifically?
college?
Why
That's
not
what
I
any
don't,
happened
I
other
don't believe
word?
that, by the way. I don't believe that. I don't believe that, by the way. Just to be clear, I don't believe that. This is the kind of the Childish Gambino, Don Glover argument. It's a fun, like, stand-up routine. It's not real. It's fake. It's performative outrage, 100%. You know this, again, because they use it in their own personal lives. Oh, I'm so hurt. I'm so offended. I'm so angry about this word that I have to do a melanin check to make sure that I'm allowed to say, or that my friends are allowed to say, or again, my Latino friends, my Hispanic friends are allowed to say.
I know
Bullshit.
a lot of
Not real.
people that aren't even down with, like, Latin. Like, I get checked. You know what I'm saying? And
course,
I'm
yes.
light skinned. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Being like, hey, bro, like, are you sure you can use that word? Like, I know people that don't let Asian people say it, or
Yes.
Hispanics. They're not with it.
Yes.
So
I know.
I mean, it's not a
Again-
melanin thing. It still sticks to the whole black. If you're not black, you probably shouldn't be saying it.
Well, that's the thing,
And
though.
I think
You are, but
I am.
You'll
Yeah.
allow me to invoke. I think it's Lethal Weapon 2. But you're black. You get checked for your own point,
Right.
because it is a melanin thing. They're checking your skin tone. So again, it is based on
Well,
that. So
facial
again, it's
features
just
too.
it's just a hypocritical double standard. It's just a bullshit thing. So they're not actually hurt. They're not actually angry. They're performing this because it's like this cultural tradition that they've inherited. It's dumb. It's really dumb. So
Majin, you've been asked. Are you on the East Coast?
West Coast.
West Coast. What about you?
Yeah,
I'm just
Oregon.
curious.
Come on,
East
y'all don't
Coast
see
or
the
West
Oregon
Coast?
flag behind me?
Man, I don't. Oregon. What the fuck? Who knows the Oregon flag? If you asked me to identify the Oregon flag, I couldn't do it. Like, gun to my head.
Well,
I'd
it's
be
not
dead.
our flag. It's like, it just says Oregon right there with the big O.
It's a big O, and it says Rego, right? Like, that's all I see. Like,
Well,
I
that
don't know
was
if
a
it's like
slur.
oregano, right? What are you doing here? I don't know, man. Like, I
I'm
can't.
cooking.
Okay, I'm focused on what you're saying. Okay, but
Calm
like
down.
Can I ask if that's okay, Quinn? And you don't have to say, but Quinn, are you East Coast or West Coast?
Listen, man, Biggie and Tupac was a long time ago. We gotta let this go.
Well,
We gotta let this go. We gotta
the reason
put
I
it
asked
aside.
because the question is interesting. It was from my chat.
I figured
right?
there's a reason you're asking.
Yeah, like I wonder if there is a regional difference to this, right?
Oh,
If there's
absolutely.
a regional difference to how people view the use of these words.
Yeah, know your audience.
Absolutely. Me and Solus have two different ideals on using the N-word.
So it's really weird. There's a part you travel down south. There's parts of the south where if you're a white guy and you said it, you get jumped. And then there's parts of the deep south where you say it, and it's kind of expected for a white guy to be saying it. There was a really weird experience I had in the army where it's just like, racists up here, we hate them, and then you go a little further south in Georgia, and it's like, yeah, there's racists over there. We don't mess with them. We don't bother.
Like if you're from Boston, okay, if you grew up in Boston and you haven't said the F slur, I don't believe you, right? I just
Oh no, I'd say the same thing with the N-word. I've had multiple white people, often white women, telling me I never said it. I've never. It's like the lady doth protest too much. Firstly, you don't need to tell me that you don't say it.
Do they say it like? What's the context of them telling you that they've never said the N-word? Like, do they just come up to you and be like, "I just want you to know, black man,
Ed O'Quinn,
I've never
said the N-word." No. Like it's more so like if I'm talking about stuff like Rich Lowry on Twitter, and it gets into a big debate. Some of my followers or some people who see me, if it goes like semi-viral or whatever, they'll be like, "I've never said it." I know you think everybody, all white people, because my stance is that everybody said it, including all white people. They've all said it at some point in their life. Maybe they were as a young wick and as a 10-year-old in college, or sorry, 10-year-old in college, 10-year-old in school.
10-year-old in college? What the? I wasn't that smart.
Exactly.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Doogie Howser. But no, like as a 10-year-old in school. But like my position is that everybody said it, and people will continue to say it. And I don't want to say like it's literally not a big deal, but like kind of. And so this performative outrage and this like special pleading and magical thinking around the word is all very cringe. But yeah, like my thing
hold on,
is,
Tom,
if someone says
hold on.
I've never said
Tom, are you still banned from Twitch?
Oh.
Possibly.
Oh, I'm sorry, dude. We'll talk about
All right.
Oh, no.
We're all good. Y'all have a good one.
Yeah.
Good one.
Yeah.
I forgot.
Damn.
But we got him off in time, so.
We got him off, guys.
Well,
but
I
anyway,
got banned for once
hey,
for
yo.
like a day.
Hey, yo.
Hey, yo. Pause.
Cut him off, huh? No Diddy. No Diddy.
No Diddy. FBI, NSA. But anyway, yeah. So we're having fun. Yeah. No. My philosophy is that most people have said it, and I don't pretend to be offended about it. And I think that other people should just admit that they've said it. If they don't want to say it again, that's fine. Here's a fun one. Have you ever seen that clip where the white boy is interviewing Samuel L. Jackson, and he talks about and there's this controversy around the N-word, and Sam's like, "What word would that be? No, nobody, never. The word would be." Oh, I don't want to say it. Have you ever said it? I don't like to say it. Have you ever said it? No. Like, wait, hold on. There's a big difference, by the way, between saying I don't like to say it and I've never said it. But anyway, like, you can go watch the clip. You can Google it. Just Sam Jackson N-word interview, whatever. Everybody said it. Stop pretending. You've all said it. It's fine. I mean, it's not fine. Like you should say it all the time. But like, I'm not going to pretend that you have original sin because you said the word. So.
Is there an amount that they could have said it where you're like, okay, man, that you've crossed the line here? Like,
are you going to N-word
once
audit
or twice
them?
is okay, but
N-word audit.
Like
yes.
once you hit the 100
hit your N-word quota.
Yeah, is there a quota?
My dad once said that there was like a word quota, but he meant it more in the sense of like general words, not slurs. Sure, I would say the N-word quota is something like more than 10 times a week before age
before you
13.
get sus, before you're beginning
it's
to like
like
something may be wrong if you're
it's like
using it
it's like
wrong.
drinks at a bar, you hit it's like, hey man, you're cut off. You're getting it's a little too
Exactly.
much.
Again,
Right
it's if you want to reward that person who's trying to offend you.
oh my god,
You know
there's a
what I'm
great
saying? Somebody can
4chan
sit
comic about this.
Someone can sit there for hours and say it to my fellow white guy, but like, and I might just get annoyed for the 49th time, and it might just be that one. I'm like, you know what? All right, guy, Let's talk. Let's go have a conversation. I mean, there is a level that I think all African Americans need to like adopt. They need to install this patch. Is not allowing that word to have power over you.
Pretending
I
it has power over
generally
them.
I generally don't like things that have control over me. I like to feel like I'm in the control of everything. Like I could quit this or I could do that and yada yada yada.
Mhm.
And if there's a word out there that somebody can say to me that is supposed to instantly invoke rage and I'm supposed to lose everything and fucking fight for my honor, no, I don't like that. You know what I'm saying? So if I
Yes.
choose to do it, it's my choice. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not gonna say like, oh my god, he said the N-word. I'm gonna be like, yo, this dude said N-word 50 times trying to get a rise out of me. Well, that 49th time got me. You know what I'm saying? And that's
There's
it.
an old comic. There's an old comic where it's a bunch of KKK guys in the woods, and one of them's gonna take a piss in the woods, and somebody, the one guy turns to the other and goes, "Hey, don't you think Tom's like a little too into it?" And he's like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "Well, he's always saying the N-word, blah blah blah." The other guy's like, "Well, isn't that the point?" And he's like, "No, it's just a little excessive. I thought it's funny because it's like even amongst that crowd that is expected to say it." Even I'm getting a little uncomfortable here. This guy's a
Like,
little too
come on,
into
guy.
it.
A woke Klansman. Yes.
Yeah.
It's a funny premise. It's like a reverse Clayton Bixby.
Yeah.
Kind of like
Clayton Bixby.
that sketch that sketch with David Mitchell. It's like the SS and they're like looking at their uniforms. It's like all these black and the
Yeah.
skulls and the lightning
we
bolts.
the
Hey, wait a
baddies?
minute. Are we the baddies? Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Sorry, I didn't mean to anti it, but dude, it's just in the terms of like rich, in the terms of colleges having free speech symposiums and reading books, there's the N-words, and then they're walking out. My general opinion on it, it's up to the maturity of the person saying it and the person hearing it to actually operate in that situation for what the outcome should be. We're all hoping that the outcome is that everybody is mature enough to hear the word and not burn down their local Starbucks chain. But there is just too much intertwined immaturity, maturity, context, and everything that it's all the water is gray and muddy and nothing's being solved with it. I mean, in the terms of college kids, so you're going to question their maturity? I absolutely am, because college kids, especially freshman college kids, typically the ages of 18, 21, are very immature. And they don't know a lot about themselves, the world, how things work. So they end up in this context, in this situation where this is going on, and they think it's the right thing to be outraged by it, but it's not. Like, you need to take a minute to digest. I mean, from Majin's bouncer stories, like it's it's an operative part of him being a bouncer. He said it. This person's saying it to me. I know I have every right to just plow him in the face, but why are they saying it? Am I actually going to get into that kind of kerfuffle because this person's trying to hurt my feelings? Like, nah, it's not worth the
Okay, you don't even have
wage.
to turn your cam on to know that you're a white boy. Okay, kerfuffle.
I thought my voice gave it away.
Kerfuffle.
I got a great example. If Wick, let's say me and Wick are into it, like me and him are into it, right? We're in a heated argument, right? And Wick calls me the N-word, right?
Yeah.
Like we're in person.
Yep.
Probably not going to get mad enough to assault you, right? Gibbs says the N-word to me in a heated debate. I'm fighting Gibbs.
Really? What's the
It is
difference?
no hate.
Why can
Because it
why
might
can I
actually.
why I'm not gonna say you're saying I can say it, right?
Why does Wick get the pass?
Yeah, why do I not get the angst that Gibbs?
Because I don't see you as a threat.
What?
I don't
Why are
see
you
Cuck, Wick.
what?
Cuck.
Wow.
Gibbs
Wow.
is a base alpha, and Wick is a cuck. We found
I don't
out.
I don't
Wow.
see I don't see you as like I don't know. If me and Gibbs are in a heated argument, right? He could punch me. You know what I'm saying? He could knock me out. I know you were in the military, Wick. I know you got it in you. All right. I know you do. All right. But I don't see you making that move, right? I just don't see. You seem balanced. You seem based, right? I can see you trying to get a rise out of me by saying the N-word, right? Which Gibbs think Gibbs might mean it sometimes, you know? Like he could fight me. He could make that aggression where he could punch me and like, cause he seems like the type of person loses temper and wild out on somebody, right? But he chose to say the N-word, you know?
So I'm just gonna ask you
give
just
him
straight
that
up, Majin, and there's no right answer here. This is your opinion. Would you say that on average Democrats are less racist than Republicans?
Fuck no.
Okay.
Oh my lord.
I mean, this is how me and Wick got like how I learned with Wick was the whole liberal racism thing. I think it's worse. I'd rather deal with a conservative racist than a liberal racist any day of the week.
Elaborate.
Ace?
Elaborate
Ace?
for my audience.
So a person that is going as a liberal racist is a person that thinks I'm not good enough. You know what I'm saying? So does a conservative racist, right? But they're gonna insult me. They're gonna think of me as a threat, right? Where a liberal racist is gonna treat me like a dog. They're gonna treat me like their fucking pet. They're gonna, if I do something wrong, the Karen's gonna come out even with the finger and be like, "You're not supposed to do that." Where a conservative guy will probably just try to fight me and call me the N-word.
Gotcha. Okay.
Oh, the other main character's here. I'm gonna get out.
Audacity, always a
Welcome.
pleasure. I'll see you
What's
later.
good?
Yeah,
brother.
nice seeing you guys. Nice talking to you. Bye.
Yeah.
See ya.
Letty Waterkai.
How
The
you doing,
N-word.
Wick? Not a
Nice
fan. No, but why would
Not
you
a
want
fan.
to? Well, I mean, you can say it. I just don't
Mhm.
understand why anyone would want to.
That's fair. That's fair.
Should I face consequences for saying it?
Mm. Social consequences, yes.
What should those
Physical,
be?
no. I mean, honestly, you just judge people based on the language they use, and if they use ignorant language, then that's the way you're going to look at them, and so
Is
those
there-
will be the social consequences.
Is there a context in which I can say it and not face any negative social consequences?
Reading literature, maybe singing a song where it happens to exist. I mean, I don't see why that shouldn't be the case.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Have you seen Rich Lowry and his, let's just say,
I'll send it to you, Leezy.
his oopsie?
Possible gamer moment.
Yeah.
His Freudian slip of doom? Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, you saw it? What do you think? Did he say it?
Oh, he absolutely said it. I've never accidentally said a slur in my entire life.
Lethy,
it's
I
on
was saying he
purpose,
got
right?
all the way to the E. I was like, he said the Nigge and then self-corrected, bruh.
So is
Yeah.
that, hold on, because this is funny, but is it racist? So Zero Fucks in my chat says, bring in 2 more Wick and get a couch to look petite on. Is that racist?
I think you only need one more, right? Was it 5 guys? Oh, I thought it was it 5 guys or 4
I
guys?
don't.
I mean, I don't think it's racist. It's memetically
meme.
accurate.
Meme. We're all
Not racist.
coomers here.
It's funny. Speak for yourself, you degenerate, right?
But the hard R hits a certain kind of way, just like, why a minor hits so much harder than just a minor.
Like I was saying,
Not a
Lethy,
minor. A
you've
minor.
probably heard like the younger black kids say the N-word with the hard R nowadays. It's becoming a popular thing. Does that make your skin crawl a little bit? Like I'll hear some jits out there being like, saying like in games,
Some what?
saying the hard R. Jits, gangsters in training.
I'm learning today. $2 from Fates.
We're gonna
to
learn
say,
today.
1 Wick, 5 guys. Is that can I say that word? Like, is that allowed?
Jit? Yeah, you can say jit.
Jit. Okay.
Yeah, jit.
Jit. I don't. Very. Gangsters in training. Okay. Like in Warhammer, they're called gits. Okay. And they're a different thing. Okay.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
that's,
no gangster. If we got OGs, we got jits.
Okay.
I see.
Yeah.
Man, I'm learning. I didn't think I'd learn anything. I thought I was a slur expert. Okay, I was a slur master.
Well, I would say gangster in training is a slur, but
Cancel.
I don't.
It's
Yeah,
not
I don't
on
think
my
you're gonna.
list.
Yeah, I don't think you're gonna get in trouble for saying jit. It's like a Florida thing. I think it's from down south.
regional. Again, it's regional.
Yeah.
Heritage, not hate, brother.
Crazy.
Oh, go ahead, please.
I was just mean. I was just mean. I said
Okay.
heritage, not hate. That's what they like to say in the South, so they can fly the Confederate flag. It's heritage, not hate, brother.
That Confederate flag, we need to get rid of that, bro. Fast. If it's still being flown, bro.
Which
Y'all
is more
some
offensive
heretics.
to you? Which is more offensive to you? Say you're going and you see
N-word
two
of the Confederate flag.
Yeah, the N-word of the I guess we'll be simple.
They're
N-word,
offensive to
Confederate
me
flag.
on 2 different levels, right? So the Confederate flag is offensive to me as an American. You know what I'm saying? Or the N-word's offensive to me as a black man. So 2 different things. I
That's a
think
good answer actually. I'm
no.
impressed with that answer.
I would say the Confederate flag is more offensive to me than the N-word. I'll just bite the bullet.
Interesting. So you would rather someone call you the N-word than fly around the Confederate flag?
I mean, I have really positive associations with the American flag. Shout out to you and whatnot. Related to the military, related to this country. I kind of grew into my patriotism. I existed in a context where patriotism was seen as kind of cringe. Like, oh, that's something that the other people do, not us. We're enlightened. We feel oikophobic and embarrassed about our country. And I was just like, no, it's stupid. So eventually, I grew into my patriotism, and like I've increasingly felt really strongly about like how stupid the Confederacy was and how obscene the lost cause is and was, and the revisionist history around all that bullshit. So the Confederate flag offends me more so in the context of like trying to say that the secessionist, traitorous ideals of that culture are something that we need to reify in the modern day, as well as the associated projects. And oh yeah, by the way, the slavery and the racism, just saying. But yeah, that's more offensive to me than just like a gamer word. But yeah.
Yeah, bro. I'm a devout follower of, the Imperium Mankind. My legion is the space
Okay.
or the Dark Angels.
Pax
And
Americana, baby.
if you find that's just like being a heretic, bro. You giving into chaos if you find that Confederate flag, man. That
True.
it is what it is.
Letty Waterkai, since you're kind of just joining us, getting into the conversation, I guess. Just give us kind of your like opening impressions here, right? Like your thoughts on the word, your thoughts on what should happen to that Rich Lowry guy, because you said in your mind, right? You think that he absolutely said it. He meant to say, or he didn't mean to say it, but it slipped up, right? Freudian slip. He absolutely was gonna say the word, caught himself, stopped himself. What should the consequences to that man be?
Well, considering that the word was initially used to dehumanize Black people in this country, and the people that he was talking about, these specific immigrants, and no slip coming for me on that one, were also being denigrated. And he used that word as a Freudian slip in his head when speaking about these people who were being marginalized. So, like, honestly, if people want to feel that that was what was in his heart at the time when he had his Freudian slip, then by all means, don't invite him to things. He can face the social consequences. He can be ostracized. I don't think any harm should come
Do
to
you
the
think he
man.
should be fired? If you were his boss,
I don't think he should be, but
would
if
you
his
fire him?
boss feels a certain kind of way, like if his boss actually cares about the dehumanization of people, then maybe he wouldn't want to see his face around.
So if
Maybe he
you
should
were,
fire him.
just to be clear, you're his boss, you see that clip, you know the guy, right? You're firing him?
I'd fire him, yeah.
Interesting. What about
You know,
you, Quinn?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's independently employed as the editor in chief of the National Review,
But
but
you're his boss in this hypothetical. He says
sure.
that. He does exactly what he did there. Do you fire him? Why or why not?
I probably would not fire him, but I would probably put him on administrative leave and just be like, "Hey man, we got to do some public relations training on this one." I would call it PR training. I wouldn't even call it sensitivity training. Saying, Rich Lowry is on unpaid leave pending public relations training, and we apologize for any offense that may have been caused by his appearance on the Megan Kelly show.
hey, I feel like this. If he said it on the show, right? Maybe he shouldn't get fired, right? But here's a wild thing. I think that should be integrated. If you are a famous, person from the Caucasus Mountains, you know what I'm saying? You got a platform where you can say, words and shit like that, right? And you end up, saying the N word, right? Shouldn't get fired, right? But your kids have to date black people. They have to have black children too. Like your line is now gonna be mulatto. Yeah, yeah. For
Oh.
y'all don't get to continue to be white anymore. You know what I'm saying?
Oh.
Like
Do you
y'all
just
lost
have
that
like a
privilege.
stable of black people to give to white people to fuck?
We'll find. We'll
I was
figure it
about to
out.
say.
What?
Yikes. I was gonna
What?
say also like the forced miscegenation. Interesting. Interesting approach. I will say it's funny you say that. That reminds me of like I used to see these lawn signs back in the People's Republic of California when I used to live there. These lawn signs. In this house, we believe Black Lives Matter. Fucking. Anyone can love anyone, all this, lefty bullshit. Which, again, a lot of that stuff actually I would agree with, but also it's a virtue signal, especially in lefty California. Oh my God, you're saying the thing. You're daring to say the thing we all agree with. How about you say that in fucking Florida or Texas or, the more racist parts of Boston, Massachusetts? Okay, but leave that aside. The first thing that came to my mind is I kept seeing those signs. It's like, hey, how about a sign that says, we let black guys date our daughters? That would be a daring sign to put on your front lawn. But anyway.
I live in
that's
one of them
weird.
states
That's
too.
weird. If I saw a sign like that, I'd have.
That is
I'd
weird.
be weirded out.
Yes.
I'd be weirded out by a
Yes.
sign like that.
Very progressive.
Very progressive.
It's
Very progressive.
like
Very.
I don't know if I had a daughter, and I don't, thank God, I don't have any kids. But if that I know of,
It's a blessing.
if I did, right? If I did, the other person's skin color or culture wouldn't be the deciding factor, yes or no, right? Like it would be a whole host of other factors, right? To the
I'd hope
extent
so.
that I, the father, get to have an input in these things,
Hmm.
right? Strauss Slayer.
Yeah.
It's no bunny hunt season. Okay.
You know what white person I think could say the N word in my book and get away with it? Cody Rhodes. Okay, the wrestler Cody Rhodes. He's married to a black woman. He has a black child. Okay, his dad, Dusty Rhodes, is the first person, and I think about 90% right about this. I can be corrected. Was the first first person to ever say, "The blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice." Dusty Rhodes said that. I don't know, man. I think Cody Rhodes should be able to say. And now the meme is he is one of the greatest black WWE champions. I didn't make this shit up. The internet said it. All right. So I'm just saying, Cody Rhodes. Yep.
Okay.
Cody Rhodes should say it.
So I'm wondering,
go
like,
ahead.
how far would an excuse me from Megyn Kelly have gone in that very moment?
Excuse me. Say it with your chest. N-word, right? And drop the hard R right there.
Oh,
Right? Like that's
Well,
what
she did
I'm
say that Santa
saying.
wasn't black, so I
Could
mean,
could
she
Kamala
has.
could Kamala during the debate, could she have called Trump the N-word hard R? Is that allowed?
I'd have died laughing, but I'd rather she didn't.
I've seen the those that bit Obama's anger translator. I've seen like a Kamala anger translator bit saying like this dumb motherfucker, this nigga right here, this guy. Oh, it's like in her head she's saying it all the time, but she's not saying it because like it's then proper to say in public. But yeah, she was probably thinking some things during that debate for sure.
Man,
Apparently, by the way, motherfucker is
I
her like favorite
would've
curse word. She said that recently.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
All I'm saying,
it's a good word.
if Kamala becomes president, the prisons are going to be filled with blacks again. All right, they putting us all back in there. I'm telling you this right now.
Oh, yeah, so no, come on. Remember, Joe Biden saved us from the return of slavery in 2012. Remember that. Mitt Romney was going to put us all back in chains. Remember that? So listen, we're good. Joe Biden saved us. That's not going to happen.
You make fun of that, but what if it was true? Okay, what if that was his plan all along, and Biden did save you?
Romney was actually really based. Like he's been based on foreign policy for years, and Joe Biden has been retired on foreign policy for years. So, yeah, no, I'm.
Well, we can have that.
Yeah, I know. It's a whole other thing. I'm not trying to keep bringing us to geopolitics, but
yeah, a little bit different than the topic tonight.
Yeah.
I was going to ask Lethy Watercott. Oh yes. So I asked Majin this question, right, and he said he'd rather face conservative racism than liberal racism. Do you have that same stance? Which would you rather have a liberal be racist towards you in the way that they are, or a conservative in the way they are? Which do you
liberal racism hits so much harder because you never even know why whatever happened to you happened. You're just in jail all of a sudden, or getting beat by the cops or whatever. I'd rather just be called the N-word, be like, well, fuck that guy and move forward, rather than like systemic, institutional, or underhanded racism where I can't get work or get anything done.
But isn't
Wait,
that
is that liberal though?
when we treat the N-word as we do societally, right? Doesn't that just put the racism underground? Wouldn't it, if this is both of your stances, and I don't know if Quinn has said either way right here, but if this is both of your stances, that you'd rather just someone come out and say it than do the sneaky, sly shit that liberals do sometimes with it, why not just encourage people to be like, yeah, if you want to say it, just say it. Just go ahead.
Oh, I do.
I said they can say it, bro. I just said, y'all, we're going to lose a lot of y'all in the process. It is what it is.
Because, I mean, I'm in these spaces. I run across a lot of people, and it's like, oh, I'm the only black guy in the room. All of a sudden, everybody wants to start saying the word. I'm like, y'all have at it, and I ain't fucking with y'all anymore.
Who's the most racist person in this space that you've come across?
What's the space we're talking about, though?
Twitch Bowl.
Twitch?
I dare not say their name.
Why not? Why are you scared?
Dare not?
Dare not.
3 times?
Say
They'll
their name.
magically appear?
Go ahead.
Bosh! Bosh! Bosh!
Bruh, hey, Wick, the last time that this happened, we got into that mess, bro. You know how this goes.
Look, we got some content out of that, but no,
did.
For real. Like, I'm curious, who do you
real though?
Like, because I have some names that I would be like, oh, that guy's probably racist, right? But
Please.
as a white person, I may not be privy to some of the ways and means that y'all have for figuring this stuff out, right? So yeah, like, I'm just
Racist
really
and detectives on the case.
Who do you think is the most racist in this space? And Quinn, if you're not really involved in the Twitch poll space, that's fine. You can widen it out for your answer. But most racist person
names.
that you've come across.
Yeah, I got some names, like, to keep it simple to where it wouldn't be an issue. Like Nick Fuentes for sure.
Nick
Does he count?
Lawson Harrison for $10. Piker said he had a black friend, but not the normal black because he wasn't poor. Thank you for the $10.
I ain't gonna say no names, but I'm gonna name a situation, okay? And y'all can put it towards who it is. Y'all can be super sleuths, all right? There is a particular person that is on a Monday show almost weekly, okay? And every time this motherfucker gets to talking, right? He somehow has to relate it to a black person and how black people are disenfranchised or how they commit crimes or how.
Can Prime Kai be racist?
Yes. Yes. 100%. 100%. And anti-Semitic, which is a kind of racism. If you want to be
But no, it's not Prime. I'm just saying it's Fabian. God damn it!
Fabian Liberty, the most racist person in this space.
Not most. He's one of them. He's up there.
Well, who's the most? This is why I'm not asking for the second tier racism. Okay.
Oh, okay. Top three. Top three.
Who's your top 3? Go ahead. You said top 3. Give us your top 3.
Oh, my top 3?
Quinn,
okay, sure.
Top 3.
I mean, I would definitely put Voss up there.
Really? Okay, Voss in the top 3 most racist people in this space. Why?
I mean, literally, I was like looking at a Reddit thread, and it's like, is Vosh on his racism arc? Like, yeah, I've got a hot take. I think that Vosh, who also just generally has bad opinions, is probably racist. In the same way that he's probably a horse, pedo or whatever. Like, he's fucking weird. He's just a weird dude. I would say that Hassan, frankly, is probably racist. And again, like, racist, not just like racist against black people. Racist meaning like you have a bigoted hatred toward people based off of their identity groups.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I'm not just just
yeah,
talking
yeah.
about
Just,
y'all.
just
but,
be
right?
clear, because people are like, oh, you mean he doesn't like black people? I mean, he's racist. That doesn't mean he has to hate black people specifically. Anti-Semites are racist. Fun fact. Oh, I don't know who the biggest anti-Semite on Twitch is actually, but I would say, yeah. I mean, certainly Nick Fuentes. Again, like, it's almost ridiculous to mention him because he's on his own like whatever bullshit
Yeah,
thing
he's
on
not
his
even
account.
in
But
this space. I mean, like,
yeah.
we know
But
he
I get
is,
you. Yeah, for sure.
He
Well, he
wins
was
the
for a
prize,
second.
but
He
he's
was,
not in this
but not
space.
anymore.
You know,
Used to.
Vosh
Go ahead.
and
I ain't got my
Hassan.
number one. I don't have my number one yet, but I have my
Number one
2
draft pick.
and 3.
Oh,
Who's
okay.
your 2
Okay.
and 3?
All right, so I'm gonna start with the third just because I want him to wild out, and I just love messing with him. Lactoid, that's my number 3.
Lactoid is. Do you think he's racist? Give us an example of Lactoid being racist, please.
Bro, show anything about like it's his libertarian side. When you show anything that has to do with black anything, that boy, that guy, he'll get riled up. I remember it was me, Parallax, and Lactoid, and we were talking about or there was a video of a lady talking about why people were like rioting, during the George
Hold on, I'm
Floyd
DMing
thing.
him. Go ahead.
Good. Bring him in here. Me and Lactoid have already had that. You remember, he also took the side of slavery when you hosted the slavery, when it was me and Solus versus Doobie and Lactoid for the slavery debate. And he
That was a
did have
while
those 2
ago.
tweets. Yeah, he did have those
A
tweets too.
while ago.
So Lactoid's up there saying what? What was it? What were those tweets that black people benefited because of like workplace skills from slavery or some shit like that? Damn, I forgot the second one. It was somebody. And yeah, I don't know about that first one. Damn, who was the second one? It was a good one too. Because that person's actually a
right? You think Fabian? You mentioned his
he's
name.
like in the top 5.
Okay.
No, it
so
was
wait, so
somebody else.
Lactoid is more racist to you than Fabian Liberty?
I'm just fucking with Lactoid. That's mainly I want Lactoid to hit me up later and be like, "What'd she say?" Actually, yes, I'll stand on that. So it range him even more. He's more racist than Fabian Liberty.
Okay. This is your list, not mine.
Who was the second one? Oh, it was somebody from. It'll come back to me. But yeah, I'll say the second one when I remember it.
What about
But
you?
yeah.
What about you, Lefty Waterkai?
I mean,
Be
I
brave.
don't want to
Come on.
call Blacktoid isn't that bad.
Lactoid's not that bad?
It's
Okay.
Blacktoid's not that bad.
You're standing Lactoid. Got you.
But yeah, Fabian, I'd say for sure.
FYI,
Fabian's in your top
Lactoid's my
3.
boy. I'm just fucking with him.
Okay.
But...
Who else? Who else is in your top 3?
CTV.
Really? I haven't heard of CTV. It's been a while since we've seen CTV. But fair.
First day I met that dude, he gave me a trans flag shaped like a swastika.
What?
Unprompted, like, just here you go. Don't you want to laugh at it? I'm like, this is gonna be a long day.
Okay.
What's the
So
second
CTV, Fabian. Who else?
Let's see.
One more.
Oh, I got the second one.
Okay.
Eli Monty.
That's a name I haven't heard in a while either. Okay. Explain. Elaborate. I can figure out why, but for my audience, tell people who Eli Monty is and why you think he is one of the most racist people in this space.
Black people are infantilized. Everything is white people's fault. Like, there's no accountability anywhere. Like, how can you even run that? And then he called a Hispanic dude a Chihuahua. It just runs the gamut.
My number 2 is Adarius or Adarius or whatever you use. The poof. Him. He is my number 2.
Wow.
Adarius is a character. I don't even know how real any of that is.
I've heard him for the better part of the year try to shame black people, okay? Yes.
Who do you think is so racism aside, who do you think most likely says the N-word but doesn't admit to it in this space? Who's slinging the hard R's when they're rapping, right? When they're saying along the songs, but they're not necessarily racist, right? They're just
He's in here right now.
Doobie.
Wait, what? Me? I say the N-word all the time.
Yeah, everyone
I
knows
say
he says
all
the
the
N-word.
slurs all
I'm
the
talking about
time.
people who try to hide it, right? People who aren't normally right? Who you wouldn't expect. I'm just curious. Who gives you that, like,
Pokimane.
your N-word dar? Who gets that,
Pokimane.
Oh? Pokimane?
But she's black. She can say it.
What?
Pokimane?
He's not black.
Yeah, she's from Morocco, isn't she?
That's
What
not
the fuck?
A lot of people from Morocco is black.
Pokimane
Yeah,
truther.
she's not Asian.
Brown though. Hold on, she's brown though. So I'm brown. So Wick said I'm white earlier. I'm not white. I'm brown. Okay, to be clear. Pokimane is also brown, so you should actually expect her to say it way more than black people. Like there's like a
interesting.
mega pass that brown
Morocco,
people have in the
okay.
US. Where
Is she
if you're
from-
brown and you say the N-word, you need to say it way more. You need to say way more than black people, or you're doing it wrong.
True. Go to
Okay,
go to
hot take.
go.
Hold
Yo,
on.
Okay, so
Mexicans
she's-
in Cali,
she's-
they be saying that shit crazy.
So she's like, it's okay. This is.
I
the
don't
thing.
believe.
Also,
Hold on, I'm
racist
gonna look
take-
this up because I don't believe Pokimane's anything but.
She's from
woman.
Morocco. She's from Morocco. I just
figured
looked at.
she's
She's
some
from.
kind
Okay,
of
so here's the thing. Here's the thing.
I don't know.
Africa is a very diverse continent. It's a very diverse continent. This is the thing people forget sometimes. It's not all like when you think of black people in Africa, you think of sub-Saharan Africa, which is dark skin, high melanin content. There are lighter skinned people, usually in the northern part of the continent, including Egypt and Morocco, etc. So I wasn't aware of this, but yes, she is technically African.
Yeah.
I would say she's African more so in the sort of Egyptian to South African side of things, more definitely light skinned. Again, race is fake, but like she's not black, but she
I'm
is.
blowing y'all
African.
mind
Are,
when
are we
Pokimane's
sure?
black.
Are we sure she's not Rachel Dolezal-ing us right now? Because I did. I read it on her Wikipedia page that she's Canadian and Moroccan. Can she say it? Like, is she allowed?
Well, let's. So does she get the pass? Does she get the pass?
You don't
Who's that?
feel?
Yeah, I
do you
think
I
feel-
mean,
No,
she's Canadian. There's no way.
One.
Wick, do you feel the soy
Two.
in you? Like
Okay,
coming
Leafy,
out when
Leafy,
when you
does she
say,
get the
Can
pass?
she say it? Can she
No, she's
say it? Like,
Canadian. That just cancels out
fucking
any
sick.
Africanness that
Fucking
was already there.
Oh wait. Okay. So
Honestly,
Drake,
like-
can Drake say it?
We already figured that out. No, he can't. He says it with a hard
Hey,
R when he does.
Hey, listen. That's because the apex black man said he can't say it no more. All right, if Kendrick says you can't say the N word,
Hold on.
you can't say it no more.
Pokimane can
Kendrick.
say it, then Elon Musk can say it.
He's African.
I'm sure he already does.
Yeah,
Also-
I'm pretty.
Also, the African champion of the world, Trickus Duplessis, he can definitely say it.
Actually, Wick.
Oh,
Wick, do you like rap, Wick?
It's not my thing.
Or are you a racist? You're a racist. Okay, never mind.
Is it? Am I a racist for not liking rap?
Yeah. That would actually be more of an indicator that you're a racist than you saying the N-word. You can say the hard R all day, but, and I might think, hey, maybe he just likes saying the word. But if you don't like rap, especially the kind of rap we're talking about, like Kendrick Lamar, that's going to be a way bigger indicator that you're a fucking racist, right? Because you hate black people, you hate black culture.
I don't like.
Okay.
I can't
This is
even.
what I was
say,
going to ask you, Wick.
I
What I was
can't
gonna
even
ask
say
you
I don't
is-
like Kendrick Lamar specifically because I don't think I've ever heard a song.
That's terrible.
song
That's
by
okay. But I was going to
Kendrick
ask you.
Lamar.
You've heard
I was going to ask you about a
Kendrick
specific song
Lamar.
like Mad City, right? Great song by Kendrick Lamar. Has the N-word all over it, and you cannot listen to that song without saying the word. You just can't. It's impossible. It just comes out.
Firstly, just fun fact: Kendrick Lamar is like one of our most prolific modern songwriters. He's actually going to go on to a list, not to digress too much, but like he's going to go on a list I have of like probably going to go on a list I have of like greatest living writers more broadly. So you've heard songs he's written. You've heard like Taylor Swift songs he's written. You've heard songs he's written. But like, have you heard that song "All the Stars"? It was in Black Panther. All the stars. It was on the radio all the time.
I
back in like
I did
2000.
see Black Panther, but it didn't register, and I never really.
Yeah.
I don't
He's all on the
listen to
I
the Black
wonder
Panther
why.
soundtrack.
I
right?
wonder why.
You never heard swimming pools?
I wonder why
like-
Black Panther never registered for you, Wick.
That song was everywhere.
Oh boy.
I just didn't look. I listen to things like Guster and indie.
I don't even know what the fuck that is.
Exactly, it's
Fuck
too
is
white
that?
for you. I get it, right?
Is that country music?
No, it's not
Guster?
country. I don't listen to country either.
What is it?
It's like indie. It's like indie rock. Guster? You've never heard Guster? They were big in the
Guster.
'90s, too.
Okay,
Early 2000s.
I haven't
Yeah.
even listened to anything these guys have ever made, but I'm just looking at them, and this is about white, Wick. This is about white. It's exactly what I'd expect from you.
This is about
This
white. Okay.
This is like, yeah, this is exactly where I'd expect you. To
Oh
be.
look! Oh! They announced their
Now
first
you're-
album in 19 years.
Nair made a good point. Not Like Us was everywhere, Wick.
Yeah, you have to.
They not like us. They not like us.
I heard
That's
that
doggy.
bit. I heard that bit, but I never listened to the song. All I know is, wasn't he
You
the
didn't
guy that
follow
was
that-
calling
that rap
Drake a
Drake a
pedophile?
pedophile. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You didn't
yes.
follow. Hold
I
on, you
just
didn't listen
didn't.
to the
I
songs
didn't
on that
care
at all?
about any of that. I
Oh
just
my
didn't
But you got to
listen.
realize, even before Kendrick was, he was like, God, he hates it, but he's like, they're trying to make him into like the new MLK or some shit like that. You've never. How about this? Gonna be all right. It's
No,
gonna be
I
all right.
don't
great
listen
song.
to
That was
that kind of
with BLM.
music.
That was everywhere. That was like the BLM anthem. Like what?
I didn't really
Okay,
listen
hold
to
on.
any of it.
It's fine. It's fine.
Ghosty's in chat.
Move on.
Ghosty
Move
is
on.
a nice woman, nice white woman. She's talking about
Ooh.
Kendrick says he's a Ghosty. She's in Wick's YouTube chat.
Yeah, Ghosty can jump backstage
she
if she
says-
wants to come on.
She
She
says
gets a
Kendrick
pass
is the
for it.
greatest rapper of all time. I know when she listened to Mad City, she was saying the N word.
Ghosty,
Over and over and over again.
how do you plead? Okay, were you singing along? First of all, was she racist for singing along, Lethy?
No, come
No,
on.
okay, you can sing along.
You guys should be encouraging people to say the slurs, all the slurs, so you take all the power away from them.
We can't
You-
do it
you
because
act
we're
like
on
it's fucking-
we're on Twitch
you
right
act like
now,
it's
so
fucking,
none of that.
I know,
but-
not on here, but
Yeah.
you guys act like it's fucking Voldemort or something. Actually gives it power.
Okay, not you guys. What do you mean, you guys? Firstly,
You guys,
firstly,
okay? You people.
What do you mean by you
What do you mean, you people? No, but like you don't. I know you're coming in kind of mean, but like just to be clear, like a lot of us, particularly me, I have a very nuanced position on the N word and gamer words
Yeah,
more
Quinn
broadly.
is like
I don't think
poof
that
from the
people
good
can't say it.
timeline. Quinn is like poof if you like reached into the good dimension and pulled him out.
Okay,
He's the good
Your
variant.
Bizarro poof. Okay.
I'm one of the good ones.
He's a good
I'm
variant
one of the
poof.
good ones.
It's
He's one of
here's the
good
thing.
ones.
I actually agree with I think all of you. Well, I agree with Doobie and I agree with Quinn. I think everyone should just be able to say it, honestly. But I understand why a lot of people might disagree with me. Does that make sense?
Like I said, the weakest link, bro. You're only as strong as the weakest link in the chain, bro.
I don't
And
like
people are
that. I don't like that argument. I just don't. Like I don't care
gotta
what
help the
racists
weak.
say. Look, racists can make any word into a slur. They can. Do you think that they're just because they can't say the N-word that they don't use other terms?
Yeah, but those other terms don't really have power. I could call you the C word or the H word, talking about white people.
Cunt.
And that ain't gonna
Oh, the
offend
H-word,
you.
yeah, honky. Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, or be like, yo, you mayo bandit, you know what I'm saying? That isn't that one does kind of sting for white people, I've learned. But
Mayo?
yeah, call
Who the
them
fuck is
mayo
trying to get
bandits.
Chris-
A mayo
who the
bandit.
fuck
I've
is
heard
trying to
mayo
get upset
monkey.
about mayo? Really?
Mayo
I've
monkey
heard
works
cum
too.
skin, mayo monkey.
Cum skin is crazy.
Yeah. An audacious.
Skin is
My favorite
wild.
one, the one I actually laughed at, was audacious Caucasus. You're an audacious Caucasus.
Okay.
I'm like, what the fuck is that?
It's just
No,
the
I mean,
wildness
this is
that
the thing,
other
like,
people don't get slapped with that, with any of the slurs against white people or other people. So it's always sand N word. It's always snow N word. It's never snow C word or snow H word. Like,
Well, that would be a little
N-word. Is that an
redundant.
Eskimo?
Snow honky?
Just-
That would be redundant. Okay.
Go, I have to look this up now. Snow.
I mean,
N-word.
to the
This is new-
to the
This is new
Inuits.
lore. New lore.
Snow bunny.
Okay.
You can say snow bunny. Like, I think the only
not a
white
bad
word
thing,
slur
though.
you can't say is the C slur. Right? And you're not even allowed to say it on Twitch, right? But
all
other than
teens.
that, you can use all sorts of words. The only people you can't really say slurs to are LGBT folk, black people, and Jewish people. Those are the three groups.
Nah, y'all say that N word a lot. Y'all can't say the black. Yo,
I can't. If I said it on Twitch right now, I would get my show banned.
But if you said, of course, right? But like if you, I think more people will get more appalled and upset with you saying something against the LGBT versus saying like the N word.
You
People
think
be like,
that
"Oh."
people would be more angry with me if I used the F slur and I called everyone who disagrees with me an F slur than if I called them the N word, hard R?
I was more going
Well,
along the
F-
lines
the
if you
F slur is like
called
the-
somebody that was gay the F word versus calling a black person the N word. I think more people would be offended that you called that gay person the F word
I think that's
than
debatable.
call it.
I think it's debatable.
mm,
I think it's debatable.
Yeah, I'd put that at the same level. The F slur is a little interesting because some of them could be like an F slur and not be gay, right? It's like that's like a universal one.
That's just science, apparently.
Yeah,
Well,
some-
growing
sometimes
up,
someone's
that's
just being
how it was
F-word, you know?
used, right? We
What?
didn't mean gay people. We meant people who were lame.
Oh yes. GHEY.
People that were bitches.
Yeah. Basically.
Okay.
It's just the spicy word for bitch in my book. You know what I'm saying? I don't say it no
Spicy
more though.
bitches.
No, I
Spicy
used
mayo.
it a little differently. And for yes, I did call people the F slur growing up. That I did play StarCraft.
I think
Okay?
everybody in this room has said that
Happened,
word.
Yeah.
Everybody said every
As-
word. That's my position. Everybody said every word, basically.
I don't think
Like if
I've ever.
somebody told me they never said they grew up in the '90s and they never said the F word, I know they're just flat out
Yeah, they're just
liar.
lying. It's just
Yeah.
not true. But yeah,
I learned new lore today.
yeah,
Good.
I did too. I didn't know JIT was a thing, but
Oh, no, not that. Like ice. I've heard this. It's either snow N word or ice N word. But Inuit, that thing. I didn't know that. That's new. So thank you.
Yeah, they just want to slap that word on everything because that's the word that hurts, and let's just use that in conjunction.
Oh, this is a
with
good one.
Voltron.
Timber N word. Prairie N word.
It's because that there's just like the way that it sounds. You know, the other slurs don't really sound as cool. Don't sound as fun to say. They're not as fun to say. So you know, this is a good one. Unfortunately, I guess.
It's
Yeah,
the winner. Let's
Power.
go.
the winner is
Winner.
the most powerful.
Yeah, like the K word, right? Like it doesn't roll off the tongue in the same way the N word does.
No.
Like hard
My
R.
position on the K word is very simple. I said you missed this, but I said like nobody says it. Like there's a crude pattern matching that people do with all these words, these magic words, these slurs, whatever, to say like if you say them, you're a bad person. This is the annoying, retarded argument I've gotten into with, especially with white women, about like the R word, right? You can't say that. It's bad. It's mean. It's retarded. It's a dumb argument. It's just based off of people's feelings, but. It's a crude pattern matching thing, but the thing is, nobody says the K word. It's not that it doesn't roll off the tongue. It rhymes. We just talk about it. We could make a poem about it, but nobody says it because they all understand that it's fucked up. So they don't say it.
I really
because
don't think
nobody
that's
says
it.
it.
I
The
really
only
like,
people
so
I've heard
there
say
are
it were
slurs-
literally anti-Semitic, like dead ass.
Exactly. The only people who say it
Bro.
are anti-Semites.
I'm just saying, are people
Like,
saying
hold
the
on,
K
there's
word
slurs
in
for Hispanics.
2024?
There's slurs
Yeah.
for Hispanics, for example, like the bean, right, with the hard R at the end.
Yeah, beaner,
Yeah.
spick, etc.
Hold on,
Well,
we're
you
on
can't-
Twitch. You
unfortunately,
can't say that
Sorry,
shit. Stop.
sorry.
Okay.
I know.
Not
I
because
feel,
not because it's morally wrong or whatever. It's because I don't want to get demonetized. So
The one
cut it.
I heard the
Yeah,
most is the
I
one that
can't,
starts with wet.
yeah, another one
Sure.
you don't hear very often,
Yes.
right? But all these words
It's on the back.
they you don't hear them very often. They're not used very often, even though they are. Plenty of people are so racist for Mexicans or Hispanics, but I don't think you hear them as often because they're just not as fun to say. There's something punchy about the N word with a hard R, and I think that's why people say it so often. And yeah, there's like the way that it's hard R, right? The hard R at the end. It's a punchy word, just like fuck. Fuck is a punchy word, right? So there's something about it. This is why people. I think this is why it's just used more often.
Ice beans. I promise it wasn't towards you. I promise. Ice beans. We got other words for your
Ice
channel.
The only word I
Is he
feel
Indian?
like that's a slur that is as punchy as the N word is the F word with the GOT. Not just the
the F slur.
3-letter word, the whole 6-letter.
Sure.
You
The
know
F
what I'm
slur.
saying?
The F
Gotta
slur.
agree with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bundle of sticks. Everybody, listen, you gotta go to the UK. You gotta smoke.
The one that rhymes with maggot.
Yeah, we got it, man. We got it.
Is there a? Let me just ask to you, Doobie. So because you famously, almost right, infamously maybe, are okay with using it. You think it should be used all time, no issue. Is there an amount or context in which someone can use that word that even you were like, okay, buddy, what are you doing? Right, like the racist spells start ding-a-ling-a-ling, and
Well, I mean, obviously, like I think you can use any word in a racist way. For example, when that was Ahmaud Arbery, when he got shot a while back, people were calling people joggers, right? And that was the N word for a while, right? So it's just really the intention. And if you're not like autistic or something, you can read the intention, right? And when somebody says a thing, you can figure out, oh, hey, they actually mean it in this way, so therefore they're a racist, right? I don't think it's the sound itself that is racist. So, for example, I say hard R sometimes, right? So if it's funny, I'll say it just because there's shock value, and that's it, right? Not because I'm a racist, but because people are shocked by it and it makes me laugh. That's it. It's that simple. It might shock them at first, but then it makes them laugh because they're like, "Oh God, I can't believe you said that." Like it's not a big deal, right? So I think it's interesting to me that like all these other swear words that we have and insults like fucker, bitch, cunt, whatever the fuck. All these things you can use them in, I mean, Wick, I think you said earlier, you can use them in like much worse ways than you can use like the N word, right? Much more like damaging personal ways. And somehow we're okay with all those other things being said, but oh god, I just can't stand this person saying making this one sound because that's way worse than all the others for some reason. It's just kind of ridiculous to me.
Ghosty
I
said
can't think
something
of a slur.
interesting, and I want to explore this a little bit with all of you. Ghosty says, Twitch is fine promoting half-naked women to teenage boys, but don't dare say a bad word in a non-slur context. Do you
A
think that,
non-slur context?
yeah, I don't, well, even
Okay,
in
go
a
on.
Like
slur
one that's not
context, right?
derogatory.
Do we think that, why is it that Twitch is okay with that?
Tubs.
Yes, and not okay with we can't even say the word and just having a conversation with each other, right? Like I can't just mention the word, not call you guys the word, right? But just mention the word as we discuss it. I will get banned from the platform. But if I wanted to strip down to my skivvies and do a dance and shake my ass, I probably wouldn't get in trouble for that.
You would. Yeah, I got you, fans. It's very simple. This is why I jumped up with this. Nigger doesn't get you money, but hot tub streams with women get you money. Hot tub streams with men get you banned. And we've seen this. There's a double standard for male streamers versus female streamers when it comes to sexual content as well. Women sexual content makes you money. Slurs, male sexual content, no. That's literally what it is. And by the way, the president or CEO of Twitch is a literal coomer. So
Yeah, because honestly, Wick, I think if you unless you did it like ironically funny, right? If you were trying to be sexy, I think there might be a problem. I think they might unfortunately.
Now I kind of want to do it just to prove you all wrong. Okay, I just want to.
Well, let's go
do a
Speedo
hot
stream.
tub yeah, just set up a hot tub outside, right? Get like a snorkel, right, and some floaties. Okay.
I'd pay for that. If
Right.
you had a cigar,
much?
you was just sitting there with a beer.
would
You
you
know what
pay?
I'm saying?
Enough
I'd
money, we
give
can
a
make it
tier
happen.
2
Wheels are
sub. All right,
turning.
I'd give a tier 2 sub.
Tier 2 sub. I don't need
and
more
I hear
money.
like Markiplier. He'll make an OnlyFans. You got the money.
Hey man, listen. I ain't Doobie, all right? I ain't got cash like that, all right? Doobie will break bread.
Do you just think? I mean, it might be that simple. It might be simply the fact that advertisers are okay with one and not the other, right? It might simply be that.
Yeah, I think it's that plus there's a lot of these like slutty streamers kind of market themselves as like strong women, you know, celebrating their femininity and whatnot. So that's like a minefield, right, for Twitch to come in and say, "Hey, actually, you can celebrate your femininity."
Do we have any strong,
everybody your
sexy
tits."
women in chat that want to join? Because again, we're talking slurs with black people. If we're going to talk sexy streamers, we
Enough
should have more
N-words. We need women.
Yeah.
A lot of us. This is like
real.
all
There are
of
no
us at
sexy women in the
Twitch right
audience,
now.
let's be real. So I think that I think that's a big thing, and I think this was something that was a little, sort of touched on when Twitch had that big hubbub a while back, right, where they were like trying to figure out how to deal with it because it was everywhere. It really is the idea that, you know, there is like a feminist undercurrent in a lot of these like liberal companies, lefty companies. In Twitch, yeah, they're a corporation, but I would say that the culture within the company that's been demonstrated, the political leanings, ideological leanings are more left. I think within that sphere, you're going to find a lot of people who are pro-feminism, pro-women, and challenging women who want to display themselves and be like, "Hey, I'm a strong woman. I can show off my body, and you know, I get to be proud of this." I feel like them coming down on those people is an ideological minefield.
What are our thoughts?
I don't know. Sex is sold forever. So, like, no matter what it was, if you were selling beer, women in bikinis. If you're selling cars, women in bikinis. Like, no matter what, it's just been a staple throughout all of America. Like, for sure in America, and I'm sure in other places. So, like, if you watched Married with Children back in the day, there was women scantily clad. You watch the man shows, women on trampolines. Like, this isn't something new. So I think we're so desensitized to it at this point. I don't see why women shouldn't be able to. But I
Not
think
true,
like
because
the
if it's a
wild
black
one.
woman,
So
Oh,
here's
we
the
saw with
thing.
WAP.
I can
Double standard, Matt,
sexualize
you think?
women on my stream and not get banned. You know what else I can do? I can call them slurs as long as they're gendered slurs like bitch, cunt, all that. I can call them that and I won't get in any trouble. Not a damn thing will happen to me. I can sexualize them. Not a damn thing will happen to me. What does that
Up
say?
to a certain point. Not too
Yeah.
much tomfoolery, but I get what you mean. Up to a certain point, yeah.
Yeah, like I mean, like obviously I can't like show them like leaked sex tape or whatever, right? But I can goon, right? I can say, yeah, look at her, she's
don't think
great, and just go on and explain in detail what I'd like to do to them.
You
And
can goon with your
nothing
hands
will happen.
above the camera, on camera,
Yeah,
hands on
I
camera.
could
doing it.
absolutely do that, and I wouldn't face any repercussions. Do we?
You
think
don't
that
think
speaks
you
to
would get
anything
banned for calling a woman the C word too many times? I think that would get you
You said
lit
too
up.
many times. You said at all. He said it all.
If I call you the N-word once, I'll get banned.
Ooh, yeah, you right about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can call a woman the C slur a few times and be fine.
Host, get in here. But yeah.
I'm not gonna call her the C. Like, I'm not mean. I'm not mean.
And I'm saying this word comes from like a different time, because at one point, if someone went out and said the N-word in public, a bunch of black people would be like,
Which
that
one?
was like our name at one point.
Yes. Him.
Like, who you talking? Me, boss?
Yes.
Exactly. So
Exactly.
like it's
Him. It was
that
like
word
a
is
non-horrific.
exactly, and like Jim was used to show an underclass below the white underclass, because Huck Finn's alcoholic father who couldn't get work was just like, well, at least I'm not doing as bad as Jim. Like, that was the whole point of it.
Yep.
There's
By the way,
always
shout out to
another.
Percival Everett. Shout out to Percival Everett. He wrote a really good book called James that like deals with N-word Jim in a different context. And Percival Everett is probably one of our greatest modern writers. So just not trying to plug him. I don't get anything paid for that, but it's just like it's a funny thing. Like we think about race in so many, and race is fake, but we think about race in so many weird, messed up ways, and this word is just a microcosm of that. Like I hate this whole thing around this word because it makes us like reify really divisive, stupid concepts like, hey, you're literally a different subspecies because of your melanin content. And it's just like, that's pseudoscience, but yeah.
I watched a video the other day about what was the name of the character from Django? Candy?
I don't remember.
Calvin Candy.
Calvin Candy.
Yes.
So basically, they were saying he was evil because he was a progressive and he was trying to bring up progressive ideas in the worst manner possible, using things like phrenology to say there can be a better N-word, a stronger N-word. Like, it was ridiculous the way that they were passing off the way this character worked. And so you can have a malicious progressivism going along with it.
Well, that's
Calvin Candy will have
the
voted Democrat,
charge that
for
a lot
sure.
of people make, right? That you can cross a line, right? That you're so left leaning that you're again, like the guns are
Horseshoe
the same
theory.
thing. Like guns, you can go far left enough, you get your guns back. You go far left enough, you get your racism back, right? Like there's this it hits different, it manifests different than right-wing racism, but there is this bigotry of low expectations that come from a lot of people who are on the left, right? This is why I'm, when we talk about like voter ID, let's just use that as an example, right? There are some good examples of why voter ID might be something that we don't want, right? And there could be good arguments, but no one uses those arguments. What they use is, well, poor black people can't find the driver's license place, the DMV. They couldn't get there, right? They wouldn't know how. And I don't know. That's always struck me as a little.
That's liberal
racist.
racism right there, bro.
I don't know. Right?
Yes, that's liberal racism right there. Well, think about the black folks. They're too stupid to figure out how to use a phone to get to the DMV or this, that, and the third. Yeah, that right there is liberal racism.
Have you seen like the man on the street thing that they do? I forget who does this, but they go and they basically talk to white people about this voter ID. And again, all the white people are saying the most racist shit possible, but they think that they're being helpful and protecting black people. And then they take those clips and they show it to actual black people in the city to see their reactions. Have you guys seen those?
But I want
No.
to now.
Check it out.
I'm
Check
not
it out. It's
surprised.
worth watching because again, I think we do ourselves a disservice when we just assume that one, like, because they're coming from a different background than us, that they somehow can't do the same things that we can do as white people. Right?
Of course,
It's
the
just
soft
wild.
bigotry of low expectations,
Yeah.
which was, originally in a speech read by George Bush, but written by, one of his brilliant speechwriters. So, wasn't his idea, but it's a real thing, and it's existed on the left for decades before any of us have even been born, even Wick, and it's really messed up. Like I can't. I've gotten into huge debates on various Discord servers, on subreddits, on Twitter about how leftists, Democrats, liberals, etc., will not all the same thing, but there's a lot of like directional overlap. Will say like, well, we can't say that about them because da 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 da. Okay, very simple, very simple. How about, has anyone ever seen the equity cartoon with the boxes?
Yeah.
The Apple
Yeah.
Carts. Yeah. Okay, so this is something that was explained to me, not for me personally, but it was explained in a podcast with John McWhorter and Glenn Lowry, the black guys, formerly of Blogging Heads, two public intellectuals, really great guys. You should watch them on the Glenn Show. So, problem with that cartoon is that if you actually carry that concept over, you take it to its logical conclusion in the areas of, let's say, like admissions and IQ. It's one thing when you say like, hey, you need an extra box because you were born short. Oh, you need reduced standards because you were born dumb and you're inferior. And that's it's kind of fucked up. Kind of fucked up. And there's a lot of people who actually think that
Yeah.
in Democratic circles, on the left, in the progressive movement. And it's one of the reasons why I get into real strong arguments with them around things like race, which is fake, because they would want to say, well, that's just their culture. It's just their culture to be bad at IQ tests. We can't, possibly try to hold them to the same standards. Fuck you saying? I'm not inferior. I can pass the test.
Can I ask? And you guys don't have to answer if you don't like, but I'm curious, just to kind of bring this home to people, right? Because it's easy to talk about policies. It's easy to talk about some ephemeral stuff, right? We can kind of ignore that to a certain extent, right? Make excuses, hand waves. My question for all of you, again, you can say no if you're uncomfortable with it. What's the most left-wing racism you faced in this space? Like, do you have an example of a time where you faced like the bigotry of low expectations, or when you faced someone from the left, not from the right? So we're not talking about the Fabian Liberty Scotts of the world, right? But when someone from the left has either done something, said something, not done something or said something, and it's just come across as like really racist to you. If you want to share, now's the time.
I don't think
Give
I
these
have
guys the
any.
first.
Yeah, I don't think I have any like or anything I remember as a direct example. There are especially when I first like not in Twitch poll, but like started to use like Discord. Like once was involved like in DGG and stuff like that, people feeling like they need to refine my argument. Like I didn't say it good enough for people to understand it. That shit used to drive me nuts. Um they it's only good intentions, right? Like they wanted to be an ally, but hey, bro, I think they kind of got what I was saying. You know what I'm saying? Like, why are you speaking for me, dog?
White splaining. They were white splaining your argument. Yes.
Yeah. It was, and that happened more often than not. But nothing I could be like this person right here, and nothing like that.
Fair enough. What about you, Lethy Waterkai? Any incidents, or any just patterns of behavior, maybe?
don't remember what the panel was about, but I got invited by Katie to like an all black panel, and that was just one of the goofiest experiences I've ever had. And they ended up kicking Carantos out of the panel. So I would say that would be. It felt like ableism in a
Elaborate for the
way.
people. I remember what you're talking about, but my audience may not. I don't know if my audience remembers who Katie is. First of all,
Well, she was trying to save all of us black people, and she was
He tries
helping us to
hard.
talk about the issues that we were going through. And it just honestly was a circle jerk. And Caranto showed up to ask some actually important questions to some American black people where he may not have understood where we were coming from. And because he didn't fit into that role, he got yeeted right off the panel. And I thought that was ableist in a way.
Toronto's black.
I believe he's Somali, something like that.
Oh, he's really black. I mean, that's fucked up.
Yeah.
That's basically
Yeah,
that's
he's
okay.
actually black.
That's a perfect segue into what I was gonna say. Which is like
Also,
I get. Oh, sorry.
go ahead.
Sure,
It was just to continue off the Katie thing. Listen, I'm offended at all you white people try to say Katie had dreads in that one time, okay?
Those were
Those
not
weren't
dreads.
Those were not dreads. Y'all need to drop that. She wasn't culturally appropriating black.
Okay.
Yo, that's an insult to dreads.
Can
Sorry.
I just interject here? The idea of cultural appropriation overall
It's cringe.
has always been the stupidest thing that I've ever heard. One of the great things about cultures is how we share, right? How we adopt each other's cultures. That's not only not bad, it's good actually. Look, okay. I had a Mennonite neighbor, right? Whitest people you've ever met, right? A little, even I would go so far as to say hickish, okay? Nice people. Great. Great neighbors. What was their kid's name? I think one of them was Jamal. He's the whitest kids you've ever met, right? And a lot of people would say, "Oh, they're adopting black names. How dare they?" Right? What? Right? If I want to adopt parts of a culture that I find interesting, I should be able to. No matter if I'm white, black, American, Mexican, doesn't matter. I don't know why people try to gatekeep that shit. I don't understand it.
It's a stupid argument because without cultural appropriation, Kendrick Lamar, Kanye West, you name the rapper, he would not be as famous or as rich. You go to those concerts, it's not a bunch of black people you see there. It's a sea of mayonnaise, okay? All right? A sea of it. All right? It is crazy. Yeah, cultural appropriation is the reason why I can enjoy Kendrick Lamar. Thank you, white people.
You're welcome.
Indeed.
Okay.
So, I was gonna say, like, segueing away from like kicking a Somali off of an all-black panel because they were saying crime think or asking the wrong questions, right? This is the thing that I've gotten throughout my time in, like, let's say, political internet spaces. Is like I am a heterodox heretic. I say bad crime think opinions around issues like race relations, social policy, IQ, etc. And then I get mau-maud by white people. Not only white people, sometimes black people too. But I get mau-maud by
What the
people
fuck is
on
mau-mau?
the left. Oh, I'm sorry. That's a term. Sorry. Thank you. That's a term that I got from the Fifth Column, the podcast, and the Journalism Criticism podcast. Basically, it just means like a struggle session. Like, oh, you have bad ideas, so we need to denounce you. We need to re-educate you in real time.
Okay, so
tell
Mao
you why
is in the Chinese guy. Okay.
Yes, Mao, the Chinese Communist Party, the CCP. Not a fan, by the way. So I was getting mau-maud in real time over my crime think opinions. Please read Orwell, folks. It's a good book. Read 1984. It's a good book, and also like you'll get a sense for these terms. The idea being like, because you're saying things that don't fit into liberal orthodoxy including being like black people are actually inferior, but we need to make a space for them in this by deferring and like lowering standards and also the bullshit. Like, no, like I can pass an IQ pass. I can get a good score on an IQ test. I can get into various Ivy League institutions. I can do well in society. I don't need special dispensation based off of my immutable characteristics. And I would say these things, and it would turn into huge arguments. I still get arguments to this day, to this day, about the whole thing. Race is fake, and I say that affirmatively. I wrote a whole blog post about it. I think I've linked it in your subit or your Discord server a few times, Wick. But like, race is actually fake. It's based in pseudoscience. The differences between racial groups are not vast enough to constitute separate subspecies, let alone literal species. We are all the same race. We are all the same species. We're human. We're Homo sapien, sapien, and unless you want to talk about Neanderthal DNA, like we're all the same. So this is fake, and I get fights on all that stuff. Sorry, go
I
ahead.
have a question.
If you have a camera, turn it on as well, please.
Oh,
You want your cam, girl?
okay,
Trying to get that money.
Okay, I can work on that. But so I have a question real quick. I've gone back and forth on this about like racial or like race divided like dorms, like having like a hall of like only Black women or like only Black men in like college and stuff. What do you guys think about that? Because I go back and forth on it because I do think there can be benefits to if you're going somewhere new and kind of foreign to you, like college, and you kind of want to be around people who understand you, that like that you are familiar with, but at the same time it's good to also be able to get out there and not be, you know,
Yeah, I think
kind of
that's
like
gross.
segregated in a way.
I think the whole concept is gross. It's disgusting.
So I was gonna come in hot, but Doobie already did that for me. So thank you, Doobie. I'm gonna come in a little softer. I'm just gonna say, your heart's in the right place. It's the wrong idea. Race-based, like literal segregation in education and just throughout society is bad. Here's what you could do that would make that actually make sense. It would actually be true because, hey, guess what? All the people who have the same melanin as me at like Harvard Square don't think like me and aren't from the same like place that I'm from. How about this? We have a dorm for people that are from a certain economic background or a certain like region of the country.
Poors.
People a dorm.
Here's a dorm for
Yes.
the poors.
Yes.
Okay.
Honestly, like that would be more likely for them to be able to relate to each other, because this is the thing that people have actually talked about in terms of that whole thing. It's like, oh, why go to the all Black dorm? So it's a boozy ass fucking like prep kids, and I'm the one poor kid from the actual ghetto, and I can't relate. So like, no, like have it based off on something else, something that's not an immutable characteristic.
I don't want it to be based off of economic class either. I think that there's great benefit
then don't have it at all.
To having rich and poor have to intermingle actually and work side by side on projects and things. I think that's very
same for
good.
Same for the phenotypic groups.
I
all
agree.
of us get together.
I don't like the all Black dorm idea or the all white dorm idea. Testicle Johnson for $5 Canadian. I am okay with segregating Canadians. Fuck those guys. But anyway, only white women should be allowed to say the N-word. Thoughts?
Ghost, will you say it?
Don't say it on my channel.
In context, I can dig that.
But have you said it?
And pressure goes to say the hard R.
I've said the word. I feel very uncomfortable saying it though. Like even in songs, I like cringe a little bit. Like I really feel uncomfortable. Right? There's certain songs that I'll sing along to, but even then, it's like very rare. I'm not gonna lie. Like I tend to skip over it. But
you're not a liar. I appreciate that.
Which songs are so great, so amazing that you just have to sing along?
It's gonna be Mad City from
Mar.
I don't know off the top of my head, to be honest. But I really like. It doesn't feel right saying it. Like I don't like it. It sounds weird coming from me.
As a man that is
say it more often, and you'll get more comfortable.
That has that was married to a German woman for 10 years. There is something hot in the context of the bedroom. There is something kind of like hot.
Hold on.
How did I know you were going
race play? You would race play, my man? What the fuck?
So is it okay for you, Majin, if the woman that you're with calls you that in the bed chambers?
Yo, again, I can't believe I'm quoting Donald Glover again. If she was like, "Yo, fuck me with that," I might be offended for Yeah, half a second, but I'll be like, yo, do that again.
Let's put it like this, right? Women love English culture, and they also love certain other kind of BBC, I guess.
Manny to
Listen,
the
as a
Max for
person,
$2. Gold Digger by Kanye West. Is that your song?
Oh,
Okay, gang. Drop the titles of the songs that you will sing along to and not censor yourself. Okay? That you will just blast it out. Drop those song titles. Let's hear them. Okay.
I ain't saying she's a gold digger.
Yeah, I guess that's
but
one.
you ain't fucking with no broke niggas.
Yeah. I
Twitch
there's so
Unblack.
many threads to pull on, right? Lethy Waterkai, do you agree with that? Do you agree with the idea that racially, like, all black college or historically black colleges, right? That those are bad things?
I don't like the idea of segregation in general, and
Okay.
I think we're cutting ourselves off from a lot of information. The best way to end racism is to have people exposed to one another, like, so you can't be ignorant to what your fellow human is going through, and you can actually humanize other people. So yeah, it's best not to segregate.
Okay. Is
I
there
like
any
I don't have
in
a
my
problem
audience?
with it.
Like, this feels like I'm almost wanting to argue the other side just so that there's a difference of
Well,
opinion here.
I don't have a
Right.
problem with HBCUs, by the way. And by the
Yeah.
way, HBCUs have admitted white people in the
Yes,
past.
I mean, they're not entirely segregated. And in fact, I remember there was a controversy because there was a all black one of these historically black colleges. They had a fraternity, and a white man graduated from the fraternity, right, and was wearing the jackets and pictures on Twitter and stuff. And he was called all sorts of terrible names, right? But that why do we have this tendency? Okay, why do white people have this tendency to want to just call each other racist all the time, right? And just imply the most racial imagery, all that. This one's to you, Ghosty. Why are we so tempted to call each other racist all the time over silly stuff, to gatekeep that kind of thing, to speak over Quinn, Lethy, and my man Majin here, right?
Hmm.
What are your thoughts?
We're gonna
Ghost?
talk
Seems a
now.
little virtue signally. I don't know.
That's for you, Ghost.
Ghost, can you hear
Yeah,
us?
we're waiting on you, Ghost.
Sorry, my
Yeah.
headphones cut out for a minute. My
Oh man, okay. Let me repeat
asking
it.
a
Can you hear
question.
me now?
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you
Okay,
now.
great.
Okay.
Why is it that women? I'll just say it. White women, especially. White women are especially guilty of this. Okay, they want to. They are the most quick to call something racist that I've ever seen. Quicker than anyone else. Quicker than Lethy Waterkai. Quicker than Quinn. Quicker than Majin. Right? Quicker than me. Quicker than the most woke man you know. White women have that at the ready. Why? Answer for your crimes.
I don't know in particular. I would guess maybe because we've dealt with sexism too, like we can call out racism or something. But I personally know many women, and I guess specifically white women, who are very racist, who like tend to be like social justice warriors though, but they're like extremely racist.
Like who? Name them.
You guys wouldn't know any of them.
Okay, so no one in the space. You've
just-
been in the
yeah,
space a
no.
while. Who's the most racist?
Who's your top 3 most
Yeah.
racist Twitch screamers? We were talking about this earlier.
I'm not really big in the space, honestly. I don't know. I'm not like a.
I have another hot take. The reason why white women are so quick to call out racism,
Please tell us.
because they all. I guarantee you, if you go to their Pornhub, their search history, all right, you're gonna find a whole bunch of BBC. They all got that black fetish. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's why they quick to come
I think
to
this is cope.
rescue a black guy. You know what I'm saying?
I think this is
maybe
cope.
the.
I think white people are conditioned to feel guilty about their ancestors or whatever the fuck. And I think because
White
women
fragility.
tend to be sort of I think they're conditioned to be fragile. Yeah, and to look for racism in themselves and other people, and to feel guilty about shit they didn't do. So
I like mine better. All right. I love. Listen,
yeah,
listen.
Yes,
I'm,
because you're a goomer.
Honestly, okay, Majin, out of all the things that has been said today, even Lawson's story about how he called the guy who pulled a gun on him the hard R, right? I don't know if you guys heard that story, right?
yeah.
But
It's that one.
that what you just said about how white women only defend or only make accusations of racism because they want our big black cocks, that has been the most racist thing that we've said. That has been said all night.
Our?
Well, why do they then? All right, listen. If it's exclusively white, when going off based off of what you said, right, and it's
They are the most
nobody
guilty
else,
of it. Yes, it's not nobody else, right? It's
or
that
maybe
they
they
are the
just
most
find us
guilty.
the
They're
most
quickest.
desirable.
I think you potentially need to go pull a Mr. Green, go have sex with your wife or whatever. But leaving that aside, yeah, I mean, I think it's just my theory on this. I've read some people who have like more intelligent commentary on the particular reasons why women are more likely to become leftist and women are more likely to become like liberal racist or progressive racist or whatever. I think it's that like politics is way of self-actualization, and it does not actually necessitate like good opinions, like quote unquote like smart opinions, well-founded opinions, etc. It necessitates good think. So again, please read your Orwell, please read 1984. This is really relevant. It necessitates you like kind of buying into certain ideas, political theories, etc., that are socially valorous, and then reifying them in public. And so when you learn that retard is ableist and the N-word is racist, blah, 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 and you can just say that in public and become a good person and do praxis, that is really, it's like a high, right? So.
Cacophonies says this, and I want to hear Lethy Waterkai's opinion after this as well. But Cacophonies says this. It's because white people are the most likely to have outgroup preference or charity, and women have more outgroup than men. So white women have more outgroup charity than any other group. It's a mothering urge. What do we think of that?
I
Sounds
don't
like they
necessarily
agreeing with
agree.
me.
I'm going to say there's a capacity with white women to be excessively racist or excessively empathetic. And this is just, well, honestly, women in general. So if they want to be empathetic, they could be overly empathetic and uninformed. So you're going to get situations like this. Like you think of the situation that happened with Emmett Till, like that was some of the most racist shit you're going to find going down. Then you're also going to find a bunch of white women trying to speak on behalf of the black community. So it can go either way. Damn, nice intro, Tuna.
What's up, guys? How we doing?
Oh,
New
Me
challenger
Too
emerges.
too. Me Too was supposed to be for like it started with like in black communities with black women speaking out, then it kind of turned into this like Hollywood white woman problem, I guess.
That's how all black
I
problems
mean,
start off. Start off with black folks, and then it becomes everybody. Like, oh, that's a good idea. It
yeah.
is what it is.
They are not all pick-me's cacophonies.
Ice Bean says I would say it's from and Ice Bean is another woman that watches my show. There's a couple of them at least. I would say it's from a desire to be liked. Do we find that true?
Yeah, that's what I said basically.
Maybe.
Why specifically white people?
White women specifically are the
White women?
quickest to
Maybe.
come in, right?
Women play the social status game a little bit more than men do because male social culture is like more about competition. So it's like it breaks up, male dynamics break up more. You know, if someone were to fuck with me and be like saying like, oh, you can't fuck with that guy, he said this, he said that, it's gonna have less play with my friends than a girl's friends for sure. Because a girl's friends, it's all who your friends of friends of friends of. It's like way more degrees of separation are relevant with women than men.
Tuna
I feel
Chip,
like.
have you used the word before?
Hard R, no. Oh, actually, once as a child, yes. As a child, yes.
Okay.
I didn't know what it meant, but
enough.
I do remember saying it because there was only one black family where I grew up. One black family, and I had no idea what it was. It's just that word that's like an insult that people toss around, but I got set straight because I actually said it in, we only had one class per grade. I said it in front of the only 2 black kids in the thing, and I got told you can't say that. Didn't get explained why. I was too young. I was in like fucking 2nd grade. I was just like, okay, whatever, dude. It's like how white people react when you say retard in a lot of spaces. They're not going to give you the compelling argument. They're not going to try. Nowadays, maybe it'll be like, I want to explain it. It's more just like, cut it out, dude. You're being weird kind of deal. Which I think is more effective also when combating a slur or anything at all. It's just like the vibes are off is a way more compelling argument than like, don't you know that actually you're supporting a very like scientific racism theory? Not to even hate on that argument. It's just like anybody who cares about the fucking scientific racism theory is a scientific racist. They're done. They've cooked.
Rabid Wombat for $5 Canadian says this. It's because white women don't experience oppression, despite being told from birth they do. So they fake outrage on behalf of others who actually do. Ghosty, is that true? What do you think?
I mean, oppression is a pretty like strong word, but there's sexism is real. Like that's definitely something I've dealt with from a child and like have experienced.
Well, I already asked.
Sexist to you?
Hold on. Just give me a second because I already asked.
And I have a asking after.
Yeah, we'll pass the ball to Quinn after this. But I'm very curious because I asked Lethy Waterkai, I asked Majin, I asked Quinn here. Who are the most racist streamers in this space? Let me ask you, who are the most sexist streamers in this space that you've experienced or that you've seen? Like, if you had to give the top 3 most sexist, not sexy, sexist streamers in this space. I just don't want to accidentally get on the list, right? Okay, anyway, but go ahead.
No, I'm joking.
I don't know, maybe this guy who left the last super chat. No, I'm just kidding.
Rabid Wombat. Okay.
Streamers. I don't. Off the top of my head, it's hard to say, but I definitely see like a lot of commenters. I'm not trying to like cop out of the answer.
Say it.
I can't think of names. Like
say the
you
word.
Can't say slurs, and now you can't say names. Drop. Dox them.
If I think of some, can I bring them up?
Just shout out their names randomly as we go.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly.
Quinn, what you got?
All right, yeah. I was gonna so while Tuna got his Death Note ready, I'm just going to ask you, like, are you a feminist, Ghost?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let me offer you the Brian Kaplan definition of feminism because I think this is actually very accurate and very instructive. Because the obligate feminism, the Mott and Bailey people talk about, you just think women are people. Like, okay, 4th wave, 2nd wave. I actually read your books, not you, but like I've read the books. I actually know what is involved in modern feminism. So it's not what you say it is. But Brian Kaplan definition of feminism is the view that men are treated more fairly than women in society. Would you disagree or agree with that view?
In certain aspects, yeah.
Say yes.
You
can just say yes.
Well, because there's sometimes like in society where I think women are treated more fairly than men, also. But
on average,
on average, probably yeah, I'd probably agree.
Okay, no, that makes sense. That your worldview makes sense. I don't agree, but your worldview makes sense. So like, I think I personally also like really bite the bullet hard on these particular things. People are free in the West. I am free in the West. You are free in the West. Everybody on cam, everybody in this room, everybody in the chat is free in the West. And it's a binary. There's no equivocation on freedom. Most of the time, what we're arguing about when it comes to like treatment and whatnot is things more along the lines of like privileges. Do you have the privilege never to hear the N-word in public? Do you have the privilege never to be asked out on a date by someone you find ugly? Do you have the privilege this and that? Like, that's a different thing than having rights. We all have rights. We all are free. And so, like, people can be a feminist, people can be a black nationalist, we can be a whatever, but one of the other things I really emphasize in my politics is egalitarianism because we are free. And to not bite the bullet on the fact that we're free is in some ways do a disservice to ourselves and our ancestors, white, black, male, female, etc. But yeah.
So you're saying like being free isn't like just enough. Like there's like social.
Well, if you want to talk about like how we can make society more favorable to one group or another, which is essentially identity politics, we can talk about that. Feminism is an identity movement. Black uplift in the 21st century in America, especially, is an identity movement. But again, I am free. I already have rights. They are already reified. Where we find instances of what's called, again, per Glenn Lowry, contract racism, legal racism, we've rooted it out. And where we have found instances of it in the present day, we stigmatize it, we sue it into oblivion, we criminalize it. So it's not like this thing of like when people talk about, oh, you're actually not free. You're actually like systemically oppressed or whatever. Okay, what's the example?
I don't think that makes sense.
It's fine. I know you don't. That's fine. It's a radical view, but
I think that
it's a radical view, but it's fine.
It's not that radical. It's pretty common on the conservative side of the spectrum.
Not conservative, but go ahead.
I'm saying it, yeah, but that position is pretty common on the conservative side of the spectrum. But there's nothing in the law that says you have less rights if you're black, so therefore we're all free. So shut the fuck up. I think that like diminishes what people are actually referring to when we talk about like racism or even sexism. I think that the average like woman faces far more bigotry in her life from the time she was born than the average like black person because they're black, right? And black women get it double, right? So from the time we're born, we're trained, conditioned by our society to behave in certain ways, and into certain
gender
types
norms.
of things, gender norms, but also like certain types of thinking, certain types of existing. And I think that so long as people are like conditioned in this way and conditioned into like existing within a box, I don't think it really makes sense to say that they're free.
I love that. Again, this is your worldview. You're entitled to have it. I'm not going to say someone can't have their worldview. I'm just going to say I disagree. And this is like a huge thing that I get pushback on.
If I may, I'll see you, Tuna, and I'll give it to you in a second. But we talked about this earlier, and I think we all kind of agreed that segregated spaces by race are cringe in general, right? Like, we all agreed. Would you all say the same about gender segregated spaces?
No, hard bullet bite, absolutely not. I think that sex segregated spaces, sex, which is a biological real thing, by the way. Gender is kind of a real thing, orthogonal to sex, based on sex, but it's not exactly the same. Yeah, absolutely, that is legitimate. And by the way, that includes men, that includes boys' clubs. But yes, like if women want women-only spaces, that's fine. If men want men's-only spaces, that's fine.
As a
Not a hard
parent, I
bullet
think
bite.
that need to be too. You know what I'm saying? Because we all are teens. I wouldn't want my daughter in a dorm, with a bunch of boys when they're at the age of 13 to 16 or whatever. No, I'm good on that.
You want age segregated spaces too? That's fine. Yeah, gender and age segregated spaces, 100%.
Well, no, not age. I'm saying like just specifically at that time of that age, where we're becoming ourselves.
Go, Steve. What were you trying to jump in with? I'm just very curious. And I still see you, Tuna. Don't worry.
Yeah. For like dorms and stuff, I can see how it's different. But like, are you against like black only like clubs or like Chinese club or like stuff like that too? Like, do you think that's just like cringe?
I'm not a fan of identity. I'm not a fan of identity politics. Not a fan of identity movements. Race is fake, and I think the more we reify it in our society, the worse it ends up being. I think we see that in the way that like we had. I was literally just talking about this on Twitter recently. We had Moesha and. We had the multi-ethnic Cinderella movie, and that was fine. That was in the 90s. So I was in the same decade as Rodney King. We got over a lot of the worst stuff we had gotten throughout the 20th century. We got over a lot of that into the 1990s and the late 90s and into the 2000s. We had a really post-racial, in my opinion, 2000s decade leading into the election of Barack Obama and a lot of other things in this country and outside of this country. And then progressively, no pun intended, we started to reify race, which is fake, and we started to be more divisive in our politics and our culture. And I think that identity movements, identity groups, and identity-based groupings and segregation, self-segregation, is part of that. So yes, I'm not a fan of race-based clubs. And again, like if we think there's a problem with white identity and white segregation and white groups, Why is it not a problem to have black identity in black groups? And again, I understand there's a difference. Believe me, I do. Believe me, I do. But I'm just saying, in the interest of fairness, right, I'll bite the bullet and I'll say it's all cringe.
You don't like it, and okay, when you at first club, if you're talking about like something funded by a public institution, I understand because that is your business because that's your tax dollar. But like a private business, you wouldn't.
I mean, again, if you're asking me if I like it, I don't like it. If you're asking me,
You know, I know, but I'm saying like, what do you think
Should they be
crosses
allowed
the
to do
line
it?
though? I feel like I don't like it is a very like.
Oh, no. Wick asked me this
take.
earlier. No. Wick asked me this earlier. I'm not going to say that like people should be thrown in jail for saying the N-word. I'm not going to say or punched or anything else. And I'm not going to say that people should not be allowed to have completely self-funded, like culturally libertarian, not literally libertarian, but culturally like self-funded, independent identity groupings where they like it's all an all-black club on campus, an all-black club, at their fucking work or whatever, or even an all-white one, right? Even. But I'm just gonna say it's kind of cringe, and I would not be in favor of it.
I mean, I wouldn't either. I wanted to actually push up against your race as less natural than gender thing because I do think that. No, I mean I disagree because race is constructed by history in the same way gender is.
Oh no. So before you go,
I
just
was
be
raised
clear,
by
it's
parents
fake.
who were raised by parents who were raised by parents who were raised by parents, just the same way you were. But your parent of parent of parent of parent was more likely shipped on a boat than mine, and it's sure it's visually represented by our skin tone, but so too does the culture. We already know about the sickle cell anemia issue. We know that things like biology does get affected by history, and when you interact with me. That I'm gonna come with different experiences than you. I'm trying to figure.
I don't know what your experiences are though.
Say it again.
So just be clear. I don't know what your experiences are though. This is part of the thing why it's fake.
Not all
so
of them.
You should read my article. You should read my article. It's on my Substack again. So like you see my username here, EDOKWN. Just Google Edo Quinn racist fake and you'll see it. It's on my Substack. It's free. Some of my articles are paid. It's not. I'm not trying to pit my Substack. It's like this is all my thinking on this issue.
I'm not talking about.
Read a lot.
I'm coming to you with your language when I say gender here.
Yeah.
I agree that race is less
Sex.
real than sex, but I'm saying than gender.
Oh, okay. Gender is mediated by sex. It's based on sex. There's a very close one-to-one.
And race is mediated by the location of evolution, right? It is about the lineage. It is literally the people who fucked each other and what adaptations from their environment were inherited.
Oh, why I want you to read the article? Why I want to read the article is again because you can understand that I've done a lot of research.
Do you want to have a conversation as the person?
No, I'm having a conversation right now. I'm just explaining.
Okay. I just don't want to have.
Rabid Wombat's really mad that we're not saying slurs anymore. Okay, really.
Okay,
mad.
N-word, nigger, whatever. Anyway, so
hold on. What I'm saying that for is I want to keep us from going down too many rabbit holes and kind of get it back to kind of the.
You and me can talk later, Tuna.
Yeah, like
we can talk later.
Have other conversations, but I guess my question for Tuna, since you're kind of the new one here, right?
Yeah.
Right? Is there what do you think should be the consequence, if any, for Rich Lowry? Did you see that clip, by the way?
No.
So
tell me about Rich Lowry.
Right, I'll send you the DM. Right.
Okay, send me the DM, but describe it while you're doing it.
Sure. So basically,
before you do that, I do need to go. So I'll talk to you guys later.
Always a pleasure.
Later, Doobie.
Have a good day.
See you, Doobs.
But as we were, he was talking on Fox News, I think, with Megyn Kelly. He was talking with Megyn Kelly about Haitian immigrants. While he was talking, he mispronounced, or he says he mispronounced the word, and it sounds like the N-word, right? He says these Haitian. I'm not even gonna try to pronounce. Like he catches himself, right, and then he goes immigrants, right, or migrants and things like that. But he at first does not use that word. What should, first of all, do you believe him? I'm going to give you the clip and you can listen to it on your own, right? Do you believe him when you think he just oopsied here? And two, if he didn't, and if this was a Freudian slip, right? what consequences do you think would be appropriate for that? But let me get you that clip. Hold on.
I mean, number one, the news organization gets to decide what they're going to do with him, and their advertisers and all of that. I don't
You're
think that
his
the
boss
government,
in this hypothetical.
huh? Even if he said it loud and clear, hard N to hard R, grinded on it and had sparks fly, I would say the private institution gets to choose that, and the funding that they have.
You are the private institution.
Yeah,
though.
but
You're
I'm
his
asking
boss.
if you were in charge. Like if you were.
Oh,
his
if I was
boss.
in charge?
Yes, if you were his boss and you saw. Here, I just linked you the clip. It's a 4-second clip. You can listen to it. Listen to the clip. Tell me, what do you do in that situation, right?
Listening right now. I gotta turn browser back on. Give me 1 sec.
Yeah, take your time. It's not like everyone's waiting on you, but
Migrants complain about Haitian.
Way too loud.
Woo! He hit that really pretty much to the last letter.
He forgot the S. That's all he missed.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy. That was pretty crazy. I'm trying to figure out what's going on inside someone's brain where the word Haitian is followed by that. I was just like, it contains it. It contains it. What are you talking about?
I mean, I appreciate him being specific, right? Like, at least he's delineating.
Yeah,
no, Joe,
it
your audio is super low. Just letting you
I'm
know, it's
sorry.
really hard to hear you.
Good.
Okay.
Hell yeah. That's what it sounded. Joe, replicate that audio. That's the volume we're going for.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, well, we got rid
Volume.
of that.
Sorry, that has multiple meanings.
Lord.
Do you want to take your shit down and cut the VOD and such so that you don't get fucked by that?
On Twitch, yes.
Okay, we'll give you a moment.
Okay. I don't think I'll get.
Speaking of dropping N-bombs, that's about the closest to the most accurate new use of it.
I don't think I'll get. I don't think I'll get dinged for that on YouTube and Kick.
Probably not. Definitely not Kick.
So there we
That's
go.
half the channel.
So 2/3.
We ended it.
2/3 compromise.
We'll get it back on Twitch in a second. I just won't publish that VOD. That's all good.
Okay.
All the gold, man.
Personally, it just depends on how much money they're making. Really, when it comes down to it, if I'm running my organization, I would rather force him to do a donation than just fire him if he's good at making money.
Fair enough. Joe.
It's just like you can be a racist on your own terms. Is the company causing better outcomes for white people or black people? Like that's what you would be going for. Like that would determine whether or not the company's actions are racist. And I don't think that firing a guy that did a slip is really making black people's lives so much better in comparison.
Joe, what do you?
I would say that if you can take $10,000 and put it to a charitable donation,
is that the cost? Is that the price to say the N-word for free or not?
What's everybody's price right now? What do you think the price should be?
Bidding price for the N-word?
Who's selling cards? Passes?
Y'all asking?
I don't sell passes.
It's gonna be expensive. What's your income like?
Not me. I'm not buying. I'm reselling. I'm drop shipping.
What's your income like, huh? Well, what kind of? You seem like you were inquiring. I need a ratio of what I'm messing with here. I need to get as much as I can.
No, I'm not scared to go
Wasn't
into
there
a
like
back alley and buy a bootleg.
About like getting an N-word pass? Wasn't there a whole sketch about this somewhere? I think there was.
might have been, but I guess like I'm just curious what Joe thinks. Joe's here with us now. What are your thoughts on the whole situation? Do you think he should face consequences professionally for this? Do you think that because he doesn't say he gets real close to saying all of it, right? But he catches himself. So whether he intended to do that, right, or it doesn't seem like he intended to do it, should there be consequences for a Freudian slip?
I think it's reasonable to say that as a political commentator, he probably should take like, I don't know, 6 months off. I think somewhere in 6 months off is probably going to be fine for him, because I don't think there's going to be any conversation. He can't have a conversation on a panel without that ending up being the thing. So I think you got to give people, like, I think 6 months is fair. Give the election cycle and then bring him on later. I think right now, in the practical sense, he's a little bit too much of a pariah to like not come on and then just have him get dragged for that. I mean, I think that clip is amazing. It's funny as fuck, but yeah, nothing's gonna happen to him either. He's a private citizen, so he's not employed anywhere. He's just a dude. So it's just a dude that said a word. I think probably practically he's probably fine on like Fox. They don't care. Like, so maybe bring him on to like towards conservative syndicates. They don't really necessarily care about moralizing people over words. But if he goes on like Meet the Press or something like that, he's just going to get dragged for it. So I think generally speaking, if he does want to take more appearances, just be aware that that's going to be the inevitable like talking point or question that he's going to be asked. So either take a break or just know it's coming. And I think I would take the side of just saying that I said it. Like nobody cares. Like in like the practical sense of media, like he could say as a private citizen, "Yeah, I said it." like legit. Like he has no. He's not even. He doesn't even work for the National Review anymore. So he can just be like, "Yeah, I said it,"
What?
and then
He's the
everybody
editor
be
in
like,
chief. What are you talking about?
"No, he's not. He's not. He's just. That's why I said private citizen over and over. He's the former editor in chief, from what I remember.
I thought he was still editor in chief. Hold on.
Let's find out.
I'm like literally now editor in chief of National Review. Yeah, I know he's still.
Okay.
He's still. Yeah.
Still stands.
It's funny.
It's his. It's
Yeah,
his
so-
thing.
So I looked this up. Apparently, E. Garrett Bockies the fourth is the publisher, and that's a dude who's alive. So in theory, like that's his boss, I guess. But no, he still works there.
He is a former editor and now editor in chief. So maybe that's where we're getting
Exactly.
the mix up.
Exactly.
Here.
Yeah,
Okay.
editor in chief.
Do you I guess to Joe, since you're new here, right? Is there any context in which a non-black person can use the N-word that it's hard R, that it's socially acceptable or should be socially acceptable?
If you're wearing a white hood in the woods at night with a bunch of other people with white hoods and at night, I think it's reasonable to expect that word to come out. In most other contexts, I don't think that's the case. Maybe a country concert, like if you're at a country concert and there's like a black person singing a song, it might come out in a means of like goodwill, because maybe there are some people who are out there who might still think that word is acceptable. But other than that, like
Old Town Road, sing
Think of a
it.
context.
yeah, like
But
if I'm in
Joe-
the South, I'm just expecting that word to show up. Like it's just kind of how it
Joe.
is.
How would you feel about a Huckle Finn book club? All white
about it?
Huckle Finn book club.
What about it?
Huckleberry Finn.
I mean,
Familiar with,
they're already de facto Huckle Finn book clubs. So who cares?
Yeah, well, no, I literally mean like a book club dedicated to reading aloud passages from Huckleberry Finn, including our favorite N-word.
Look, that
on
would
the
be a
night,
little
my
weird if
favorite
it was just that book that they read every week or every summer. Then I'd have some
Sure.
questions.
The Mark Twain
right?
Appreciation Society. The Mark Twain Appreciation Society. But you get what I mean. How would you feel about them reading, the passage aloud with the hard R?
Who cares? It's the book club.
They do
Okay,
the
so then
Pulp
there's other
Fiction
context. That's all I was
screenplay.
guessing. There's other context.
It's like
There's other context.
movies. It's like Leonardo DiCaprio saying it in that Quentin Tarantino movie or something. I know people were like in an uproar kind of when it came out. They were like upset about it. And I think that's kind of, I don't know, like I think in a movie and like in book context, it's like actually important to keep those words in there.
I think something that's reasonable, however, is that like people weren't just walking around saying the N-word with a hard R. Like we have the historical context and their words to know that the N-word was not really the word to use when talking about black people. Like there are slurs, contextual slurs in every state that would confuse the shit out of people. And that I think is more interesting to have. Like when I look at something like what's the dude's name? Quentin Tarantino. Like the gratuitous use of the N-word for him is a little off if you know how those people actually spoke to one another. And again, it's all documented.
Oh.
But he wanted to use it to drive a certain point about the characters. So it's kind of whatever to me. Historically, it's like inaccurate, but
So
it's
in
not
that
inaccurate
movie-
enough to really care, you know?
In that movie, Leonardo DiCaprio didn't really feel comfortable saying the word. And Samuel L. Jackson was like, look, dude, you got to say the word. The movie's not going to hit right. Can you just go ahead and get it done? But I will say in other Tarantino movies, especially like Pulp Fiction, he just seemed to want to say the word. So, like, where does the line get drawn on that to where he wants to say the hard R, throw it into a script? It has absolutely nothing to do with plot, driving the plot or anything. He just
It's
wants to
shock
say,
value.
No, yeah. Dead ninja storage is retarded, and if anything, the only way to salvage that is to make Jimmy Black. If you make Jimmy Black the character that Quentin Tarantino played in Pulp Fiction, if you make Jimmy Black and he says it with a soft A, then we're good. But Dead ninja storage with a hard R in 1990, talking to his black friend, which is Samuel L. Jackson in that movie, is retarded, straight up.
A good example of the N-word usage actually, a movie that comes to mind to me is damn, I lost it. Killers of the Flower Moon. That's probably like Robert De Niro's use of the N-word in that film is probably the best I've seen an actor use it. Where like his character is supposed to be painted as this just overt racist, but not in like the like grandiose way that people usually think of like white racism. And he says that shit smooth. I bet you some people hearing me say that don't even remember he said the N-word in that movie. That's how smooth that shit was. Because it was just like a pass by. Like this just whatever. And that's kind of how people talk too. Not even kind of, this de facto how people spoke. They didn't like charge up the word like it's some DBZ episode. They just kind of said it.
N-E. It's N-I.
Do you
Go
think
ahead.
he
Which
practiced?
is why, like for
that?
which is why for like Richard Lowry, yeah, damn, his name's hard to say. For him, it's like it's very telling how casual that was, because like that's why it
That's
didn't.
what I said.
That's why nobody buys the correctness, because he just said that smooth, and then he called himself like, "Oh, migrants," and I'm like, at that point, just say it, like.
Bro, he got to the E. He got to the literal
Oh.
E. And then it was just like migrants. I'm like, bro, come on now.
Speaking of charging up, Tuna's charging up. Tuna, you want to say something?
Yeah, I is the shock value not enough? Like the shock value of the hard R in Dead N-word storage is the point.
Get a drink.
No. That line, I can explain that line.
When
in
you say
my opinion.
retarded, you mean it's like not good world building? It does it
Yeah,
breaks immersion?
It's dumb. Yeah. Like that scene, the way that scene is supposed to be, as written, I think the way that scene makes sense is like it's two black guys talking to each other. It's like, listen, wait, do you see a sign in my house? It's like, dead guy storage, like dead guy storage. It's like
sure,
nigga, like guy. It's like dead guy storage, dead nigga storage. That do you think does my house have a sign on it that says dead nigga storage? But it's ER, it's with emphasis, and it's a white guy saying it to a black guy in the 1990s. It's stupid. Like, listen, I'm not precious about that word. Believe me, you weren't here for
no,
this.
I see what you mean.
To frame the scene, he wanted to say it, and he wanted to say it on camera. I do believe that.
Oh, I'm not going to deny that, because it's also like, but this is also the same movie that has the wallet that says "bad motherfucker" on it. It's like the whole movie is
not racist.
Pull. No, I'm not talking about racist. I'm saying it's all unbelievable, hamish. It's okay. Can we agree? Den N-word storage, that's like the Marvel of dropping the N-word. It's like, of course it's hammed up but you're like in a comic book. It's named Pulp Fiction after these like hammy, fake, fucking stupid books. I think the whole movie is unrealistic. You're not watching the movie thinking, oh yeah, these two guys, while they're killing somebody, are talking about putting mayonnaise on fries. That makes sense. The whole thing is supposed to be a little absurd.
I think this is a disingenuous argument. I think it's just he wanted to say, he stuffed it in there, and we all kind of like it's fine. Like again, I'm not super precious about it, but like if we're going to be honest about it, it's a stupid way to frame a scene that should have just had more kind of a naturalistic dialogue. You could say like it's not the worst thing in the world. I would say it's not the worst thing in the world, but like it's a dumb way to write the scene. It's a dumb way to cast.
I think it's dumb in the way that like McLovin is dumb. It's like a throwaway joke.
It's not a joke. It's just like he wanted to say the word on camera, so he wrote a scene where he said the word on camera. If he had cast a black guy saying it, or if he had changed the line if he had like not had the hard R, if he had to set the GA even GA, I'd say it's at least a little better.
White guy's
Because
not going to say that. He's going to hit the hard R. Also, like, that's what stand-up is.
Not
That's
true.
what story writing is. He just yeah, of course he wanted to say it because he thought it'd be funny. He thought it would have shock value. I get what you're saying, but it's like, where inside of art, what is the legitimate use? Oh, only if we're making sure that people know how racist slave owners used to be. Why is it zooming in on me? This is an indictment all of a sudden. It's this stupid fucking auto cam. It doesn't feel to me like there's a genuine agreement with the idea that art is a safe place to use language. It sounds like we're saying art that is woke and it's a bad character who's framed very easily to understand, then you can use it.
I think my argument is more nuanced than that, but it's fine. Reasonable minds can disagree. I always say that reasonable minds can disagree on this stuff.
Something that comes to mind to me is like,
Please.
there's ways of saying and depicting things in film. And I think the problem that people tend to have, as we're talking about the use of the word in film, is like how it's used in the context. Like I'm very sensitive to violence on women in films, insofar as like I think there needs to be some level of like, there's a way that you can do violence against women on films that doesn't feel
just for your
jarring
info.
and gratuitous.
Okay, you figured it out. Got it. Okay. Great.
Yeah. So I kind of put like the N-word use, really any type of like application of things that could be jarring and uncomfortable in that same spot. Like they're like, one thing that I know that really upsets people, as an example, are like rape scenes in films. And it's a really like difficult thing to execute in cinema. But I'm sure if I looked at the examples and depictions of it in films, it's reasonable to assume that maybe there's like one or two that where it might be done effectively.
What
but
is
even
the most?
then,
What is the best? Who did it best? Who did a
who did
rape
it
scene
best?
best?
Well, that's why I said I don't know.
Okay.
Like for me, I'm like for like my first like thought of it, I don't know.
There was a scene in Narcos that really affected that I thought was like pretty intense. It was a R scene. She was like kidnapped by one of the cartels and she was being like gang raped, and that was like pretty like whoa. I don't know, like I always that just like stuck with me. But I don't know, like it is a reality, and like as far as like with like violence, like domestic violence against women and stuff, and scenes like that too, like when they do it right in a realistic way, like I don't like it can be triggering to people, but I do think it is like important to shed like a light on the realities.
What's your
of
favorite
these
domestic
situations.
violence scene in film?
What's what?
Your favorite domestic violence scene in film?
I can't.
Bang,
I
zoom.
don't. Though I don't have like a favorite. The only one I can think of right now is like in Boardwalk Empire. There was like this woman who was being beaten on by her husband. That seems like pretty realistic. I don't know. I don't have like a favorite.
Yeah, I mean, like I think that's the part of it where it's like I think things that resonate for people are those scenes where it does feel authentic, and I think sometimes films can run into the trap of like portraying something that's just like completely over the top and in unintentional ways. And then depending on how they execute it, it might be done in a way where it's just like, yeah, we don't care. Like we're just throwing it to the wall and trying to have fun here. Or there's like, okay, we're trying to have a very serious moment, and then and then that serious moment is underscored with a poorly executed concept or idea. And that's not exclusively things like violence against women or using N-word, but there's a bunch of like applications of how like, oh, this is not how this actually works or actually happens. And depending on how they execute that or engage with the idea of like, this is not how it happens, I think it's where people get pulled out of situations.
The whole question is mired in this question of like what exactly you're supposed to do with a scene. I mean, that's what I was asking about with the use of the N-word is like, is shock value not legitimate? It has to be realistic. But then sometimes we're saying it doesn't have to be realistic. Because then you would say the best rape scene is literally snuff porn, because at least then you're like, well, this will teach people to take seriously what rape is. They'll see how terrible it is. Well, no one actually, because entertainment, it is like, when you film something that it's trying to be entertainment. Well, how do you approach entertainment when it's something bad, like rape or racism? Like, try really, really hard, but it comes off hammed and fake, or to try really, really hard, it comes off real, and then now all you're doing is just like making people deeply uncomfortable. I mean, there's the shit in, what is it, Wedding Story? Wedding Story is an extremely uncomfortable movie to watch, but that's the point of it. Like, you want to die after watching that. You empathize with that character, and you're so uncomfortable. If you don't turn a movie off when it gets to the rape scene, it's probably not realistic enough. Same thing with that fucking movie. Like, heartbreak and discomfort are legitimate things to put in movies, I think.
Yeah, I think so too.
Ice Beans, welcome to
Hello.
the show. It's been a while. So
Yeah, long
first
time no
question.
see.
First question, since this is the topic of the day.
You toxic fuck. I know where you're going.
Have you ever said the N-word?
Of course.
Piece of shit.
Like,
Ardar?
It is relevant.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just camming.
But I'll say
Trying
that
to cam up.
I'll say that I
He's buffering.
No,
Wait,
she's on for
She's
all of
cammed
us.
up. She's
Yeah,
cammed up.
we
Don't
Oh,
can-
I've
worry.
been canned up.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'll say that I grew up in a vastly different environment, and when I was a child, and like I mean I grew up in Saudi Arabia. Did not, like, obviously we consumed Western media, but did we understand the connotation, as it were? No. It was, to us, it was basically just like another spicy word that we weren't allowed to use, that we used anyway.
Well, let me ask this then to the panel, right? Is it less offensive to you if, like, someone from another country says the N-word than if Tuna said the N-word, right? Which would you, Majin, I'll ask you directly. Who are you more offended by using the N-word? Someone from, like, Saudi Arabia or Tuna Chip? Or is it equal? Man, no one can hear you. You muted yourself?
You are muted.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
There we
now we
go.
can hear you. Go ahead.
I think, because it's all about if you're trying to offend me, right? Like, if you're trying to you're trying to use this to insult me. And if like I said, if I wanted to respond to that, because I'm all about not giving power to that word. I would say about equal.
Okay.
I would feel like.
Bloody Waterkai, what do you think?
I mean, everything Tuna says offends me, so it's not really going to be a
You
hard
know what
question
I mean.
on
You
that.
know what I mean. Like,
But
someone from another country who obviously different contexts and stuff, or a good old-fashioned American racist.
I'm going to say probably somebody from another country, because then that means they have an idea formed in their head of what black people are, and that's what they decide to do. So, like, there's this movie called Sugar Hill, and Wesley Snipes was doing a deal with his African dude, and he's like, you know what, I cannot work with you. He's like, well, why not? He's like, you are a kata. He's like, what the fuck does that mean? He's like, Black American cotton picker. All of a sudden, it's instantly we're throwing down. So, like, to hear that word from somebody from another country means they've already minimized you in their head to that degree.
America's a shockingly less racist place than most places. So, like, well,
Yeah, no.
place,
It's
not government, not are you go to okay?
Hold on, let Tuna finish.
Joe,
Let Tuna
Joe,
finish.
where,
Hold on, hold on,
where
hold
have
on.
you lived?
Hold
Have
on.
you
Let
lived
him
in any?
cook.
Have you
Let him
lived in
cook.
other
Hold on.
countries? Have
Let
you lived in
Tuna,
other
let Tuna
countries?
finish, and then
Yeah.
you guys can both take turns. Tuna, go ahead.
You think the white people that think the white people across the bridge are subhuman like blacks? No fucking way. They are more racist because they think the world is made out of more races and that they're unique, very specific sliver culturally, genetically. It's like the racist. Go to fucking like Austria. Go almost anywhere in fucking Europe. You're gonna find a much more fascistic form of racism, as opposed to your classic, like, I know what'll trigger this guy. That's the type of racism you get in America.
The one thing I learned about racism in other countries, because my ex-wife was German, right, is that racism over there, even though they have the colorism version of it like we do here in the United States, they also end up hating people. I watch other Germans hate other white Germans because they were from another region, right? Like, motherfucker, like, all of Bavaria hates the rest of Germany, but Bavaria's
All
in
of
Germany.
Germany hates Bavaria, as I've heard.
It's like they do not fuck with other white Germans, like on some real race shit. It's like, it was
Well,
surprising.
inter-right racism is real, but that's the thing. It's like race. That's why I was saying earlier, race is fake. Like race is just this thing we made up to reify like bigotry and pseudoscience. That's what I was trying to say earlier to Toonship. It's like race is this thing we made up in the 1700s. Some say earlier, but probably speaking, like race and race science is like relatively recent invention. But largely, it's just divisiveness based off of identity. We call it national identity, we call it like ethnic identity, clans, whatever. But that's what it is, and that's why it's a fake thing. That's why it's more fake, by the way, than gender. But anyway.
Well, I was gonna say that it had been a while since I'd lived in a different country than the U.S. But like when I for the year and a half that I was in Toronto, that was like I heard so many racist jokes. I heard so much just casual racism, and it actually put it in perspective. I was like, okay, yeah. America, by comparison, it's pretty tame.
So
There's other
I
kinds
just
of
want
racism.
you to get you. I want to get you on record that Canada is more racist than America.
Well, I don't know about all of Canada. Not all Canadians.
Hashtag not all Canadians.
I mean, I'm just talking about Toronto. That had like the most it was the most diverse place that I'd ever lived in.
Well,
yeah,
the
that's
question
right.
we got to ask at that point is how many Native Americans do we have left compared to how many Native Canadians or the Native
Indigenous
community
people,
in Canada?
yes. Machi. Don't ask about those schools. By the way, that whole thing at the schools is actually a little overcooked, but there is like a truth of the matter that's somewhere in between what people say it is versus what it probably was. But yeah. Anyway, again, people are racist. They can be racist about anything, including like who your parents were or the fact that you come from the north versus come from the south, like literally, and you look the same. So
well, that kind of gets down to my favorite slur.
Also, Wick, I have my number one now. Testicle Johnson.
Testicle Johnson's your number one racist.
Yeah,
well, let me ask Joe.
Joe,
I need to ask Joe and Ice Beans. And Quinn, I know you got to go soon, right? I'm gonna give you an outro in a second here, but I just want to ask first, right? And I asked everyone else this question, okay? So one question for Joe, but two for you, Ice Beans. I'll ask the one question to Joe first. In Twitch poll, who are the 3 most racist people that you know? In Twitch.
Oh, 3. I thought. Okay, 1. I can't prepare for 1.
Well, if you got a top one, that's fine, right? But in your opinion,
Joe, remember the last time you did this, you got both of us in trouble. All right.
No, I'm just thinking.
And Wick some content.
So just Twitch poll or Twitch by and large?
Twitch by and large. Let's extend it a little bit.
Oh, Twitch by and large, and that's an easy clap. XQC, Vosh's community, and Destiny's community in that order.
Okay.
Community or the individuals themselves?
The entire community.
The entire community, right? So Vosh is over Destiny in this?
Vosh, the communities, the individuals are whatever to me, but their communities both don't check the racism pretty well. And I'm speaking specifically in the context of their Twitch chats.
Fair enough.
And their broader community chats. They're rough.
Okay.
They're rough.
So what is your answer to that question, Ice Beans? And the second question for you is the most sexist people in this space.
Oh, now I have to make 2 lists. Okay, yeah. I came in prepared. I came in with the joke answer of one answer of myself. Okay,
you're the most racist. I don't believe you.
But also, I do want to clarify, okay, because I am gonna ask for a couple minutes to think about this. But I do want to clarify, when you say racist, do you just mean like specifically against black people, or just anybody?
Anyone. Yeah.
Oh, anyone.
Anti-Semitic even. Oh, anti-Semitic even.
Oh.
Oh damn! I wonder if I was then that's like. Can I rephrase? Can
Yes,
I
then you can
change my
change your
number
answer.
one?
Climb the ladder,
Oh
baby.
yeah, damn. Then if it's that way, then the entire league community free. Like there's no way.
Well, I don't know if we take league
Yeah,
as
yeah,
part
so
of
yeah, so
Twitch.
like if it was
Okay.
all of it, oh, then yeah, but the problem is it's like then
Who's your
then-
favorite racist or anti-Semitic league streamer?
league streamer, man, it's got to be that blatant,
Excuse-
flagrant, racist cutie pie. All he does is just flail him around. It's crazy.
PewDiePie?
Oh, it's crazy. And even his cat too. His cat comes up and just be saying
Is this
slurs
cat?
all day. It's crazy.
Did he pull an H.P. Lovecraft? Is this cat named a certain thing?
It's just small cat. Small cat's racist. Sucks. It's fortunate.
You missed that joke? Okay, never mind.
No, I
The
got it.
funniest
you
part
figured it out.
about the Lovecraft thing is that it's not just the N word. A lot of people think it's just the N word. It's N word man.
Oh yeah, and if we're talking
Like a
communities,
superhero.
Yeah.
Like he's got a cape with it.
yeah, if we're talking all Twitch, then I revise it to COD, 2K, Fortnite.
Okay, look, I don't know if I accept the
Communities, I feel like
answers
this
of
is
just
bullshit. Like, you gotta
categories,
pick a
right?
person.
I'm
Yeah,
looking
pick a
for
person.
like your first answer was
It's
pretty
hard. There's so many.
right?
Pick your
It's funny
favorite.
because I'm actually struggling to think of somebody who I think is genuinely racist.
Yeah, genuinely racist, not just pretend for clicks and views, right?
Osh!
No, I understand Vosh is like the easy answer, but I'm gonna be honest. I don't feel like I've seen I feel like Vosh doesn't actually interact with black people.
That's not ironically
That
true.
might not be,
True.
might that not
said it
be
worse,
a
right?
argument for him being racist?
You know, you understand why
No,
it's
that's
worse,
just
right?
that's just being smart. Like if you know that every single
Am I
time
messing up
you-
interacting with y'all? What's going on?
No, I think like it's reasonable to say, not to get too meta in this. I want to see what Ice Beans is cooking in that oven. But like, I think it's reasonable to say that like every time Vosh brings a black person within his community and talks to them, it does not end up good for anybody involved. So I think it's reasonable to be like, hey, you know what? Why don't I just not talk to black people? Kind of like Zerka, right? Zerka just has to stop talking to little girls, and then all the allegations are dodged. Like it's the same
Yeah,
thing.
I understand that, but I'm gonna be honest. Like I'm not as well versed on Vosh's like interactions with black women, apart from that one like arc with Professor Flowers, right? So I wouldn't really speak like I don't know if I'd really comment on that. But I guess my thing is that I don't know if him refraining to interact with black people makes him the most racist person that I've seen on Twitch Bowl. I guess that's all I'm saying. Like I'm trying to think of something that somebody has actually like a positive, not a positive thing, but a positive action that somebody's actually done, like something that they've said that actually makes them think that they're inferior in some way, or you understand what I'm saying.
I mean, then that's what's that dude's name? Then it's Hake, then right? It's Hake, and then the dude that with that anime profile. I know that narrows it down. But he talked to Destiny a few times and got like blown the fuck out. Mino.
Oh, that
Leo?
guy. I know who you're talking about, right?
I mean, Hank unironically said like we should have slaves again. Like, and then like this girl started like, you think we should have slaves again? And he's like, yep. I just started laughing. It's like, okay.
Well, speaking of that, what's everyone's thoughts on that Mark?
Oh God.
That Mark guy, the governor.
Mark Robinson, the
Yeah.
Black Nazi.
The Black Nazi guy. What are our thoughts?
Who the hell puts their thoughts about anything on a porn chat?
First of all,
Like, who was
do you
the
know about this
voice?
guy? Do you know about Mark Robinson? Have you seen the leaks?
I saw them today. I
Yeah.
saw a couple of things today.
Yeah.
It's so cringe.
Which is worse? Which is more racist to you, that guy, or Rich Lowry, the guy who almost said the N-word?
100% Mark Robinson is more racist, more cringe, the total piece of shit. I would actually be comfortable with him being like drawn up on charges. I don't care. Fucking like
for
tie
what?
him up for fucking tax evasion or some shit. Like straight up, that guy is He should not be in government. He's literally in government. He has power. It's different. So, like, kick him out of
Didn't say
office.
something about MLK. Was it him or was
Yes,
who?
Martin Luther Kasler.
Trash panda.
For black people, right?
He called Martin Luther King a trash panda.
But like, I
Oh
don't
my
know.
God.
What's strange about it to me is that I don't know why people care about Mark though. Like, it
Yes,
should have.
power.
I
He's a
mean,
politician, I guess.
sure, but nobody wants to do anything to actually hold him account. So it's like, what's going to happen if he loses his next election? He's just going to disappear into ambiguity again. And the only reason why I guess people know about him is because of his racism. But like, America doesn't, I don't think, care about racists. Like, we don't like want to pull them out of society. We don't want any type of re-education of them.
Who do you
So
think's
we
gonna
just like,
face?
But we do care. Apparently, we do care about people who rail against trans people, but then are secretly after them. So that's why I mean, yeah, that's why that's being brought up, right? I'm sure he's done a lot more horrible things, but when in tandem with the racist stuff, then
I'm
it becomes
going
a
to
little harder to
Listen,
ignore,
when
right?
when you go into the Nazi Discord, they give you the thigh-high socks. They give you the downloaded videos. They assign you your cat boy. It's part of this. It's part of the program, man. He's probably into Japanese women too.
All right, I'm just gonna say this. I think America cares about racism, and I think like we see this throughout society. But yeah, we'll have to agree
But-
disagree on that one too.
but how though? How? What's
Because we all
care?
agree this guy is cringe, and a lot of people publicly are vilifying him and rightly vilifying him and saying this is horrible and hoping he loses the election and other stuff.
I think
What do you mean
it-
how? Like this thing that I'm sorry, but respectfully to you, Joe, do you actually think I understand this is part of your worldview and people like you think this way? In
Huh?
reality,
What do you
not
mean,
just in a
people like
political
you?
theory book, most people
Don't
actually
care about
are not
racism.
racist. Most people actually think racism is horrible and evil and wrong. Most
But
people in this country.
Yeah, and I care to have a cookie. So who cares? Like, the America doesn't care about racism in any way that's substantive. Like, sure, you can say that's wrong. I think that's wrong. But what are you
Joe,
going
your
to do?
camera's on. We
who
know
was
that
it?
you can walk to the cupboard. In the
Who-
same fucking way, they walk to the polls. They're not gonna people.
No, but wait,
Legitimately,
so
half of the
Tuna-
Republican Party has APAC sponsors. You think that
Okay.
they're just gonna let somebody
And?
pass through that's calling himself a
Quinn.
literal Nazi?
Yes,
Wasn't
yes,
it you
yes.
earlier though, Quinn, that says a
Yes.
lot of people's racism, especially on the liberal side, is performative? You know, they do it because it gives them like a dopamine rush and it looks good. They only
I mean,
do it
anti-racist.
because of or anti-racist. Yeah, anti-racist.
Oh no,
right?
that's different. That's
What-
different. That's more so like people pretending that they are perfect and virtuous and literally virtue signaling. That's a different thing. The issue that I have with people who do that is it's extremely disingenuous and like they're saying, I've never said the word and all this other bullshit. Like everybody here on panel, I believe, is all acknowledged they've said the word because that's reality. There are people who will be in my mentions on Twitter and other places saying that they've never said the word. That is cringe. That is fake.
But wouldn't that
Saying,
be
for example,
applicable to what Joe is saying? That people
No.
just don't give a fuck about racism like that?
No, because part of I think Joe's argument, I don't want to straw man it, but I think this is at least directly correct, is that because America has not done enough on race relations and to help Black people specifically, that we don't care about racism. Which is to say, like
anybody, like what
Anybody?
did we do? What did we do to make sure that Asian Americans weren't facing hate crimes during COVID? Like, what were we doing about
by
that?
who? Hold on. Hate crimes by who? Hate crimes by who?
Allegedly,
Ooh,
Black
gets
folks.
really.
What are you
Thank
talking? What are you talking
Because that's
about,
relevant
bro?
to the question.
It's
That's
not
relevant. To the
relevant.
question.
You're just
It
being
is.
retarded. I'm sorry,
I'm being
friend. I'm
retarded.
trying to keep it
Okay.
together, but you're just being retarded. And I'm sick of you just being retarded in conversations. And you keep doing this like weird misrepresentation. And then you posit an idea that you think I'm saying, but then give me the opportunity to say, well, maybe you think something different, when you could just have me just ask a better question. Just ask better questions. That's all I'm trying to ask you, bro.
Of course.
Damn. God
It's
damn.
relevant to when you say we're not.
Why is it
taking
relevant to the conversation? Do I
Because you
think that
bring up
racism
anti-Asian
only exists
hate.
Yes, because we
Yes.
didn't do anything to protect
Why
Asian
didn't we?
Americans.
Why didn't we?
Because we didn't care. We did not
Oh,
care
why
in
didn't we
that
care, though?
moment.
Why didn't we care though?
I don't have an answer for you. We did
I
not
do
care.
because it
Why-
raised an uncomfortable question around race relations, specifically around Black people and Asians. I have the answer. You don't want to say it. Maybe you're not aware of it, but
I don't understand what you're trying to say here. So just say it outright. Do you think
what
that
I'm
the only
trying to say? I think
racism?
I'm saying
Do you
what I'm
think? Do you
saying.
think the only racism that existed with Asian Americans during COVID was by Black people? Is that what you're trying to say? I don't know what you're saying.
I wouldn't agree with that. We could
did
go to
say that,
any
no. did say
any Discord
So why are you
where
bringing
they,
up Black people in the conversation when
It's
when we're
relevant because
specifically
you're
talking
asking
about Asian
why
Americans?
didn't we care about it? It's relevant because that guy got pushed under the rug when he realized, oh, wait a minute, a significant percentage of the anti-Asian racism was by Black people. Only
Okay.
Black people, but it was by Black people. And so you're asking,
Great.
why did that happen? Your hypothesis would be, oh, it just didn't happen because we don't care about racism. I'm saying it
We
didn't
don't.
happen because it's relevant that the people who were involved, a disproportionate amount of people who were involved, were of a certain group. That
How
is relevant to the question.
so first off, you can't prove that. So don't
can't?
even act
Oh,
like
okay.
you, because we
Great.
know if you look at the FBI statistics, they explicitly say over and over again that they have a problem with underreporting in major municipalities. Some states don't report their hate crimes at all. So even if you were to be like, well, racism, Black people are committing hate crimes against Asians at disproportionate rates, we don't have the data to support that because the states don't have mandatory reporting. Would you support mandatory reporting of hate crimes to the FBI?
You are
Would you
putting in
support mandatory reporting of hate crimes to
How
the
about
FBI?
no, because you're framing it in a way I don't appreciate. Here's the reality.
So
Black
let's
people
take
assaulted Asians. The fact that it was a
Okay,
hate crime,
that's
quote
true.
unquote, was
Yes.
it's a specific term in the law that needs to be codified. You need to like adjudicate that separately.
Okay, let me
Black
try to
people
bridge the
were
gap here,
overwhelming.
if I may. I will. the
Why
white
are you
man
dodging
will
the
save you.
question?
Okay.
I'm not
Erase
dodging
from the
shit.
context. Erase from the
Yeah, yeah.
context of what I asked you. Like erase from the context of what I said prior. Do you believe that the FBI should require states to report their hate crime data generally?
Generally, yes. I think hate crime is a stupid statute, to be honest.
Why is your answer yes?
I think that most municipalities and states who report hate crime must report all data, all crime data to the FBI. And the fact that they're not doing that is a problem. It's a problem for our sense-making apparatus, obviously.
Okay.
Okay.
I pull this all the fucking time, my man, and I'm not retarded, but thank you. Go ahead, Wick.
I mean, you are, so it's good.
Yeah, I'm retired because I don't agree
good.
with your good think. I'm
I
deprived of thinking in your
almost,
mind.
I
It's fine.
almost interrupted
it's
it, but
all
you
good.
guys keep. Okay. I want to get more people in on this conversation a little bit. Quinn, I know you have to go soon.
I do.
Do you want to have your outro now?
Sure, that's fine.
Give it your
It has
outro.
been a pleasure talking to you. Not just dipping because of the context right now. Just I actually was expecting this to be done like an hour ago ish. No offense to you guys. It's been a good conversation. Tuna, if you want to hit me up later and actually talk about the article, because I know you don't want to read the article because people
I'll
don't
read
read.
it.
But like
I'll read it.
but, like,
I wanted to have a conversation while we were
Oh, no, I
having
know,
it, but
I
I
know,
can.
but
I'll
it's a
read an
digression.
article, man. You're good.
Yeah. But like, race is fake. I would just end on that. And also, I think that people should stop being cringe about gamer words. I understand the context. I understand why people don't like it. Again, people who are older than us, who have a context that is different than all of us here on this call, have a reason to feel meaningfully hurt by that word. No one of our generation or younger has that same context. They should stop pretending that they do, because we were all born free. Men, women, black, white, etc. I'll leave it there.
Quinn, thank you for coming on, and I'm sure I'll have you on again. His stuff is in my YouTube description. You can check it out.
Groupthink.
That one guy, welcome. Nice to see you.
What up, homie?
What's going on?
Hey, what prompted you to join the call? What are some of your thoughts here? Let's get some new blood in here. Go ahead.
Honestly, I was just really curious if that was going to turn into like a back and forth, and it kind of did. But I was just like, this is interesting. I'm kind of down on the ideology that people don't. I wouldn't say that people don't think that like racism exists. I will say that like people are more attuned to living in like a form of normalcy. So what you tend to find is like a lot of people will acknowledge the fact that racism exists and that racists exist, but they'd rather understand and live in a world where it's like they can have some form of normalcy, where it's like, oh yeah, that exists, but I can still live my life while that exists on the side, or I can still go to the store every day of my life and probably never have to worry about it in my community, so it's not really an issue. And I feel like the history that we have with racism and racists in general kind of promote that. Like if there was any moment in time in which we really wanted to demean something and kind of root it out of our of our culture, of our being, of what it means to be a human being. We've kind of worked really hard to doing that now, especially here in the West, just with our laws, regulations, and the way that we treat people socially when they do things that we consider to be a little bit overboard or just not in our best interest. I think this is something that most people will be like, yeah, races exist, but I'm not. So,
Do
And
you
that's really
yeah, do you think that like it's a problem when white people use the N-word in say the context of rapping along with their favorite artists? Like
do I think that's okay
Ghosty, right? Singing along to her favorite rap song, right? Says the N-word soft A. Is that okay?
around me or just on our own?
Does the answer change?
Sometimes depends on the place.
Okay.
Like,
Give me an
in my
example.
personal opinion, I feel like most people are like in their own thing. You're gonna do whatever you want. Like, I don't. There's not a single person that can tell me they haven't rapped an entire lyric of like a Lil Wayne song if it was their favorite, whether white or black, and said the N word. I can highly doubt that someone in their own home is bleeping the words just as they go. I just doubt that happens for a lot of people. There may be some people, but I just feel like most people have at least said the word a few times in their life. For me to give a crap about what you do in the comfort of your own home is a little bit weird to me. I
I
don't
got a
care.
better question then. You're at a YG concert, right? It's a
Uh-huh.
bunch of white people in that audience. You know what?
Shorty in the
You know what I'm
front
talking
row.
about.
Uh-huh.
And that the
Dump
song
truck.
"My Nigga" comes on. My nigga. And would you have a problem if everybody around you start singing that song?
I will be 100% honest with you. I will be extremely uncomfortable, but I'm not gonna have a problem with it.
No
There's
chair
no
being
reason for a
thrown.
racist to be uncomfortable when they see a video of that because they're like, our daughters! No! We've
like
lost them
content
to the
matters
culture!
so
The
much
true
for me.
racist has arrived, and I got a dip soon, Wick.
Yeah, no, I get you. I get you, Leslie.
What's
I
going
mean, like,
on?
We're just kind of
Para
just.
Blacks?
This has
What's
been a
going
weird
on, by the
show
way?
in that it's just been kind of whoever wants gets.
Happy Friday.
Right, happy
It feels
Friday.
like everyone's afraid to say it, but like,
Don't
there's-
say it.
there's-
We're on Twitch.
No, not that.
After
Good
what you
Lord.
called me yesterday,
All right, listen. We don't have to talk about it. We don't have to talk about it, okay? All right.
Hold
so
on.
listen,
No, I
couple
ask
things here.
everyone. Parallax, have you said
called me a son of a
have you said the
Wukong.
word?
Yeah, absolutely. So first of all, I grew up in Modern Warfare 2 lobbies. I was like 14, 15 years old playing Modern Warfare 2. Listen, I said horrific things. I said things that would shock people at that age. I was a horrible human being. Now, that said, I will still say it right now. If Long Live the Chief by Dennis starts bumping, there ain't no way I'm blurring it out. There's no way I'm blurring it out if I Should Die by Jay-Z starts bumping right now. That song has 3 words that aren't the N-word. Total. I cannot possibly listen to that song without saying it. It's crazy. He literally rhymes the N-word with the N-word the entire song. So it's weird when white people act like they don't do that in the privacy of their own home. I'm not bumping that song out surrounded by a bunch of black people in public, though, either, right? Like,
Yeah,
I have some restraint.
context matters, but like where you do
Absolutely.
it, place, setting, the reason why. Like for me, it's just like like, you can hang out with a guy you've known for like 30 years, and everything's perfectly fine. And then one day, out of the blue, let's say he gets a promotion that you don't, and he tells you it's because I mean y'all y'all N-words, y'all just and I'm white. It just be what it is. I'm gonna have a problem with that. You could have said it almost any other way. It doesn't matter how long I've known you.
For sure.
But
Also, in terms of racists in the space, Wick, number one, not Eli Monty, for sure. That guy's absurd. Number two, you
they
had the
called him
Unite.
Nazi Eli Monty. It was hilarious.
Yeah, he is. He's a bit. Yeah, he's crazy, bro. He's hella racist. Joe Lewis is reformed, so I'll be nice. I'm just kidding, Joe. How are you, buddy? Joe loves white people. Just ask him. Wick, you interviewed the Unite the Right guy, so he's part of the space now. So he's right up there with not Eli Monty. And because you had him on, you're number 3. It's you.
You interviewed the Unite the Wait, whoa,
I did.
Paul, what? Why?
He reached out to me on the anniversary of the Unite the Right rally.
That's crazy work.
Yeah, and he was like, "Hey, I think it would be an interesting conversation." And I was like, "I think it would be an interesting conversation too." So I had him on, and
Did you have to shill his book for him, Wick?
Did
though
I have to? I didn't shill his book. I had a link to his stuff as people know, I ask people, hey,
I've said this.
what links
I've
do you
said
want me
this
to
Brother,
provide?
ooh.
But just like a library or Amazon will sell Mein Kampf, does that mean they're shilling Mein Kampf? No. It's on their shelves.
You talk to him about the.
Joe.
Wait, time out. Let's not pretend these are the same.
Wait, no.
If Amazon puts the Mein Kampf link under your search for a Funko Pop, then maybe, right? Like,
But Joe, he
Yes,
said
I said this.
this
I said
dude
this.
said the thing that John Tron said: wealthy black people commit more crime than poor white people. I almost lost my shit.
he sure
He
did.
said that on the
He
show.
did.
He said it
He
on
sure
the
did.
show.
Wow.
I took him to task. I took him to task for that, Joe. Yeah.
I guess we're at the trial. I guess we're at the trial of Wick now. So Wick,
Hold
what did you
on.
say to him
Before
after he
we
said
go
that?
after Wick, I do have to say this, all right? Because I said this back in the day, and I stand on this, all right? And I've gotten a lot of shit, but I'm still stand on this, all right? Wick is the biggest ally to black people out there, because without Wick, you wouldn't have me or Solus in this bitch, all right? There you go, Wick.
Wait a minute,
Okay.
that's a
Biggest
problem.
ally. Okay.
This just wait no. This actually leads more into the racism card because man, Majin, I don't know if having you around's good for the black folks.
Hey, yo, what do you mean by that?
You don't fuck with no light skins. I'm just kidding.
Fucking listen, you talk about listen, dude. Every day is like, oh, I'm a sexy Samoan. I'm a sexy Samoan. Get him on one panel about black topics, and he's like, Wick save black people because I'm here.
Damn.
What are you talking about? I own both sides, okay? Y'all
These
just don't
points
hear
seem
me
rather
when I'm
valid.
talking about the
Oh,
black folks
Christ.
because it's just so commonplace, you know?
Is there anything else,
Crazy.
Kamala Harris? Wick share the class.
Oh, wow.
Damn.
That's
Damn.
tough. That's tough.
Listen,
Damn.
there are two people in this call you're not allowed to call Indian right now, and I guess Majin's the second. Wick, did you talk to him about the car? Did you talk about the woman that got ran over at the
Yes,
show?
I did ask him like if he felt like it was his fault. If he could go back and do things differently, what would he do differently? Honestly,
Okay.
it was a really interesting to kind of pick his brain on like what he thought went wrong and what he claims went wrong. He said some crazy shit. That's absolutely true, right? But
yeah, he said some. Yeah, he said some interesting things there. Yeah.
He sounds like a really cool guy.
No, not at
I didn't know
all.
you didn't talk to him.
But
Well, Wick really enjoyed his company. He didn't have much to say.
well,
Did you smile? I already knew you smiled at the point of the conversation, but when did you smile at the point of the conversation?
As soon as he saw him.
when did I smile?
Oh no!
When did I smile?
Wick
just-
interviewing the guy from Unite the Right, shaking his head the whole time. So
I
everybody
was
in
like
his chat.
letting you know
No,
that I was like,
he-
no, I
Thanks for having
disapprove.
me on, Wick. Anytime
No,
you can have
Lefty
me on, I'm happy
Waterkai,
to be here.
tell people where they can find you, right?
Oh, I do a show on Wednesday nights. Minds of the Ecclesia panel on my channel, Lethy Waterkai, on all platforms. Check me out anytime you get a chance. You may see some of these wonderful faces, or just someone new. Hope to catch you.
We're working on branding.
Yeah,
Nobody
okay.
knows what Minds of the Ecclesia means. We're trying.
Or how to spell it.
I'll see you
Listen,
later,
the
buddy. But thanks
ecclesiarchy
for
is
coming
bad
on.
in
If they know how to
40K.
find
Check him
it.
out, gang. Right? Check him out. Go watch his show. See, that's shilling. Okay, that's shilling. When I
Wick is the
direct
king.
people
Did you
towards that
post
and
his
I
say,
think
book
you
and
could have
chat?
chilled a lot harder.
I approve of that show. Okay, that's a difference.
Okay.
between-
There you go.
I approve of its variation, the Minds of the Hoi Polloi.
Jesus.
Yes.
That
But
guy
I-
brought something up that I think is like kind of important, which is
Go
what I was
ahead.
trying to make with Quinn, is that like people are just really comfortable in America and they'll tolerate a lot of shit. Like, I don't understand why in this political, in any political moment, that we spend so much time trying to moralize people, where like no shit, like Mark Robinson is an evil person, but like there's a politic to it. Like JD Vance could potentially be the vice president of the United States, and nothing he said rhetorically about Haitians is going to cost him the presidency, and it's the VP presidency in this case, the VP candidacy, excuse me. Like, nor is anything that like Donald Trump said that's racist, sexist, homophobic. None of that's going to prevent him from winning. Like, it's not going to sway any. Like, no undecided voter is going to look at that and go, well, now's the reason why I'm not going to vote, or now's the reason why I'm going to vote for Calm. Like, nobody's like thinking like that.
You
That's
don't
why
think that any lazy voter is going to get off their ass, though?
people don't vote already, so it's like
No,
who
I'm
do
saying
like,
you don't
we
think that somebody's going to be like, Mom, watch this TikTok, and it's JD Vance saying some shit about Haitians eating cats, and then second generation Haitian mom's like, you know what? Usually don't give a shit about this politics stuff, but if they're going to start fucking calling us out by name, drive me to the poll.
Let's ask this.
Nope.
Let's try this. Let's
No.
try this for discussion here,
Registered first.
because I think I want to ask. I'm very curious, and we're gonna start with Tuna. We're gonna go to Ghosty, then we're gonna go to Parallax for this, right? What's the most racist
Fucking white
thing?
people.
Yeah, what's the most racist thing you've ever done?
Oh,
Tuna?
whoa! I'm ready for this one.
Wait, hold on. Wait, you gotta ask everybody that.
I
You
will,
can't
but
just ask
I
Wayne.
will. But first, we're gonna ask the people I've singled out.
I'm sifting. So put me like third so that I can get something to the
Okay.
top.
Ghosty, most racist thing you've ever done.
I guess one time when I was younger, I made a comment that like made me cringe for like the rest of my life. I felt like really stupid. It was something about like Asian people and like
Ice Beans looks
like-
up like, oh yeah, but go ahead.
like they in my high school there was this like black Asian person and they called them like a Blasian.
Your internet's trying to save you.
This Asian person asked me like, well, what made them Asian eye?
Oh, she cut the internet. She's like, nope.
The internet just got destroyed. Okay.
Ghosty streaming from the only room in her
firewall.
house. Ghosty streaming from the only room in her house that doesn't have Ethernet.
They shut her down.
Something about I don't
the
know.
feds.
Like we can fill in the blanks, I guess.
I was
Asian.
interested.
Parallax.
She pulled the cord.
All right, so I don't know that I've taken like a racist action, but I've said some shit in my day. So it was very common for me to tell a black dude on Call of Duty that I could hear the chicken grease slapping off his lips when he would talk.
Hey, fucking.
I was.
Yo.
This is like 20 years ago. I'm being honest. He asked the question, I'm answering it. I also asked many how they were able to buy their Xboxes on welfare. I was a horrible teenage little shithead. I was a terrible human being. I was awful. And you know what? Those things stand out to me because when I think back on them, I'm a little embarrassed.
Sure. I question the time because nobody was playing Call of Duty Finest Hour. Because you said 20 years ago.
I'm rounding,
2004.
brother. I don't fucking
Rounding.
It would have been like 2006, 2007, 2007 when I was a freshman in college.
So peak Xbox days. Okay.
Yeah. 2006, 2007 when I was a freshman in college for sure. So, yeah, that one, and there were definitely some
All chat days.
Yeah, being able to smell the grape drink through their fucking microphone too. You know, that was a common one as well. So yeah, I was pretty terrible on an Xbox. If I heard what I deemed to be a black voice, I went in. I went fucking
Deemed
in.
to be a black voice.
By the way, if it's not clear already, I've already changed my answer to
Called
Parallax.
CGG.
Gotcha. Okay. You're up now, Mr. Tuna Chip.
I don't know. Plenty of jokes. I never did competitive online, so nothing where it was like, I'm gonna fucking say some shit about this guy or something. Never about an individual person. I think
It doesn't have to be something you said. Maybe
Ice Beans. What's the most racist thing I've ever said?
What was
I
that
think you
one
would know.
time? What was that one time where you were in a voice call and you said something, and I'm trying to remember what it was, but everybody was like, "Holy shit, Tuna! What the fuck did you just say?"
don't
And
even
not
know.
the normal "What the fuck did you just say, Tuna?" But this was like a specifically like a.
I'm
No,
sure
it was
that
not-
at some point
It
Oh.
you
was
said a
so
joke.
bad.
It was not the Asian tier list, Testy. It was not the Asian tier list. Although you said
Asian
some.
tier list was pretty good.
That's
With
pretty
Samoans
racist.
on top of that, of the
It
Asian
was
tier
so
list,
bad.
we were
You
number
neuralized
one, right?
the entire room. That's crazy work.
Yeah.
Nah,
Ain't
I don't-
nobody imagine nobody wants Samoans on top. That's sketchy. You're too heavy.
I'll be.
Ooh.
Damn.
Okay. Wow. So let Tuna answer the question.
Yeah, no. I think the most that I've ever done is that when trying to make a bit or trying to do a joke, I've been racist, but there aren't races when I was growing up. So the main time that I could have been racist, I just didn't. It was all white people all the time, and Mexicans. But that's my mom's side of the family. So it's like
there
not
weren't
even
racist. What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
He wasn't
You grew up
like,
around
I
a lot of other
just not
nobody
him.
told me that there were black people. I learned that there was this when 9/11 happened. It was race DLC. I didn't know that Arab was a thing. Like where
Race
I was,
DLC,
it was
bro.
new.
Race DLC is crazy.
I keep forgetting.
Joe, is that why Mexico keeps giving us all these free updates?
No. So like,
Crazy.
to be honest,
Crazy.
like I like real talk. I mean, memes aside, I empathize with you, Tina, because there are like white Americans who just don't, just completely dodge
I mean,
minorities.
I've said this before. It sounds like a joke. It is legitimate until college, because I didn't pay that much attention in history class. I didn't know there were still Jews, because I didn't really pay that much attention at the end of the World War II story. I kind of just think they finished it. I didn't know what they looked like. I didn't know what Jew was, a word in a textbook with no pictures, because what could they have shown that wouldn't have been
This
too
amount
much
of
for a kid
ignorance
that
is
age?
dangerous,
Damn.
man.
What'd you say?
I appreciate
That's
your honesty.
dangerous amounts of ignorance. That's wild.
I just didn't know. No one's telling me.
Well, no, like, okay, so like I had I feel bad for this girl because she got clowned by a whole ass table, but basically she did not know that like cum was just white. So she started cooking, and then she asked me, I don't know why she asked me this question, but she was like, you know, like how like when a guy like finishes, it's white, right? And then my one friend was just like, shut the fuck up. And then like everybody started laughing at her. And she's like, no, but like, is it like, and it's like, no, it's not.
Oh,
and then
did
she was
she
like,
think
but
it was
wait.
like a different color for you
She
guys?
legitimately thought it was different.
She thought
colors for
Joe was
people.
blowing squid ink. No shot, bro. Which would make sense because he do be looking like a pirate with that buccaneer haircut.
True, but like I was so confused.
Parallax,
bro,
did you
like-
just join to be like low key the whole time and look
Bro,
at
like,
What are you talking about?
You gotta cam up if you're gonna do that stuff.
and to be fair, that was like my first. And then what happened basically was it ended up being essentially, I don't know if it's a struggle session, what it is people call it, where she basically just revealed to the choir that like she did not engage with anybody who was not white all through high school, just dodged it. And then in college, she was just like, yeah, I know. It's just like, damn.
That's crazy.
I mean,
America.
There was not a high school where I grew up. I had to take a 45-minute bus ride to get to high school every day, get ported back, population 3,000 when I was growing up, my town. You're just not going to have black people in a 3,000 population white town. It's not going to happen. They're going to move. They're going to get the fuck out of there. You're going to have like 3 Mexican families. You're going to know the Italian family because they're going to have like Pagliacci or something for a last name. And that's the variation. You get Germans, Italians, maybe a Polish guy. I learned the word Polak before I learned the N-word because that was the insult that you would actually hear people throwing at kids in the neighborhood if they were being scams. They just didn't really use that.
That's actually true. I grew up in a mostly Italian area, but there were just enough black people that I knew how to be a horrible person.
I grew up in a military family, so I was introduced to a wide variety of cultures and slurs growing up, right? So
Not food. There's no food involved. Just slurs.
I mean, look.
Just McDonald's and crazy gestures.
One of the bases that I was at for most of my childhood was in England, so the food was just English.
Did your father say Charlie or any weird ones like that?
No, my father didn't.
He's fed posting right now. Be careful.
Yeah, I think the slur that I heard my dad use, I'm trying to think of any. He was actually.
Let's call it Gucci bag.
Actually.
Gucci bag?
Gucci bag.
Yeah. That's what FBA's calling me. It's really cool. Really cool slur. Really tactical.
Craziest one I heard recently.
Oh, okay. I was about to say I didn't get it.
It took me a while. It took me just as long as you were cooking.
Wait, I still don't get Gucci bag.
the idea is that like adoption's expensive and only white people can adopt. So if you're adopting a black kid, that means you're adopting like essentially a Gucci bag.
Oh, like
Oh,
you'd be hanging
shit.
from.
Okay,
Okay.
$2
Yeah, I know, it's
for
crazy, huh?
Tessie Johnson. Just real
that's a
quick.
double-edged one.
$2
Yeah.
from Tessie Johnson to say, great panel, we all grew and healed together. We are going to end soon, right? But I want to get through everyone's most racist moment in Ice Beans. Right?
I wanna keep
You
that
said
posting.
to make sure that I didn't just ask the white people, so I'm going to make sure that I ask you.
Okay, all right, fine. I guess I asked for it.
You did. You really wanted
I'd
to
say
tell
that
us, so go ahead.
I'd say probably the most racist moment was like the racist joke that I made to my Somali friend when I was a kid. And it was a joke I'd heard before. I did not make this one up. But it probably speaks to like the racism that I was like that you kind of are surrounded with when you're not in the US, right?
And thank you for the sub, Mdosick. Appreciate it. But carry on. Somalia
but
joke.
more or less it had to do I won't repeat the joke necessarily, but it had to do with how they wouldn't be able to be seen in a car due to how dark their skin tone was. So
Damn,
like at
racism
night.
and colorism, crazy.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
With the double whammy.
What
Colorism is huge.
Yeah, what about you, that one guy? Most racist thing you've ever done?
This nigga thought Mariah Carey was white.
Close.
Got him!
Let me think. Oh, okay. I knew a guy, and I want to say it had to be like 8th grade. And at this point in time, we were still playing like dodgeball in gym. We're all, playing dodgeball. One team's getting their butts whooped, the other one isn't. But these teams were a bit not very diverse. I'll say that. And one guy on the other team decided to say something about how the only reason we were winning was because we were all black on the other team. And I decided to call him a saltine. And he started crying, like tears. Like
Really?
Look,
I would piss myself laughing.
They're 8th graders.
As a kid, I felt so bad. Like
How old were you? How old were you?
I don't even remember. I was in 8th grade. How old would you be in 8th grade?
Yeah.
14, 13, 14? I don't know. It was really bad. Like I had never experienced anything like that before. And I just looked at him and I just like slowly like backed away and I was feeling really bad. I wanted to say sorry, but he was like bawling and I didn't know it was bad. But I think that's the worst thing I've ever done.
But did
I
he
would
snitch?
I would be deceased with laughter if someone called me a saltine to my face. That's amazing.
Well, I think he used the other word, but
But did he snitch though?
Oh, he said okay. Okay, my fault. I thought he said actual.
No. But no, did you get
Did he snitch?
No, I actually did not get in trouble. He did snitch though, but I did not get in trouble.
How did you say it though? What was the tone of voice?
Well, okay. I didn't get in trouble for calling him a saltine. I got in trouble for saying fucking first.
Ooh.
Interesting.
Can't have a potty mouth now.
Okay, you're not getting
You
away
just
with
revealed
this
an
either.
entire
Majid.
strategy.
Okay.
You revealed an entire strategy. The school age students everywhere.
I'm hoping
Just
somebody
don't
will
say
tell a
fucking
worse
in
story
front.
than I got. This is great. I've told this story before. Joe
Do you think
Lewis knows that
Mariah
I
Carey
think
was white
parallax.
too?
No, I think I told this on Prime's panel, but
So you
hopefully
don't-
you got a worse
okay.
story than I do.
Mine's a
I'm
clip,
next.
so-
Started
next.
Asian hate?
No. All right. Well,
You're now, Majin. Not next. You're now.
I'm Samoan. But so, oh god. So outside of like when I was younger, commenting on like Asian folks' parking skills. So I've said I was married to a German woman, right, for 10 years, right?
Oh.
And yeah, you know this story, Parallax.
Yep.
And you come up with new and inventive ways for the bedroom to keep things exciting, right? So
Normal people use lube, but go on.
me and my wife was sitting there, we was smoking weed and watching some Frasier, just spitballing ideas, And I had this thing where, I'd get like some burlap sack pants and some, baby oil, right? And I'd come in, she would be the slave master's wife, you know what I'm saying? And I'd come in, being the big field, big old brolic, Mandingo tight, and
sleep with the master's wife. You know, get it back.
That's the most racist
Just
thing
use
you've ever done.
sex toys like everybody else, bro. What the fuck? Sex toys.
Yeah,
It's
for the
probably
record,
up there.
No, it's really not. It's really not. That's like
there's something to be said about like marrying someone from your own like country or culture, because then you get to be racist together. But I didn't think about the fact that you could, you
So
know.
what do
if
you and
you're
Mr.
married-
Beans do?
well, no, I'm not. Listen, okay. Like Majin was not smart enough to tell the story apparently multiple times. I'm not gonna make that same mistake, okay? But I'm just saying it's funny because I didn't really think about the fact that if you have two different cultures, you open like a whole new world of like different ways you can be racist together.
Yeah, you can be racist to each other. Yeah.
Why is it so
like, I didn't even
like
think
I
about
just don't
that.
understand the turn on to that, but whatever, right? Like,
For Majin, it's a power. It's a power.
Yes, I guess. But
What do you mean? It's a power fantasy for sure.
Fair enough.
That's amazing.
Okay,
I love it.
I want to hear from Joe. I want to hear Joe Lewis.
It's literally a clip on Twitch. Like, it's
Okay,
literally a
that's
Twitch
your
clip
most
that I can't
racist
remember.
moment? Okay.
It's literally the clip. Like, I mean,
Wait, I don't know this.
Shut the fuck up.
Everybody else had to tell their story.
No, I legitimately
Everybody
don't know
else had to tell their story. Get the two-stepping.
That's right. I and you know what? I agree. Go
Oh yeah,
ahead.
cheers, Joe. Come on now.
So, here,
I'm new. I don't know the lore.
No, I slipped thinking I slipped and conflated American for white to an Asian person. And then I called him white presenting instead of American presenting. And then the internet dragged me.
Yeah,
I've heard of that. That's why everyone calls you Joe Ruish. Yeah.
No,
that's a totally different
Joe
thing.
Ruiz is not connected to this.
It's
Oh, it's
like
not.
No,
I thought it originated out of this.
I thought it was a pretty
no,
obvious
no.
response.
He actually Joe Ruiz is like the third one in the line. There were several race swaps of Joe, and that's the one that everyone liked the most.
Ah, okay. I see.
And then the only reason
But we're not talking about
why-
racist things done to him. We're
No, I have that lore, okay? I have that lore, so I was just providing.
I was in spicy chat when that shit was going. Like there was it was about like 6 months where I was just in spicy chat incognito. I was just there, and people were just like sharing that shit around. It's like, damn, they don't even know I'm in here. Like the fuck. But hey, all the power of the Chuds community.
Okay.
It's all good.
Okay.
Hey,
Well, ladies and
Ice
gentlemen,
Beans, what was your comment about too dark to be seen in the car, too dark to be seen in the chat?
Oh my god.
Great place to end on. Gang, next
Yep.
week we have some great shows. We're going to be talking about are women invading men's spaces online?
Wait, Wick, what's your most racist thing? Hold on. You coward.
That's right. Hold on a second.
You fucking coward.
You're Mormon.
You can't dodge this bullet.
Mormon?
How dare you?
So here's
You're Mormon. Isn't there a
I
whole
already told
thing
you my
in
joke.
your book that says that black
not my
people
joke.
go to a
I already
different
told
heaven?
you the story about when I was in 5th grade, and my teacher asked us, right? My teacher asked us what the most racist, what if we knew racial slurs, and I told her the racial slurs I knew.
Oh, that's right.
Right?
No,
That's
come on,
But
no.
that's the most
That's not the most
No,
racist
that's
thing
not
you've
the
done.
most
Bullshit.
It isn't.
No, it isn't. Yeah, so
No,
get
that's
to
not the
tell
answer to
him.
the question.
So my
Yeah,
uncle-
that's like accidentally racist. Like,
So
come on.
this also relates to actually me
We're talking
being
about
Mormon.
intentional
Right.
racism.
So my uncle, right, and I was younger. I was older than that, but I was younger, and we had some missionaries, right, that we would host for dinner. Okay, so Mormons, for those of you who don't know, you sign up to feed the missionaries every once in a while if you're in the States, and they'd come over for dinner and they'd eat at your house, right? Most of them look like me. Okay, not all of them though. There's a few that look like other people on this panel. Okay, so I forget how old I was, but I was older than 5th grade, but I wasn't out of high school yet. And my uncle was there. And my uncle had taught me racial jokes, racist jokes, right? And I thought it would be appropriate to tell the black Mormon missionary all the racist jokes I knew to see what his reaction would be, right? Just to see if he would get mad at me. I was purposely trying to tell him racist jokes to get him upset, to get him to react. That was probably the most racist thing I've done.
All right. That's pretty bad.
Does that count?
Yeah, that counts.
Does that count?
I'll take it.
What are these field
I mean,
goals?
tuna chip still dodged, but it's okay. You did good work.
You think I dodged?
You made up at the end there, and and he like brought my joke up. Yeah.
I needed Beans to go in there because I'll be real. I do think I have a brain that doesn't know when I've crossed the line. Because I legitimately I don't have hate in my heart, but I also don't have social awareness in my heart. So
Okay. Autism strikes again.
Is it the time you went on a panel full of black dudes with a hangman thing behind you? Is that the time?
this is part of it.
I wanted to say something so bad, but I was like, I'll allow it. I'll
What?
let him
I made
live.
an introduction. What are you gonna do? It's the first thing that came to mind. I was like, that would be a pretty good walk-in.
Thanks for coming, gang. We will talk to you guys next week. If you want to be on the show about women invading men's spaces, right? And are they invading men's hobbies? Have they invaded Star Wars, for example, right?
I want to be on that because they
DM
just
me,
came out
DM
with
me
a.
and we'll get you set up, right? We got.
Are
some
you
people-
allowing women to invade that panel as well?
Yes, Ice Beans,
You're
if you'd
invading
like.
all the spaces,
Yes.
even the spaces about the spaces.
Exactly. Thank you all for sticking with me today. This has been I thought it was an interesting conversation.
It was fun.
But,
Yeah, it's fun.
I'll see you guys